the sovereign of the desolate sands. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, No Mountains or Rivers Seen. The next day, Dahua ran over the pond in Sun County. The location was still the study room of the Tang family's new house. This time there were only 2 people in the room. Do you want to change yesterday's decision? Tang Xiaoya was surprised when he heard the purpose of Tang Zinking's visit. He was not surprised that she had other opinions. He had seen this yesterday, but that she dared to come to him alone and expressed it firmly. Why? Tang Xiaoya asked curiously. Tang Zinking had prepared an excuse before coming, which was rational unreasonable. But facing the eyes of the elders at this moment, she couldn't say it. Tang Xiaoya was on the top 3 lists when he was young, traveled around the world with a sword, and after entering the Yuanzi realm, he has been managing the family for decades and has faced countless sweet words and hypocrisy. Tang Zinking can only choose sincerity. I can't sit and watch Hong Fan die, she whispered. Do you have a private affair with him? Tang Xiaoyao's face was serious, and his back straightened up all of a sudden. He had similar speculations a long time ago. The heroes of the 3 counties are not as good as those of the 9 provinces. The only one who can compare with Jingsha in martial arts talent is Feng Xianqing, who is good at chasing wind steps, but the appearance of the 2 is too different. Young people admire each other, how can they not look at the face? How far have you come? Have you talked about marriage? Tang Xiaoyao asked carefully. If he is willing to marry into the family, there is no need to mention what happened yesterday. By then, how much wealth will the Hong family have, and how much dowry will I give you? He thought of Hong Fan's ability and reputation, and his heart was slightly warm, but he saw Tang Zinking was speechless. Grandfather, she hesitated. It's not like that. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoyao's face became more serious. So you have a one-sided love? This question was even more unbearable for Tang Zinking. But she sat up straight and forced herself to face it. Do I not want Hong Fan to die because I like him? Tang Zinking asked herself. The answer was no. Hong Fan is very good, in every aspect. Except for his background. But Tang Zinking herself was just a concubine of an aristocratic family. Now that the ancestral hall and ancestral house of the clan had been lost, she felt that she had no right to look down on others. Grandfather, if Hong Fan and I will be connected in the future, I will not feel resistance. She tried her best to speak objectively, but her cheeks still couldn't help but flush. But this time it's not for this kind of thing. The reason is actually very simple. She just felt that such a person should not die in such a way and in such a place. If it was Duan Xianan and Gu Yixin who were framed, she would think and do so. Should it be so? But these words cannot be used to convince a master of Yuanzi, the head of a noble family. Tang Xiaoyao did not press on. He raised his glass and drank tea quietly, waiting for her to calm down. My lord, let me report. After a long while, Tang Zinking spoke again. The Beisheng army has a deep hatred with us. It is a great shame for Duanli to be occupied, but the Beisheng army and Duan Guhong and the other 3 are only the temporary status of Huaiyang state. The aristocratic families like us are the long-term ones. Tang Xiaoyao put down the cup. Why do you think so? Because no matter what, whether the Feng family succeeds or not, the Beisheng army has no future. Tang Zinking sighed imperceptibly. They are the gloves of the struggle between the court and the royal court. Whether it succeeds or fails, Huaiyang state has no share for them. Tang Xiaoyao finally changed his attitude. The level of the pattern of these words was beyond his expectation, and it was almost impossible for Tang Shengwang to say it. But we are different. Tang Zinking's words became more and more fluent. The 3 counties are the 3 counties of Fenlang, Gongtang. As you taught, the aristocratic families should not look at 3 years, but 100 years. Hong Fan is dead, and Jingnian's return is just a small profit, just to vent the anger. But Yunlin Guang and I have had conflicts for generations. The words became deeper and she adjusted her breathing. Grandfather, Guang Xiangping is 93 years old this year, and Gong Shihua, the only innate warrior of the Gong family, is of the same generation as him, and is 2 years older. From these 2 people on, Kinger has no mountains or rivers to see in the Gong family. The arrogance and self-confidence of the top geniuses are beyond words. Huaiyang is in a turbulent time, and anything can happen. Tang Zinking's voice is low and steady. like a sword drawn from ice, and the edge of the blade is the decisiveness and ruthlessness that is indispensable for a concubine of a noble family to get to where she is today. As long as Gong Xiangping dies, ancestor, the 3 counties may be reduced from 4 surnames to 3 surnames at any time. She lowered her eyelids to hide the murderous intent in her eyes. Tang Xiaoyao was silent for a long time, but his heart rate accelerated. He hated the Beisheng army and disliked Duan Xianan, which was true, but he also had no good feelings for Gong Xiangping. Moreover, one thing Tang Xingqing said just now struck him to the bottom of his heart. Regardless of whether the Feng family wins or loses, the 100 Victory Army has no future. In the short term, the righteous army is the biggest enemy. In the long term, the aristocratic families are the eternal competitors. What do you want to do? He asked in a low voice, restraining the condescending attitude of an elder towards the younger generation in his eyebrows. The royal court is willing to give Jingnian, so we will accept it. Tang Xingqing swallowed her saliva. But both Hong Fan and Gong Xiangping will be branded and given magic weapons. When Gong Xiangping goes to find Hong Fan, you, the ancestor, will go with him and join forces with Duan Xianan to cooperate with the 2 peak innate people of the 100 Victory Army. She raised her hand and slashed fiercely. The breathing of the 2 people in the quiet room became rapid. Let Duan Xianan take all the reputation in the future, Tang Xingqing added after a while. Gong Xiangping assassinated Hong Fan, but was stopped and fought by Duan Xianan. Even if this matter spread throughout the world, who would think that we were involved? After all, my Tang family and the Beisheng army have a deep hatred. Tang Xiaoyao went over the plan several times in his mind and immediately confirmed the feasibility. It takes 200 thoughts to brand a target and maintain it for 10 days, and 2 is 400. He now cuts out 530 thoughts, and the upper limit is exactly 2 people. As for the top-grade Chalcedony materials required for magic tools, they are not worth mentioning at all before such a big event. Duan Xianan killed Gong Xiangping alone. Tang Xiaoyao sighed several times and suddenly laughed. The ancestor didn't want him to be famous alone, Tang Xingqing asked. No, when did this seat care about false reputation? Tang Xiaoyao smiled unnaturally. Kinger, the ancestor is just surprised at your idea. Since Li Ziqi's death, your second grandfather has not come to pay his respects to me in private. The second grandfather he mentioned refers to Tang Shengwang. Okay, let's do it this way. Tang Xiaoyao finally expressed his position. Remember, everything is between you and me, and don't tell your second grandfather. Tomorrow, no, tonight at midnight, you will set off to Duanli City in person. This matter can only be discussed with Duan Xianan or Hong Fan. If the matter is leaked, he hesitated slightly. If the matter is leaked, Kinger will be a traitor to the family, and the ancestor will come to take my head in person. Tang Xingqing stood up, and his voice was like a sword. This made Tang Xiaoyao satisfied and amused. What nonsense are you talking about? The king of Huaiyang only promised us half a pure thought. He looked at the heir of the family lovingly. The earth god weapon can be exchanged for others, but not for my killing child. Chapter 377 Limbo City. In April of the 30th year of Zheng, Yunlin City was no longer as free to come and go as before. The postman, dressed in tight clothes, had a pennant on his waist. He carefully checked the 3 procedures at the city gate and put his fingerprint on the guarantee letter stating the return date before he could set off on horseback. The official road went north smoothly and continued to cross the Yao River flowing south. The scattered villages were steaming in the light summer heat beside the road. The postman squinted his eyes as he passed by. There were 3 points less people than last time. The second half of the road was a series of hills. Half-buried bones could be seen everywhere, and in the rubble lay the corpse of an animal that had died from a sharp arrow and turned blue. Because of its long ears and thick hooves, it was probably a mule. The postman was followed by 3 gray wolves for more than 10 miles and encountered the Xianfeng army, searching for firewood. They were wearing iron-studded leather armor and reined in their horses on the slope, with several ragged captives tied to ropes behind them, whose genders were difficult to distinguish. The leading knight looked coldly at the pennant on the waist of the postman, and did not bother him. The postman galloped past, guessing that the dead mule should belong to one of the captives. On April 20th, he arrived at Duanli City in the heavy rain. After handing over the scroll wrapped in a thick cowhide bag, the postman completed the last task given to him by the royal court, and then led the horse to the Beisheng army camp outside the city to join the army. Half an hour later, in the city lord's office, the scroll was unfolded on the table by Chiu Yuanqing. The paper was very thick, with golden wind and cloud patterns on both sides, and the royal court seal was stamped on the lower left corner. Duan Xiaonan, Hong Fan and others came forward to look at it. Leaving aside the flashy and pretentious rhetoric of the manifesto, the content is very simple. Feng Xianqing invited Hong Fan to fight, and the location was set in Lingbo City, the second largest city in Huaiyang State, and the time was May 5th. This battle would stop at a certain point and there would be no life or death, and it would be judged by Ling Luli, the heaven and earth of the Ling family. If Feng Xianqing wins, Hong Fan must leave Huaiyang and never return. If Hong Fan wins, the royal court will release 200 prisoners of war. From the day Hong Fan accepts the challenge to 3 days after the duel, all parties will temporarily stop fighting. The royal court will not make any obstacles to the victory army. Please witness all of the above. It's the same as the announcements received from other places. This is for real. Jiu Yuanka stroked his beard. You want to use 2 yuanzi at once, Feng Xianqing, it's a big deal. Are you going to accept the challenge? He looked at Hong Fan. No one was worried about the authenticity of the promise in the notice. The human race respects the ancestor dragon, and breaking the promise on such a matter is to cut off from the 9 states. Of course I have to go, Hong Fan smiled. If you lose, you will just leave Huaiyang and return to Zijing to be my tiki. Why not go? Besides, I don't think I will lose. He clenched his fist. I never thought that I would have to join forces with a treacherous Tang in this life. Duan Xiaonan stroked the delicate texture of the scroll with his fingers. I used to think he was cunning, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. I have to thank Miss Tang for coming to report the news, Gu Yixin added. Otherwise, you would be in danger this time. He spoke seriously, with some fear on his face. Under the cover of the rain, the 4 people plus Su Yanteo hastily planned everything. Afterwards, Hong Fan took a bamboo hat and went to the courtyard where Tang Xingqing stayed, but found that she had already left and did not leave any words. She probably went back to Sun County early in the morning, the ancestor dragon witnessed above, and the gods judged in the middle. The messengers went back and forth, and the battle between Hong Fan and Feng Xianqing was successfully promoted. For the Lingbo City group, safety was no longer a problem for the Beisheng army, but considering the needs of appearance and diplomacy, they decided to form a medium-sized delegation. The battle between the 2 top-ranked heroes was a rare grand occasion in Huaiyang State. In addition, Hong Fan's prestige in the righteous army was gradually increasing, and many people volunteered to accompany him as guards. In the end, only 30 people with outstanding martial arts were selected. On the first day of May, the sun was shining brightly in Longqiu town. The horse team set out in the early morning, crossed Yishan Lake, and galloped happily to the northeast. After traveling 100 miles a day, they slept well for a night. On the second day, when the horses' hooves left Tingshan, which had followed them all the way, Hong Fan saw the Great Plain. This is the best land in Huaiyang State. The neat and fertile fields spread out like a painting, and the horizon at the end was as straight as a crop. Everyone stood on the stirrups to explore, and saw only a scar 100 feet long digging diagonally into the ground. The soil was still moist, probably a new wind disaster. On the third day of May, the team entered Jingmen County. A large city appeared behind the gentle slope. It was originally a small bump on the horizon, separated from the horse team by a vast wilderness like a dash, and then the bump slowly expanded, revealing more and more details under the pouring sunlight, until it was dazzling in light and ready to fly. Lingbo City is as its name suggests. In the evening, Hong Fan and his party arrived at the city gate and were received by the Ling family. Perhaps because they did not want to provoke the royal court, only 2 young men came. In terms of scale, Lingbo City is only slightly larger than Duanli, but because it has not been involved in war, it has only paid taxes to the royal court for nearly 20 years without being restricted, so it is much more prosperous than Duanli City. Feng Xianqing and his party arrived 2 days earlier and stayed in the royal palace next to the river bend. The Beisheng army chose the largest inn in the city, Wanghuan, as their place of residence. The night Hong Fan arrived, dozens of leaders from different rebel armies came to visit one after another. The dinner lasted for 2 hours, and they drank countless rounds. Fortunately, warriors are not afraid of alcohol. After these extravagant characters from various roads in Huaiyang State finished reminiscing about the past, the topic naturally turned to the decisive battle the day after tomorrow. During the banquet, the warriors talked about all the power realm moves of Xiao Aowen and Xiangang Shen Fangjing that they had encountered, reading the wind, wind drawing iron, wind rolling sand, chaotic wind roaring, wind crossing, etc., almost like a killing method disassembly conference. In short, the style of Feng family warriors in the power realm focuses on harassment control, and the key is to destroy the balance of vision, hearing and movement. As Feng Xianqing is a celestial being, he must also be extra careful of his gliding body movement. And their killing moves are basically hidden weapons. One type is to change the true key to reduce wind resistance, so that the hidden weapon can fly silently and change its trajectory to avoid the opponent's perception. One type is to create high-speed airflow sounds, simulate a large number of blind spot strikes, and make the opponent unable to respond. To Hong Fan, it sounds like a modern stealth fighter or electric warfare pod. The former has no planes on the radar, and the latter has a radar full of planes. After knowing the enemy, one's own tactics have a basis for customization. Compress the space, fight more and consume less. Although the opponent is the heir of the dragon, he has abundant true energy, but Hong Fan practices both martial arts and has a dragon soul fruit that can cheat, which is equivalent to 2 lives. As for hidden weapons, the desert armor is least afraid of this. After a meal, Hong Fan claimed that he had a 90% chance of winning. On the 4th day of May, the Lang family held a banquet to entertain Tang Xiaoyao and Gong Xiangping, who arrived with outstanding descendants of the clan. At this time, there were 5 Yuanzi and 1 Shinran in Lingbo City, including Feng Manian, who arrived the earliest. The young heroes of the 3 counties of Huaiyang were almost gathered. The inn was full of guests and the dock was full of boats. Whoever didn't come would be willing to be downstream. This is the most suitable time for business operations, but the operation of the city has become lazy and sluggish at this time, and it has fallen into the anxiety and turmoil of waiting. In the afternoon, Duan Xianan and Xu Yuanke went to visit the senior management of the Lang family privately. Hong Fan received old acquaintances Wu Yuan and Wen Cage. Wang Huan was full of people, men and women, locals and foreigners, all came to Chisha to see his outstanding style. Hong Fan did not avoid him, and sat by the window on the 2nd floor with Yu Yixin, chatting with several knights. At first, everyone could control themselves. But after 2/4 of an hour, a young man who could not bear it stood up and shouted loudly, wanting to demonstrate martial arts on the spot and invite the 2 geniuses to appreciate it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Conscience. Requesting to appreciate martial arts is certainly a way to take advantage of Xianjiao's traffic, but it is also a way to praise Xianjiao. Hong Fan knew that he was not good at this kind of social triviality, so he took the initiative to leave comments for 2 20-year-old Hunran realm warriors. It was just clichés like strong and smart, but the 2 were overjoyed after receiving the comments, and they bowed again and again, as if they had just married a beautiful wife and were about to have their wedding night. Warriors like fame. No matter how many tricks they usually perform in breaking iron and crushing stones, only the villagers could witness it, but today, Chisha praised them for their strength and fierceness, and they will soon be famous in several counties or even a state. The atmosphere became more and more heated. The crowd began to flatter, and the gossipers asserted that Feng Xianqing would definitely lose tomorrow. More warriors couldn't help but warm up, pushing each other and lining up in the hall. Just as the fire was boiling, there was a sudden silence downstairs. A person came up the stairs. He was wearing a white martial arts uniform and a jade belt. He had a handsome face, slender eyebrows and eyes like silver fish, and strode without looking sideways, bypassing the people in line. The person who was angry at him for cutting in line was about to get angry, but was immediately pulled back by the people around him and whispered, and then retreated to a seat in anger. "My name is Feng Xianqing, and I'm honored to meet you too." The greeting was gentle and loud. No one expected this person to come. Gu Yixin's cheeks tightened. "The fight is tomorrow, why did you come today?" Hong Fan asked with a smile, pressing his hand on the edge of the table. "Tomorrow, there will be a winner between you and me, and I'm afraid there will be no time to talk," Feng Xianqing replied. "Mr. Duan and Mr. Hong have made great achievements in martial arts. I have admired them for a long time and have always hoped to become close friends with you too, but unfortunately I have never had the opportunity," he said sincerely and pointed to the empty chair. "Mr. Hong, would you like me to sit down?" Please sit down, and please speak directly if you have anything to say. Hong Fan extended his hand to indicate. He never liked to take advantage of others in small matters. Feng Xianqing sat down after hearing this. He saw that Hong Fan looked cold, but Gu Yixin was obviously disgusted. Does Gu Qianke have any opinions about me? He asked directly, but not in a provocative tone. Yes, Gu Yixin nodded heavily. I heard that you studied martial arts with the life of a mortal. That's true. Feng Xianqing admitted it frankly without caring about the public. I used 9 kinds of elixirs to temporarily improve the quality of some mortal meridians, and tried to dredge them with different methods. It took a total of 17 months to improve the acupuncture method in the Xiangang Shenfeng Sutra, and reduce the difficulty of dredging the 7 sections of strange meridians in the Hunren realm by 30%. This method is the result of my hard work. In the future, I may be able to create something in the Xiantian Yuanzi realm. He was about to elaborate on his achievements, but was interrupted. You said you experimented on mortals. How many people in total, and what were the consequences? Hong Fan asked. 42 people were used to achieve this achievement, and all of them died. Feng Xianqing replied without hiding anything. Gu Yixin was furious and was held by Hong Fan's shoulders. The pain of opening meridians is experienced by all warriors. It is a constant repetition of tearing and recovery. How painful would it be to directly touch the 8 extraordinary meridians, given the weak meridians of mortals? The latter said coldly. Most people don't feel pain. Feng Xianqing shook his head gently. On both sides of the third ventricle, the largest oval gray nucleus in the diencephalon is called the thalamus by doctors in the Shenjing Instruments Bureau. He pointed at the skull. I use my true ki to penetrate and destroy it, and then the material will lose control of the body, unable to walk and move, and will only know sleep all day long. For my meridian research, this is actually a good thing. The voice was like a cold wind, freezing the early summer afternoon. Feng Xianqing's statement was so calm that the audience had the illusion that they were discussing fish and shrimp. Some people swallowed their saliva and got goosebumps on the back of their necks. You have done such a heinous act, and you still say it? Gu Yixin finally couldn't help it and slammed the table to question. I heard that Gu Qianke is dull about worldly affairs. In fact, this matter cannot be viewed superficially. Feng Xianqing was calm. I am not a murderer, I don't like torture, and I am not arrogant. I think my talent is far inferior to that of Master Hong. As for my actions, although I did a small evil, it was beneficial to martial arts, and the flaws did not outweigh the merits. Gu Yixin was so angry that his face flushed. What small evil? You killed people, that's true. Feng Xianqing remained calm. But the value of human life is different. Comparing history to a river, the life of a mortal is like the ripples on the water surface caused by the wind, short, shallow, and meaningless. And Brother Gu, your fierceness and anger at what I did is only because you used your emotions to give meaning to their existence, but my experiment is different. If one of the 10 classics is improved, even if it is only a little bit, it will have a long-term meaning to martial arts and my clan. In this way, the death of those 42 people will also have meaning. The 3-story building of Wang Huan was silent for a moment. Bullshit, asshole. Human life is of paramount importance. That's what people have always said, someone in the crowd shouted. Feng Xianqing leaned back in his chair and didn't look for the person who was talking. Whether human life is of paramount importance or not, I don't know, but I know that everyone is destined to die at birth. If so, is existence the meaning of it? If so, what's the difference between human labor and ants' survival and wild beasts hunting? He turned around and scanned the crowd after he finished speaking, his face frank and self-consistent. If ordinary people are compared to iron ore, then warriors are steel, more durable and tougher, and can be used for great purposes. So for thousands of years we have used ore to smelt iron, and iron to smelt steel. Isn't it painful for iron ingots to be beaten thousands of times on anvils? But how can we get real steel without removing impurities? There are alien races all around Kyushu. Isn't it worth it to exchange low-value human lives for stronger martial arts to strengthen the tribe? After he finished speaking, Hong Fan saw with his own eyes that many people nodded unconsciously. At this time, Gu Yixin was no longer able to refute, and his disgust was only expressed in words. What martial arts tribe? I think you are selfish and harming others for your own benefit. If you were the material you mentioned, would you still think so? The speaker was Wu Yuan. May I ask your name? Double Blade Thunder Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan proudly gave his name. So it's Mr. Wu. Feng Xianqing obviously didn't know him, but he didn't ridicule. Of course I have selfish motives. I promote the progress of martial arts. This progress, with me as the carrier, does satisfy my selfish desires, but this does not undermine the truth I just said. I am in this position, with this talent and resources, so I make this choice. If I were born a commoner and was caught and tested by others, I might also hate them, but then I would be just an ordinary person, and my life would be meaningless. What does it matter if I hate them? My principle is that you can use a small price to exchange for lasting results. Everyone, if the death of 1,000 ordinary people can bring a new 10 classics to the world, what do you think? Feng Xianqing turned around again and asked everyone. A few people glared at him, and most people's eyes flickered. Now Wu Yuan was speechless. The other party was more honest and he thought, so he seemed impeccable. Mr. Hong. Feng Xianqing finally looked at Hong Fan, as if he felt that the latter could understand him. Hong Fan finally spoke. There is a saying that people feel sorry for their own kind. Can you have a clear conscience when you torture your own kind? He asked the simplest question. Mr. Hong, are you accusing me of morality? Feng Xianqing shook his head in disappointment. Anyone who does great things in this world will hurt others. Did the Beisheng army hurt many innocent people when it raised the banner of rebellion? The Xianfeng army soldiers who died under your sand flow all had parents and wives. There were also many kind people among those powerful landlords who had never done anything bad in their lives. Did Mr. Hong hear their cries? He asked back with a sneer. Innocence is not a simple definition, Hong Fan answered seriously. Who did those people you mentioned serve? Who did they parasitize on? Who did they get support from? And who did they comfort? The rise of the righteous army is actually not that complicated, but the simplest thing, which can be explained in one sentence: human nature resists pain, so if they are oppressed for a long time, they will rebel. The crowd was silent. This kind of resistance begins with violence, progresses in disorder, and ends with annihilation, so it must be accompanied by death. When the fire ignites against the tide, where's the place for a third party between water and fire? All breaths were lightened. Feng Xianqing silently chewed on what he heard, chewing on the determination and strength contained in it. I ask your conscience, not to accuse you through the arguments of morality and justice, because morality and justice are not tangible and substantial objects. Hong Fan raised his arm out of the window and pointed his finger into the distance. Look at nature. The mountains are green but you don't know how they are. The snow is white but you don't know how they are. How can the heaven and the earth be right or wrong? But people are not nature. People are different from you and me, so people will possess, and will have interests and harms because of possession, and will have right and wrong because of interests and harms. Feng Xianqing, I'm just asking something simpler. Your feelings, when you tortured those people, did you feel reluctant? When they died in front of you, did you feel guilty? Hong Fan threw out the last question. Feng Xianqing thought carefully and replied with 4 words. Not at all. He noticed that Gu Yixin's eyes had changed. Not only was there disgust, but there was also a strangeness towards someone different. Okay, Hong Fan nodded heavily. If that's the case, I can't possibly be with you, because I don't agree, because I can't stand it. He tapped his left chest with his hand. Because my conscience can't get over it. Conscience. Feng Xianqing encountered a mystery that he had never solved. He had known this word since he was a child, but he had rarely seen it in person, and before today he didn't think it had the power to influence Xianjingao. Mr. Hong risked his life to help the righteous army, just for the word conscience, he asked. Why ask so many questions? Hong Fan laughed, not knowing who he was laughing at. A person who makes a choice, devotes all his efforts to achieve it, and then bears all the consequences that should be borne is enough to be called a real man. Feng Xianqing was completely at a loss for words. Because the other party was also unabashed, not taking the moral high ground to despise, nor promoting the greatness and brightness of the idea to satisfy himself. Such a person cannot be defeated with words. Just like himself. If we don't agree, why bother talking? Let's talk it out with fists and feet tomorrow. Hong Fan ordered him to leave. Feng Xianqing nodded, stood up, said it was a pity, and strode away. Chapter 379, Empty Street. The next day, at 8:45 a.m., the clouds were whirring. The strong wind swallowed the Yao River whole. The waves flickered and rolled between the banks, rushing left and right, shoulder to shoulder, solemn and majestic like silver mercury. Hong Fan and Feng Xianqing stood at the center of the crescent-shaped arc of the river bay, like 2 javelins. The former wore a dark black outfit, his long hair tied into a bun, and his hands were bare. The latter wore a green shirt and robe, a jade crown, a 7-foot-long spear, and a row of flying knives on his belt. With the two as the center, countless spectators gathered. They stepped on the banks, the road, and the roofs, gathering into a black sea in the flat areas and raising colorful mountains in the high areas. Even on the left and right sides of the river, there were hundreds of large and small ships anchored, watching the battle from another angle. Lingbo City was empty. The noise of hundreds of thousands of people even overwhelmed the sound of the Yao River. On the dock where the bay protruded into the river, there was a temporary platform with 6 seats. The time was approaching. Hong Fan opened his eyes and found that the floating innate spiritual energy suddenly stagnated like oil in stone. Looking back, 6 figures rose in the city. The middle-aged woman in the lead was thin and dignified. She was Ling Luli, the celestial being of the Ling family, who was called Heaven and Earth. The 5 people behind her were Feng Manian, who was called Desolate Wind, Tang Xiaoyao, who was called Light Clouds and Thin Rain, Guang Hangping, who was called Liao Yuan Fire, Lang Jindu, who was called Lin Handong Su, and Duan Xianan, who was called Iron Palm Opening the Mountain. The 6 people sat down. The crowd lowered their voices, waiting for the supreme beings on the throne to laugh and exchange opinions. It was not until the hour of C that Ling Luli stood up and raised her hand to quell the noise. She repeated the start, end, conditions and prizes of this battle in public, and then looked at the 2 young men standing 20 feet away. After they nodded in confirmation, the celestial being lowered his hand and summoned Jiang Tao. The gentle and steady flow of the Yao River suddenly surged, connecting, pulling up, and charging with her gestures, and suspended and frozen when it was about to rush onto the embankment. Ice blue, 10 feet in diameter, and crystal clear. A ring was built in an instant, with stairs hanging down to the embankment. A tide of exclamations filled the river bay. This battle ends at this point. If one side loses its fighting power or falls off the ring, it will be considered a loser. If there is a life-threatening situation, I will intervene and the other side will also be considered the winner. Ling Luli explained the rules. If you have no objection, go on stage. Mr. Hong, please go first. Feng Xianqing turned sideways. You're welcome, Hong Fan replied coldly, scanning the ice platform, raising his hand to let a large stream of sand hit the platform, leaping up, and the sand spikes under his feet condensed and pierced into the ice. After he stood still, a gust of wind blew under the stage. Feng Xianqing landed lightly on the opposite side. At the same time, in the south of Lingbo City, the Ling family built a viewing platform on the side of the mansion facing the river and invited heroes to watch the battle. Before the fight on the stage, the noble sons of the noble families and young masters from all over the country were already exchanging sharp words and refusing to give in to each other. They stood tall and spoke loudly, showing the best side of themselves to the daughter of the Tang family. She held the fence with her hands, wore long boots, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and wore a long skirt with a black base and gold patterns, just like when she first met Hong Fan. But compared to usual, Tang Xingqing was particularly cold today, so that those with a less prestigious family background did not dare to look her in the eye. Zhu Fenbu is 3 years older and has more experience. I think he has a 70% chance of winning. What do you think, sister? The eldest son of the Ling family approached the fence and asked. Everyone pricked up their ears. I don't know, Tang Xingqing replied briefly. Where is Chisha? He asked again. This time she didn't even say a word, just shook her head. Sister, you are too perfunctory for me. Brother, give me a little face. The Ling son put away his folding fan and begged for mercy. Everyone laughed. Tang Xingqing turned around and said a long sentence. He once said that I was no match for the red-faced god, and that he had not used his full strength to defeat me. His tone was serious and cautious. There was no more words on the observation platform. The young masters and heroes were all ashamed. They realized that they were just watching the fight in a relaxed manner, and at most they formed positions based on interests and closeness, and they did not put themselves in the fight in essence. Or they dared not put themselves in the fight. But Tang Xingqing was different. She was competitive, she was full of comparisons, and she had clearly lost but still did not admit defeat. The sun shone through the cold air overflowing from the ring. Feng Xianqing took off the silver silk brocade gun holster. It's a pity that I didn't get along with Master Hong yesterday. This matter didn't have to come to this, he said meaningfully. Hong Fan sneered at the corner of his mouth and said nothing. You look very confident. Or maybe all the geniuses are like this before they lose. Feng Xianqing also smiled. You are a Star King, practicing both martial arts and magic, and your endurance and combat power are far better than ordinary people, but I am not an ordinary person. He held the gun in one hand and cut open his palm, and the blood that flowed was inlaid with the gold threads, shining white in the sunlight. Mr. Hong, you may not have seen dragon blood, and I guess you don't know the wonders of the 10 meridians. No matter my strength, speed, recovery, amount of true energy, or control, I am far superior to my peers, so I am ranked 77th on the Xianjiao list, and the first in the communication between heaven and man. Before he finished his 2 sentences, the wound had stopped bleeding. Feng Xianqing's words were not to show off, but more like an objective introduction to the phenomenon. But Hong Fan did not have the patience to listen, so he just kicked the sand with his feet, splashing it on the opponent's boots. Just do it, he sneered. Feng Xianqing was slightly stunned. Okay, he took a horse stance, stomped his feet to shake off the sand stains on his body, and held his honking spear in both hands. Be careful, he shouted. Crossed steps, twisted waist, and stabbed horizontally. And the distance of 3 meters suddenly passed. Hong Fan slid back half a step, gathered sand in his hand into a stick and opened it to the lower right. When the strikes were made, the palm of his hand was numb. He did not expect that Feng Xianqing, who was thin, had an absolute strength that was 20% higher than his own, and was only inferior to the red-faced god in the same realm. The tip of the spear retracted like a snake's tongue, and turned to sweep horizontally. It was too late to return to defense. Hong Fan took another step back, and saw that his opponent was getting more aggressive, pulling the spear over his shoulder and wielding it with both hands. This attack was launched casually, and it was 7 times as powerful as Tang Xingqing's pure mind-piercing. It smashed the sand stick and cut into the ring diagonally, splashing a little ice debris. After 3 consecutive attacks, Hong Fan was suppressed and unable to fight back. When he turned around and retreated again, he was close to the edge of the ring. Feng Xianqing raised his spear and approached half an inch, and suddenly felt hot wind blowing in his face. After a moment, even his vision began to distort. This is the 7-step cage. His mind turned quickly and he flew back with his spear, and saw flying gravel chasing him. The 7-step cage turned into hot wind hell. In a breath, the high-temperature sand field covered half of the ring and expanded to 1 step in front of Feng Xianqing. Ha! The latter exhaled and shouted, holding the spear and piercing the ground, and the strong wind shook in all directions, dispersing the chaos. The ice surface of the ring did not melt at all. This was the first time that Hong Fan encountered an opponent who was stronger and more agile than him at the same level. There are indeed people who are better than me. I have no chance of winning with fists and kicks alone. He attracted the sand to climb up his trouser legs. Feng Xianqing moved at the same time, slightly tilting his body to cover his left hand. A burst of air suddenly arose. 7 sounds from different angles and distances appeared in Hong Fan's blind spot. He did not trust his hearing, but glanced at Feng Xianqing the first time. 2 of the flying knives on his waist were missing, so there were 5 false and 2 real ones. Hong Fan resisted the urge to turn back to confirm the source of the sound, because the real killer move was not behind him. The sand covered the thin armor, and he was hit twice, and his left shoulder and right waist were stinging. Hong Fan did not have time to distinguish carefully, and the silver light reflected in his eyes had been rapidly magnified. He put his palms together and locked the spearhead through the gravel. The sound of metal and stone rubbing against each other. Feng Xianqing's muscles bulged, and he exerted his brute force to push forward until the opponent's heels were hanging outside the ring. The wrestling stalemate lasted for a moment. The air was distorted. Seeing the heat wave coming, Feng Xianqing slid his grip on the spear shaft and advanced instead of retreating. He twisted the spear blade horizontally and broke the sand lock, forcing Hong Fan to take a steady defensive position. Then he stepped on his forearm and flipped back with his spear. This set of treatments combined the real and the fake, and the movements were elegant and swift, and they were 5 feet away in an instant. But this was exactly what Hong Fan wanted. From the beginning, he did not use the 7-step cage, but the air intake heating. The ice was broken by the ice, and the steps were instant. Hong Fan aimed at the opponent's flip landing point, squeezed through the sticky atmosphere, and rushed forward like thunder, while Feng Xianqing had no choice in a hurry, so he had to use the spear horizontally to hit the shoulder and shot backward like a stone. The water surface was cut by the airflow with a white mark. The spectators forgot to breathe, and their eyes followed the human body, but saw that when he was about to fall into the water, he was supported by the breeze and floated up lightly like a fallen leaf. The wind-crossing technique of the Xiangyang Divine Wind Sutra. Feng Xianqing glided on the river surface for several feet to exhaust his strength, circled around the ring, and landed on the opposite side. Hong Fan turned around. Compared to the start, the two just swapped positions, as if the fight had never happened. Chapter 380 Breaking the Wind. Cheers exploded in the silence, like a cliff falling into the river. The cold young man on the terrace was about to praise with his fen bones, but he saw Tang Xingqing's temples wet with sweat and she breathed a sigh of relief as if exhausted. "What's wrong with my sister?" he asked with concern. "I lost," Tang Xingqing murmured. "Just now they exchanged 10 moves, and it was my turn to fight against the other person, and I have already lost." Her voice was solemn, but she did not seem depressed. The young men were skeptical. "Miss Tang, you are too modest. Did you and Shisha exchange more than 100 moves at the beginning?" a young man in the world of chaos said with a smile. "This is a ring battle. The radius is only 10 feet. If you take the position of Xian'an, it is only 7 feet, and the ice surface is smooth. There is no cover at all." Tang Xingqing glanced at everyone and said sharply. "Can you see the difference?" The field became 7 points colder, and no one dared to refute her. At the same time, Feng Xianqing leaned on the gun with one hand and wiped the blood from his lips. "The Red Sand and Thunder Step are indeed worthy of their reputations," he praised generously, opening and closing the ring finger and little finger of his left hand in turn to confirm the damage to the finger extensor tendon. "If you had missed a move just now, you would have rushed out of the ring. After all, the sand wing is not as flexible as the wind-crossing technique. This venue restriction, I took advantage of you." Feng Xianqing pointed to the 4 circles of the ring. Leng Luli raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. "Duan Xianan, I set up the ring to facilitate spectators. Now it seems unfair," she asked with her head tilted. "It doesn't matter," Duan Xianan replied calmly. "Brother Hong won't care either." He watched Hong Fan thicken his sand armor and his body suddenly expanded to 2 meters and 5, and nodded silently. Using the rules to set a trap to steal the chicken failed, so he built a strong camp to consume it. Comparing each individual item, Duan Xianan didn't think that Hong Fan had any one of the top in the same realm, but he was undoubtedly very comprehensive and had the combat IQ to control this comprehensiveness. Feng Xianqing also felt this. The desert armor was originally rated as a 2nd-grade armor, but now it is said to be recognized as a 1st-grade armor. He carefully observed his opponent's killing method with an admiring look. The whole body was visibly tough, except for the thin head armor, which left a slit for the eye. But whether the armor is good or not, you still have to try it to know. Feng Xianqing turned around and gathered his strength, and threw the flying knife with all his strength. This knife was heavy and fast, aiming at the left eye. Hong Fan raised his arm to block, and the thickness of the sand armor changed, cutting the field of vision. In this blink of an eye, he found that the opponent's belt was empty, but he did not hear any sound of breaking through the air. Feng Xianqing started to accelerate and raised his Hongping gun for the 2nd time. Just as Hong Fan adjusted his position, 7 flying knives pierced into the joints of the sand armor from different positions in his blind spot, causing the non-Newtonian fluid to lock itself. Seeing that his tactics were copied, Tang Xingqing's heart tightened. Hong Fan's limbs were stiff. So he let the sand flow gather towards his abdomen and barely blocked the attack. Feng Xianqing broke away with one blow, drew his gun and retreated. Stronger than expected, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. You obviously can't judge the landing point of the hidden weapon, but the sand armor can still protect you. This shows that hardening does not rely on the control of consciousness. Separated into tiny grains of sand, they flow like water after gathering, and are stronger than steel. Moreover, this phase change stress trigger, Hong Fan said nothing. Amazing killing method, amazing talent, Feng Xianqing sighed to himself, and his curiosity quickly cooled into regret. The Xiangyang Divine Wind Sutra is slightly weaker in single-point destructive power. I used all my strength in that shot just now, but I still couldn't penetrate your strength in defense. But you have to actively control this kind of strengthening, right? What if you can't see it? He said softly, and through the black slits of the sand armor, he seemed to see Hong Fan's eyes. I'm going to get serious. After these words fell, the spiritual energy of Feng Xiandi suddenly became active. A swirling airflow rolled up on the ice pounding, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The sand and gravel floating on the ground and in the air were all blown away. Feng Xianqing knew that they were all messengers of the Star Lord. Hong Fan rushed forward, but the speed gap between him and his opponent was even greater in his heavy armor, and he could not catch up. Soon, the whirlwind was not only wind, but also a knife. The surface of the sand armor continued to harden due to stress, and although it only affected the shallow layer, it still reduced mobility by 50%. More importantly, when Hong Fan found that his eyelids were cut, he was forced to close his eyelids. The armor blocked his vision. The sound of the wind blocked his hearing. But in the eyes of the spectators, Feng Xianqing was like a fish in water, even gliding in the wind. The tornado continued to cover the entire ring. Hong Fan opened the flame cage, and the heat dissipated in an instant. The sand fog could not be maintained for a moment, so he could only swing his fist blindly. He was already defeated. How can Feng Xianqing have such a terrifying amount of true energy? Tang Xingqing was deeply shocked and gritted her teeth. Although she didn't want to, she knew that Hong Fan was doomed to lose. Everyone else thought so. The sand giant was trapped. Feng Xianqing waved his spear, and after several attempts, he stabbed Hong Fan's neck with the first shot. The sand armor hardened, but did not thicken. He lost a little bit of vigilance. He changed his position and stabbed Hong Fan's left shoulder with his second spear, using 60% of his strength. The spear came out, and half an inch of blood was seen. The sand giant swung his arm belatedly, and the shot missed completely. It's over. Leng Luli glanced at Duan Xianan, who looked grim, and stood up from his seat, ready to intervene at any time. At this point, Feng Xianqing no longer hesitated. He used this Hongping spear for the third time in this battle, using all the strength given by the dragon blood to stab Hong Fan's right chest. This spear was stabbed gracefully, wantonly, and without any defense. So much so that it looked a bit stupid to Hong Fan. From beginning to end, he never lost his target. Feng Xianqing was a legitimate dragon heir. And his blood concentration was also superior among first-class families. In the perception of the dragon soul tree, it was as bright as a torch. His right foot slid back a foot and let the spear tip pass. Hong Fan raised his right arm, followed the opponent's momentum, and grasped Feng Xianqing's neck without any error. It was almost as if the two of them were cooperating. The moment the spear tip stabbed into the air, Feng Xianqing's hair stood up. His throat was locked by 5 iron-like fingers, and then lifted up violently. Hong Fan twisted his waist and pulled his shoulders, exerting 120% of his strength, and threw the man in his palm down fiercely. There was a dull bang. The ice surface cracked. Feng Xianqing bounced off the ground, and then was hit in the face by a fist as big as a casserole, and blasted into the ice. Enough, the winner is decided, Leng Luli shouted loudly, and took the initiative to break the ice surface at the last moment to reduce the damage. The winner is Jinhai Hong Fan. This result was not only shocking to the mortals watching the battle, but also to the Yuanxi and Xianqian masters. The wind and sand dispersed. Hong Fan stood up and looked at Feng Xianqing lying on his back incapacitated, with the golden blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. Behind the two, the turbid and surging cheers were swelling up, as if to crush the river bay and turn the world upside down. "How did you see that shot?" Feng Xianqing asked, spitting out the surging blood with difficulty. Hong Fan did not answer and turned to leave the stage. The Yuanxi masters were also confused. Hong Fan made a prediction the moment the sand armor touched the tip of the gun. This was Leng Jindu's guess. Feng Xianqing's clothes and boots might have been stained with sand. This was Gong Xiangping's statement. Hong Fan spread gravel in the ice cracks to sense footsteps through vibrations. This was Duan Xianan's speculation. But these explanations either made Hong Fan seem too capable or Feng Xianqing seem too stupid. Only Tang Xiaoyao did not speak. He was wearing a white robe today, without the iconic iron scales, and was particularly silent. But no matter what, the result of this battle has been witnessed by thousands of people, and the winner has no obligation to disclose the method. The crowd surrounded Hong Fan and returned to the inn. Half an hour later, they flowed back to the streets and alleys, resuming the basic operations of the city. The news that Chisha defeated Zhu Fengbu was spreading along the surrounding roads, and would be listed on the Shenjing Xianjiao list next month, and even spread throughout the world. The next day, early in the morning, when the morning light filled the city, the cavalry of the Beisheng army left the south gate and set out on the way home. "Last night at midnight, I went 200 miles east to meet with Tang Laojian." Duan Xianan rode his horse close to Hong Fan and whispered, "Do you know that this matter was not his idea? It was the young lady of the Tang family who didn't want you to die, so she persuaded him. He tilted his head as he said that. Hong Fan was startled when he heard the words, and looked back at his gesture, and found that Tang Xingqing was standing on the tower. She was hurriedly raising her chin when she saw someone looking at her. He then pulled the reins and dismounted, holding back his smile and emotion, and made a thank you gesture in the air, and saluted solemnly. When he finished the ceremony and looked up, Tang Xingqing's figure had disappeared behind the battlements. Chapter 381, Ming Shen. 5 days later, it was the 10th day of the 5th month. In the early morning, at the top of Zulan Mountain, Guang Xiangping was wearing a red brocade martial arts uniform, sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, with Mingshen across his knees, like a drop of blood splashed between the barren rocks. He had been waiting here for 2 days, and during this period, he used the Dharma eye that Tang Xiaoyao had cultivated to determine the location of Hong Fan every half an hour. 2 days ago, the Beisheng army and the Xianfeng army resumed small-scale conflicts along the Yao River. It was only a matter of time for Duan Xianan to station in Duanli City. In the afternoon, the expected opportunity finally arrived. Across the Yishan Lake, Guang Xiangping saw a man rising from Longqiu town and soaring southward, and his figure disappeared behind Tingshan in an instant. But he did not act immediately, but closed his eyes and entered into a state of meditation. Hong Fan alone could not even resist the Yuanzi move, but there were 2 innates in Longqiu town. Taking action in broad daylight would likely expose his identity, which was what Guang Xiangping did not want. He could help Wang Ting fight against the Beisheng army, and he did not mind killing his enemies himself, but he was unwilling to have a personal grudge with Duan Xianan. During the 20 years of turmoil in Huaiyang state, Guang Xiangping was a witness and one of the very few beneficiaries. Since Feng Jiang's seclusion, the population of the 3 counties has been halved and the assets have plummeted, but the status of the Gong family in Yunnan has been greatly improved. Guang Xiangping himself has become a pillar of the royal court, and his daughter has become the princess of Huaiyang. To some extent, the Gong family and the righteous army even have many common interests. 5 hours later, the next day at 1 a.m. Guang Xiangping opened his eyes and saw the clear night sky. Yishan Lake is clear as a mirror, with stars and moons in the sky. Longqiu town sleeps peacefully by the lake. Only the braziers in the military camp outside the town are not extinguished all night, dripping into the deep night. There are no such prosperous villages within 100 miles around Yunnan City. Guang Xiangping looked and thought, and then at the moment of holding Mingshen, he killed all the pity in his heart. Just like when he was a child, he strangled a puppy he picked up with his own hands under the order of his father. Fragility always accompanies destruction. When she was crying, her father's words naturally emerged, like an invisible scar. Ruthlessness has become a habit. Therefore, she can hesitate countless times before holding the knife, but once she holds the knife, she can only look forward. If there is no way, she will make a way, and turn her body into fire. In this way, he ascended to the throne of the Yuanzi Grandmaster step by step, and was named the Raging Fire. Standing up, Guang Xiangping used the chalcedony to determine Hong Fan's position for the last time, and jumped into the night with a knife. Outside Longqiu town, a new brick courtyard was built in the spring. The high floor can facilitate experimental design, and the remote location can avoid fire involvement. In the main hall without lights and fire, Tang Xiaoyao sat alone facing the moon and suddenly put down his teacup. "Here you are," he said to the side. "Come to my side." Hong Fan did as he was told and sat down next to Tang Xiaoyao, fully opening his perception, but he could not detect anything unusual. The night was as quiet and peaceful as before. Until dozens of breaths later, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly locked, like a steel bell. Above Hong Fan's head, the blue tiles were shattered into powder, and the beams were cut into 2 pieces, revealing a blade that was carrying a sky, stars and moon. Liao Wanhuo did not use fire, but only slashed with a knife. This knife could kill any one of the heavenly beings in Jiazhao, but it was easily blocked by hundreds of iron scales. The air burst exploded and smashed the brick wall. Turtle shape, Guang Xiangping's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, a shout came from the east, "Wadalai Yuanhu, sneaking around and bullying the weak." Luckily I saw it. This was Duan Xianan's voice. Guang Xiangping realized the urgency of the situation in an instant, and without saying a word, he flew out of the ground to the empty south. But he fell to the ground less than 10 feet after flying up. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged upside down. It was Tang Xiaoyao who was madly releasing his true essence and operating the art of the universe. In Longqiu Town, two strong auras approached at high speed. They must be Gu Yixin and Zhu Yuanqing. The former had been stuck at the peak of Xianshan for a long time, and now he was very close to the first level of Yuanzi. Duan Xianan shouted and fought fiercely. Guang Zhangping used the fiery knife to open his iron arm and retreated to Tingshan while fighting. Hong Fan knew that he was just a burden in a battle of this level, so he stood there and watched Tang Xiaoyao and Gu Chu catch up. The battle group of 5 top players drifted at high speed, climbed up Tingshan, and then sank into the back of the mountain. Half a quarter of an hour later, when all the noise subsided, Hong Fan went to the battlefield. On both sides of Tingshan, dozens of acres of dense ancient forests were burned, and the carbonized edges were still smoldering. There were 3 more than 10-meter-long cracks on the top of the mountain. To the south, a section of the cliff fell off, revealing a regular and sharp ridge like a screen. The stars flickered quietly, washing the connection between heaven and earth. In the scar of the wind disaster that Hong Fan had seen for the first time, Guang Zhangping died with his face up, his right leg folded in half, and the blood spilled on the ground gathered into dozens of pools, each of which contained a white bone-like moon. The Mingshan was inserted next to it, still emitting residual heat. At this moment, no one in Huaiyang State could have imagined that Liao Yuanhao had died in the wilderness outside Longqiu Town. Even Duan and Tang did not expect things to go so smoothly, so they were a little dazed. 9 out of 10 things in the world are not as you wish. I didn't expect that I would join forces with you one day. After a moment, Tang Xiaoyao looked at Duan Xianan and sneered. Okay. Duan Xianan looked relaxed and polite. What do you plan to do with Guang Zhangping's body? Tang Xiaoyao asked. Smother the head with lime and send it back to Yanlan City. Duan Xianan had obviously made plans long ago. His 4 sacrificed organs can be used as the main material for making the earthly divine weapon. We will divide it equally. What about this knife? Tang Xiaoyao nodded and looked at Mingshan again. It's just a broken knife. No one in your Tang family practices the fire-based skills. Why don't you give it to us? Duan Xianan suggested casually. You have already taken all the fame for this matter. Don't be too greedy, Tang Xiaoyao refuted mercilessly. This knife is enough to raise the combat power of the Hunran realm to the innate level. Counting the attached reputation, it is worth at least 30,000 taels of silver, he said and looked at Hong Fan. The remaining 4 of the 5 people present could not use it. Give me the knife. Hong Fan did not hide it. I have no contribution in this battle. Mingshan will price it at 30,000 taels. I will collect the money within a month, half of which will be sent to the Tang family and the other half will be supplied to the army. He knew that Duan Xianan and Gu Yixin did not care about personal wealth, so he spoke directly to Tang Xiaoyao and Zhu Yuanqing. The matter was settled. Hong Fan stepped forward, stretched out his hand to grasp the handle of the Mingshan charcoal-like hot knife, and pulled it out. It was 3 feet long, the blade was iron black, the blade tip was fiery red, and the handle was wrapped with a golden rope. This was a weapon that he had never experienced before. It was as if it was not the person who adapted to the knife, but the knife that actively adapted to the person. Following the meridian-like pipeline inside the weapon, Hong Fan slowly injected the flame flow true energy. The golden 4-character knife inscription lit up at the root of the knife. The divine blade holds the victory. In an instant, the innate fire spirit energy within a radius of dozens of meters was all under Hong Fan's perception, and he could command it at will like an arm. Holding this knife, he was a genuine innate fighting force. The matter was settled, and everyone wanted to leave, but Tang Xiaoyao called Hong Fan aside. If my king is in trouble in the future, what will you do? He asked privately. She saved my life, and I will repay her with my life. Hong Fan did not expect to be asked this question, but he answered frankly according to his heart. Just my life. Tang Xiaoyao frowned. Please tell me clearly, Lord Xiaoyu. Hong Fan didn't understand. I sent someone to Zijing to investigate, and I heard that Wanzhang Ningbing wanted to marry his granddaughter to you. Tang Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment and decided to speak frankly. Hong Fan was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know anything about this matter. I'm afraid it's just a rumor. This is absolutely true. Tang Xiaoyao shook his head. I ask you, if you were to choose, who would you choose between Shen Tixin and Kinger? The words were too straightforward. But Hong Fan finally understood what the other party meant. This was asking if he had a private relationship with Tang Xingqing. Lord Xiaoai should know about the blood-spattered Washang Garden. Hong Fan bowed and replied. It's impossible for me to have a relationship with Miss Shen, but I don't have a private relationship with Miss Tang. Tang Xiaoya was silent when he heard this. Forget it, I'm just meddling, he sighed imperceptibly. If you reach Yuanxi heaven someday, don't forget what we said today. After saying this, Tang Xiaoya soared into the air and went into the world of stars and moons surrounded by iron scales. Chapter 382, Defection. In May of the 30th year of Zheng, the thunderstorm of the summer solstice was in Huaiyang state, and the wind was full of moist summer air. At this time, the fragments of silver wood left by the great carriage in Tingtao Valley had been dug up and sold, and the story of the king of Huaiyang arresting people for labor was completely bankrupt. Rumors were everywhere, and no one believed that the people taken to Yunlin City were still alive. But whether they believed it or not, the royal court continued to capture prisoners. Feng Guilinding's appetite was even bigger, and it would eat 10,000 people a month. Although the Xianfeng army had not yet attacked the city, the continued blockade of the entire city seriously shook everyone's confidence. Especially on May 17, the Beisheng army claimed that Duan Xiaonan had killed Gong Xiangping and publicly sent his head back to Yunlin City. May 25. Late at night, 150 miles northwest of Yunlin City. The moon was foggy white and turbid, like the blind eye of a blind man. In the center of the plain, the bonfire was nailed to the ground like a yellow wedge. A group of Xianfeng soldiers gathered around the fire, most of them were sleeping with blankets, and a few were awake. More than a dozen people tied with chains were lying in disorder on the outer edge. They were picked out from the nearby mountains and forests, which took a lot of effort from the soldiers. It was only a few months after the beginning of spring, and there were only a few villages left north of Yunlin, with some captured and some escaped. The short soldier on night watch checked the prisoners as usual. He was strong, but his posture was cramped, especially when he leaned over to check the chains and met a pair of numb eyes. It was like a puddle in the swamp reflecting the night, like a cave under the barren mountain hiding the wind. At the end of the team sat a dark and thin woman. Her arms were bruised by the iron chain, and she was holding a child in her arms, wearing a colorful round hat made of rags, and her black and white eyes were clearer than today's blind moon. After looking at the soldier for a while, the child suddenly laughed happily. The open field was suddenly penetrated by this crisp laughter, which was actually thrilling. The soldier could not bear it any longer, and fled back to the campfire, panting and sitting down, staring at the fire. "What's wrong with you? Did you see a ghost?" the tall and thin companion asked. The short soldier said nothing, lowered his head and raised his eyes, staring blankly at the warrior standing on the rock with his hands behind his back dozens of meters away. The man was called Wang Yuzhen, the leader of the earth-shaking sect of Yunlin City, a master of the innate 2-in-1, and the military supervisor of the team. At this time, he was looking at the rain clouds moving like living things in the distance, and the forked lightning in the clouds that was constantly appearing and disappearing. Because the rain clouds were too far away, the thunder and lightning could not match, and they were so weak that they sounded like snoring from the earth's crust. "What's hysterical?" The tall and thin soldier was frightened and hit his companion hard. The latter suddenly lowered his eyes, pressed his chest and murmured, "I feel uncomfortable." "Who doesn't feel uncomfortable in this world?" the tall and thin man asked in a low voice. "To live, you have to endure." He added firewood to the campfire, but was grabbed by the arm. "I want to escape," the short soldier said in a breath, sticking his chin towards the captives. "Let's go together, take them." A spark rose from the bonfire, blinked a few times, and died silently in the night. "Are you crazy?" the tall and thin man gasped, startled. "Who can come out now doesn't have a family in the city? If you leave, what about them?" This is a good excuse, used countless times by the Xianfeng army. Aren't they waiting to die now? What's the difference between them and these people? Isn't the wall of Yunlin a big chain? The short man's voice became fierce. That bald mountain has eaten up others, and sooner or later it will eat us. He couldn't stop talking, but found that his companion's face was pale and his teeth were trembling. Turning his head, Wang Yuzhen, who was watching the thunderstorm from a distance, stood beside him without knowing when. "If you want to kill me, just do it," the short soldier suppressed his fear and said stubbornly. "You haven't escaped yet, why should I kill you?" Wang Yuzhen sneered at the words. "You are not the only one who has such a heart." Lightning flashed in this person's eyes, slender and shining like silk. The next day, at the hour of Mao, the cold light of the early morning turned the entire plain into an iron blue. Dust balls roamed on the horizon, and the whip marks left by the wind disaster were crisscrossed. The cavalry of the Xianfeng army set off to the southeast, carrying prisoners, as slowly as crawling. They had been out for 10 days, and even if they had not captured enough people, they had to return, otherwise it would be easy to cause misunderstandings. Yunlin City is now very afraid of misunderstandings. An hour later, the sun became toxic. Wang Yuzhen grabbed the saddle and was uneasy. He glanced at the ugly vultures beside the team, which were jumping and following with their wings spread out. They had flesh-red heads and necks scalded by boiling water. A goshawk hovered high in the sky, casting a shadow as black as a hole. Wang Yuzhen could not find anything unusual until the shadow stopped circling and continued to grow larger. He looked up, squinting his eyes, and saw a black shadow flying down in the sunlight. In the high-speed dive, it shed its wings like a gale tearing apart clouds, revealing a sturdy human figure. The man held a knife in both hands, and the light and narrow blade was infused with true energy, bursting into a 3-meter-long fire blade. "Be careful, it's the red sand coming," Wang Yuzhen roared, raised the black iron war mace, and flew off his horse. The knife and mace collided, exploding thunderous air and twisting the air for several feet. The warhorse convulsed and rolled over. Wang Yuzhen flew back several feet away, and the long mace in his hand was broken and crooked. "The bright god has indeed fallen into your hands." He threw away his weapon and took a step forward. More than a foot deep under his feet, the true energy rushed through the soil, but there was no clue on the surface. Fortunately, the sand world has its own sense. Hong Fan retreated and avoided the ground spikes that suddenly rose up. More than 10 feet away, the Xianfeng army ordered their subordinates to form a formation, unhooked their bows and prepared to shoot, but their elbows and armpits changed. The 3 soldiers exchanged glances and suddenly drew their swords. Selectively chopped down several targets, and retreated to the captives. The team's already fragile organization suffered a heavy blow. The soldiers quarreled and scolded each other, but it did not evolve into a further fight. Instead, it seemed to find a step to kill time and wait for the final judgment. The battle group on the other side did not stop for a moment. Wang Yuzhen smashed his fists and shook the ground, and the soil surged like waves, rolling and crushing the orange-red gravel, pushing back the sand spikes. Hong Fan backhanded and chopped the flames, and the high-temperature gas blasted through the earth wall, leaving a circular molten gap. Wang Yuzhen was unable to completely avoid this attack and burned his forearm. He was not the opponent in terms of killing methods. After all, he is the first genius under the Xiantian, but I don't know how to punch and kick, Wang Yuzhen said while controlling the true essence to condense the armor. This method is similar to the Huangsha armor. The surface is as fine as topaz, with cracks and gaps, but the soft and hard changes are rough, and when moving, stone slag falls. Seeing his opponent approaching, Hong Fan also raised his armor and fought and retreated. The fire knife and rock fist quickly exchanged dozens of moves. The sand armor changed shape and repaired, and the yellow jade was covered with black knife marks. The difference in speed and reflex brought by the realm of warriors cannot be made up by external objects, and Hong Fan obviously suffered more attacks. But with a bright god in his hand, he drove the innate spiritual energy like a warrior in the key realm, enough to use the 7-step cage, hot wind hell and other means normally, and his combat power more than tripled. After fighting for several minutes, Wang Yuzhen continued to be exposed to high temperatures, and the fire in his body gradually accumulated, and finally fell behind. At this time, several more horses came from a distance. They were Wu Yuan and others who acted together with Hong Fan. Seeing this, Wang Yuzhen retreated without saying a word. Hong Fan did not pursue, and dealt with the Xianfeng army who resisted stubbornly together with the new arrivals. "Why didn't Hong Xiaoxia chase just now?" Wu Yuantang asked. "In the last battle, Wang Yuzhen and I were about 60-40, but I think he didn't fight with all his strength, he just took the initiative to find a reason to end the battle," Hong Fan said, looking at the 8 Xianfeng soldiers who had defected. "What are your plans?" "I am willing to serve Chisha," a short and strong soldier answered with a bow. "Okay, but you don't need to serve me, serve the Beisheng army," Hong Fan replied. He cut off the shackles on the captives, asked everyone to remove the equipment of the dead and put them on horses, and dug a pit to bury the bodies on the spot. Everyone rode back north. As the team went away, vultures circled and made a lot of noise, and soon there were 2s and 3s of wild wolves on the horizon. They dug up the new graves and each took a share. Chapter 383, Destroy the Family. The first day of June in the 30th year of Zhen. The sun poured a layer of white wax on Yunlin City, and the cicadas chirped as sharply as the sound of boiling water in a kettle. Everything was suffering in the scorching heat. In the Kianmi and Fengfu Yamen in the south of the city, a line of white smoke rose from the glazed hollow incense burner, like a spirit snake raising its head, and after exhausting its strength, it sank into a 2-meter-long root-carved tea tray. Feng Mubei sat in the main seat in a green robe and crane cloak, with his gray hair and beard draped over his shoulders. Feng Manayan, who was 60 years younger than him, leaned on the side seat, with a flying bun tied with a jade hairpin. 62 people were captured in the city last night, most of them were refugees and beggars, and a small number were hangers-on and prostitutes from the outer city. Feng Manayan frowned in annoyance. This is only the second batch of people, and it has caused a lot of rumors. The city has become more sensitive. Feng Mubei just waved his hand. It's inevitable. Mortal matters are not a big deal. What about the matter of Xiangping Hao? His voice was a little deeper. The third group of spies has also returned. The battlefield stretches from the northern foot of Tingshan Mountain to the southern foot of the mountain. Feng Manayan sat up straight and replied. There are a total of 62 iron palm prints and flaming knife marks. In addition, Gu Yixin and Xu Yuanqi also participated in the battle. From the remains, he died in the siege of 3 people. Feng Mubei turned his head when he heard this. Is it such a coincidence? Xiangping Hao is a fierce martial artist, but he is not reckless. With the help of Qianxi Niandong's Heaoxinayan, he was caught by the entire high level of Beisheng army. He smiled. It can only be leaked by the Tang family. Feng Manayan narrowed her eyes and made a judgment. The straight column of smoke was caught by her attention and broke into pieces. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. Feng Mubei patted the armrest lightly. The whole thing was taken by Duan Xianan, which means that Tang Xiaoyao did not intend to cross the line. Ha, what a good time and courage. He waved his hand violently, sweeping the remaining smoke into nothingness. The 2 Yuansu were silent. After a few breaths, a waiter walked into the hall and said that the second master of the Gong family, Guang Yingru, wanted to see the prime minister and was waiting in the front hall. When the waiter was ordered to take the person away, Feng Manayan was a little surprised. The Gong family has sent a formal visiting card this time. Why is he here? Guanger was less than 50 years old, and in her opinion, he was young and had no right to represent the entire family to formally visit Feng Mubei. The Gong family has changed, just in the past 2 days, Feng Mubei explained, looking at the new smoke rising straight from the incense burner. Only a few people in the Guang mansion knew about the plan of the king and the Marquis of Xiangping. Now that the incident happened suddenly, a large group of people gathered together to attack the elders of the clan, and even Gong Shiho couldn't suppress them. When the big tree fell, the monkeys were afraid. The more afraid they are, the more they fight, and the more they fight, the more afraid they are. Feng Manayan sneered. For a second-class family, there's only one Xianshan left in the Qi realm. I think it is useless. Not really. Even decayed things have their uses, Feng Mubei said softly, straightening his clothes. After a while, a middle-aged man with a long beard, wearing a scarlet dress and a majestic high crown, walked in. The secretary of the Xiangping Marquis's mansion greets this Hong Cheng and the Marquis. Guang Yingru saluted the two. Feng Mubei bowed slightly on his seat. Feng Manayan only glanced at him and nodded lazily. Please sit down. Feng Mubei extended his hand to invite. Seeing this, Guang Yingru bowed his head and bowed, and then said, Yingru came here this time to represent the whole family to discuss something with us Hong Cheng. The room was quiet for a while. Feng Mubei remained calm. You are neither humble nor arrogant. Feng Manayan raised his eyebrows slightly, sneered, jumped up from his seat, walked around the tea table and Guang Yingru, and strode away. Please sit down. Feng Mubei spoke again. This time, Guang Yingru finally sat down. Now is a time of trouble, so I won't be polite with you. Please speak directly. Feng Mubei looked at him directly without touching the tea set. The first thing I came here for is for my late master, the Marquis of Xiangping. Guang Yingru took a deep breath and looked back at the master of the earth ranking who was thousands of times more powerful than himself on the other side of the tea tray. My late master died for the royal court. Now the king is cold and unwilling to see my Gong family. I can only ask the minister for an explanation, but no matter how calm he looked, his heart was beating faster and faster. The Marquis was asked by the king, and he was anxious about the blood feud of his legitimate daughter. He drew his sword in anger, but it was not in his luck. He died at the hands of the rebels. I am very sad, Feng Mubei said with grief. Now the king has lost the love of the princess first, and the father-in-law of the country. He is sad and hurt, so he doesn't want to see anyone. These words were said neatly and smoothly, just right. But he had cleared the relationship with the royal court too much, so that Gong Xiangping's matter seemed to be only a private matter. Guang Yingru was visibly disappointed, but he did not refute it. On major issues, Qian Mei and Feng Zhongcheng never bargained with others. Since you have said that, there is only the second thing. Guang Yingru's face was tense, with a kind of firmness that would rather break than bend. The Gong family hopes that the whole clan will move south to Zhao County. Please allow Hongcheng, he said it with confidence, as if Feng Mubei had to agree, and not agreeing would be immoral. Why? Feng Mubei was finally a little surprised. The whole clan wishes. Guang Yingru knew that he was not answering the question. But he did not explain further, and it was difficult to explain. If it is said that the Beisheng army is pressing south and Yanlan city is in danger, then the Gong family, as a minister, has the obligation to stay and defend it. If it is said that the Xianfeng army has begun to capture people in the city for blood sacrifice, and the Gong family is afraid and frightened, then it is not trusting the royal court. The false words cannot cover up the reality of disloyalty. Temporary retreat or permanent migration. Feng Mubei paused for a moment and moved on. Permanent migration, Guang Yingru answered immediately. Feng Mubei nodded. Since it was a big clan that was moving, he would definitely take away a lot of gold, silver, grain, carriages and horses. What about the Gong family members who serve in the royal court and the Xianfeng army? He asked. They will continue to perform their duties for the royal court, Guang Yingru replied. What about their families? Asked again. The clan's current plan is to leave together, replied again. Guang Yingru waited for the other party to make a request, but the old Hongcheng seemed to be unconcerned about these details. The current situation is not easy. Can our two families tide over the difficulties together? The royal court will not forget your efforts. Feng Mubei calmed down and gave a final advice with a serious tone. The late lord will be buried in Zhao County, Guang Yingru replied, and a little anger finally emerged in his eyes. It is not glorious to assassinate someone after losing the duel. The Gong family will not tell anyone, he added. Okay, I know. Feng Mubei sighed deeply and carefully looked at the person sitting opposite him. You go back, there will be a response within 2 days. 1 day later. The night staggered into the Huaiyang King city. 20 years have passed, and the stormy mountain flickered and swirled, reaching into the clouds, like a whirlpool after a giant beast sank into the sea, extracting souls from the world. The long street was wide, and Green Boot stepped on green bricks. Feng Manyan was dressed in a plain black dress, covering the night. In front of the Gong mansion, the two guards had their heads chopped off by an invisible blade before they could ask questions. The door opened without being pushed. Xiao Sefen came in uninvited, and the murderous aura was overflowing like a tide. Half a minute later, the body of raging flame Gong Shihua, which was split into two, fell to the ground, his head and face like a piece of soil, his eyes like turbid glass, and he was degraded from life to an object. On the white stone steps, half-coagulated blood leaked into the cracks like a greedy tongue, and was as smooth as jade under the reflection of the crescent moon. Iron Boot stepped on it, making a creaking sound. The Xianfeng army, holding torches and wearing iron masks, searched every person and every house, breaking the bones of those who resisted and removing the jaws of those who huddled. That night, including Gong Yingru, more than 700 people were taken to Fengyinding for sacrifice. Their vitality turned into silver lines in the vast light body, and their stories became history that was no longer updated and was decreasing day by day. This was probably enough for Feng Jiang for a few days. Chapter 384 Turning Point. June 7, 5 p.m. Duanli City Guardhouse. Hongfan untied the Mingxian and leaned against the side of the chair, drinking the first sip of tea in 2 days. A quarter of an hour ago, he had just returned from flying 100 miles away and reported the number of Xianfeng troops wiped out to the Military Intelligence Department. The battle line has moved further south in the past few days, and is now compressed to 50 miles north of Yanlan City. Hongfan put down the teacup and said. Compared to late May, the Xianfeng army has even less will to fight. I have seen no one who dares to resist. Su Yantao nodded when he heard this. Their morale is low and they are no longer strong enough to fight us in the field. The troops sent to the north are also becoming fewer and fewer. Most of the human sacrifices are captured in the 3 cities south of Yunlin. But even if the Feng family sent 3 innate to suppress it, the local area is still unstable. People are not afraid of death, so why should they be afraid of death? Hong Fan sneered, but it is said that Yunlin is still silent. The Gong family has been destroyed. Which family dares to attack? The one who answered was Chu Yuanke, who was reviewing documents on the side. Is this confirmed? Hong Fan was a little unconvinced. It is confirmed. The huge Gong mansion was emptied overnight. I estimate that the royal court will issue a notice of Gong's rebellion in the next 2 days, Jiu Yuanke replied. Isn't it self-destructive? Hong Fan was puzzled. The Gong family has assisted the Feng family for generations, and they have made contributions and worked hard. They are also a prominent family in Huaiyang. The Feng family has even cut off their left and right hands. Aren't they afraid that people will become more uneasy? There is a beginning and an end to this matter. You don't know. Jiu Yuanke put down the red pen and stretched his shoulders. There is news that the Gong family is determined to move the clan and escape from Yunlin despite the opposition of the Feng family. Hong Fan was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly felt absurd. Chu Yuanke looked at his reaction and sighed. It is such a stupid move. Imagine that even the Gong family is afraid and left. Why should others stay? Since the last big family in Huaiyang has cut off ties with the royal court, Yunlin will no longer have people's hearts. But how dare the Gong family, who lost Gong's Yangping, disobey the two Yuanzi warriors? Hong Fan still felt it was outrageous. I heard that the Gong family originated in Zhao County and has a heritage of more than 300 years. How could it be so unbearable? The root lies in this 300-year heritage, Jiu Yuanke sneered. They are so proud of their noble race that they think everything is a gift from heaven, forgetting that the world will change in cycles. I heard that all the sons of the powerful people in your border areas who practice martial arts have to join the army to defend against foreign races and protect merchant caravans, and roll in blood and fire several times. But the young masters in Yunlin City are different. They usually drink and have fun, and practicing twice a day is not considered lazy. Now that Yuanzi has fallen, the fools below have a name but no weapon, so they are naturally at a loss. At this point, several people sighed, but saw Duan Xiaonan striding in from outside the hall. His face was ashen. He had just broken through the 5th level of Yuanzi last month and practiced to have an iron arm and a golden body. He was in high spirits these days. Brother Duan, is there something wrong? Hong Fan asked first with a tense heart. Something, Duan Xiaonan replied in a deep voice. And it's a big thing. On the same day, at 9 o'clock in the evening, in the main hall of the Duanli City Guardhouse, candles were burning in rows, blocking the night outside the threshold. All the high-ranking officials of the Beisheng army were there. The wind mass on top of Fengyan has expanded, and it has nearly doubled in size in 3 days. Duan Xiaonan stood by the door with his back to the door, speaking like a flint in flames. I approached Yunlin City to observe, and I saw that the Xiangang divine wind was obviously strong. There was no flying bird within a radius of dozens of miles. Chang Yimin's face turned pale when he heard this, and he looked at Chu Yuanke. The latter nodded silently to confirm. Will it be just a temporary change? Xia Haoling was lucky. There is always no conclusion in the realm of impermanence, but this time it is different. Duan Xiaonan shook his head. Since the martial saint is dead, his remains are rootless water, declining day by day. Even if he feeds it with human lives, it can only slow it down, and it is impossible to strengthen it. On the contrary, and I saw Feng Mubei set up a wind listening array in the heart of the city, constantly monitoring the entire area. The implication could be guessed by everyone in the room, but no one was willing to reveal it for a while. Brother, just say it. Gu Yixin frowned and started the conversation. Duan Xiaonan glanced at him and whispered, Feng Jiank will succeed. The sound of swallowing in the throat was particularly loud in the silence, and no one knew who it was. How long will it take him? Military Commander Xia Haoling asked instinctively, and a few daily words were so hoarse that they broke. Maybe 10 days, or 1 month, I don't know. Duan Xiaonan raised his voice unconsciously. Everyone was in a state of confusion. In the 9 states, the martial saint is the cause of all things, the result of all actions, the law of judgment, and the power of punishment. Once Feng Jiank opens the gate of heaven, the past, present, and future will be rewritten. So we must act. Duan Xiaonan added. His voice was light, but cold as iron. There is no other way to force Yunlin. He paced to the edge of the sand table and pointed his finger at the city in the southeast corner. The atmosphere became a little more lively. Forced attack is not feasible. Marching Sima Chen Yan pinched his thigh and refuted in a hard voice. The defense of Yunlin City is more beautiful, and the military strength is many times that of ours. Even if we ignore the city walls and only talk about combat power, we are not as good as the Xianfeng army. He stared at Duan Xiaonan without giving in. Mr. Duan, the morale of the royal court is collapsing, but it's not time yet. But we don't have time to wait. Duan Xiaonan softened his tone. I know that the royal city is difficult to attack, but we don't need to capture the city this time. After he finished speaking, he walked out of the courtyard and flew into the night. When he came back, he was holding a short spear in his hand. The spear was 4 feet long, with a matte blade, and the blade surface was inlaid with the golden frosting. The handle was carved from a whole piece of chalcedony, and it was expensive at a glance. This weapon was specially made for Fengyinding. The material could withstand the wear and tear of the Xiangyang divine wind, and the infusion of true essence can sense the vitality of the heavenly life, Duan Xiaonan introduced. Hong Fan now knew what Mr. Yan, who was in charge of the martial arts academy last winter, was here for. I have been preparing for this moment. The bearded man leaned his short spear on the sand table and gritted his teeth. Feng Jiang is sitting with his back to the cliff and cannot dodge. As long as you accompany me to open a path in front, as long as I have a chance to throw this spear and interrupt his breakthrough, everything is over. No one said anything for a long time. It is easy to say that you can use your life to break into the royal city in exchange for an opportunity. But everyone in the room just thought about the risks and consequences, and sweat broke out on their backs. Duan Xiaonan stopped talking, as if a thunderbolt was suffocated in the clouds. If this is the only way, then we have to give it a try. The first to respond was still Gu Yixin. He stared at the golden frosting on the spearhead lit by the candlelight, and his breathing was not disordered. Don't worry, this account still needs to be settled in detail. Hong Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and pressed Gu Yixin's arm. In addition to the 2 Yuanzi, the Feng family has 4 Xianshans, 3 of whom are stationed outside to search for human sacrifices, and only Feng Sifei is in the middle, and after Gong Shihua's death, Yunlin City still has 4 Xianshans from other families. Considering that General Chen Zhanghong and General Su of the Xianfeng army will both command a battle, the enemies in our Yuanzi combat power is 2-1, and Xianshan is 4-3, he counted himself holding the Mingshan. As Hong Fan said, this matter cannot be accomplished by the Beisheng army alone. Jiu Yuanqi also resumed thinking. In addition to us, the Sanjin Yijin has 6 Xianshans. We must ask them to help us to have a chance of winning. After consideration, Su Yantao also said, if we want to take action, we must first attack the city with a large army, and the action must be fast and fierce. After a few words, the plan had just begun to take shape, but Duan Xiaonan was already in high spirits and his whole person was alive again. Okay, when the war starts, I will be the first to take the lead. When you see me use the Hunbian Shu, you can break through the defenses. As long as 3 or 4 of you can keep up and entangle Xiao Sefen, Shanfeng Yubei alone can't stop me. He spoke loudly, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist, as if he was holding the universe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Different. On the same day, at midnight, 11 p.m., Duanli City was crawling in the darkness, with only a few lights left except on the city walls. Warriors don't need much sleep. Hong Fan meditated on the bed as usual, his heart full of unreality, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Since taking Duanli City, the situation of the rebels has gradually improved. For example, the Jing River has become calmer, and the bay open when it enters the sea can be seen. But all these things are illusions. Only one piece of news came that there is no ocean or shallows ahead, only the whirlpools of the deep gorge and the desperate struggle on the reefs. After another 2/4 of an hour, Hong Fan couldn't concentrate, completely lost his patience, and had to go out to catch his breath. The breeze is hard to find tonight. The crescent moon is pale, sticking to the iron blue night sky, like the skylight of a prison cell. The clouds are broken, scattered in the field of vision framed by the courtyard wall, showing dark stretch marks under the silver light, as if something terrible is being conceived. Hong Fan used his luck to jump onto the roof of the wing room, and at a glance he saw a figure sitting on the ridge of the north gate, leaning against a stone-carved swanee. He was puzzled, and after a few miles, he saw clearly that it was Duan Xiaonan drinking on the roof, So he gathered his sand wings and climbed closer. "Why are you drinking alone in the middle of the night?" Hong Fan sat down on the roof and asked with a smile. "The summer heat is fumigating. Maybe there's something on his mind," Duan Xiaonan said frankly, holding the wine gourd. "What is it?" Hong Fan asked. "I have been practicing martial arts for a long time, and my progress can be said to be rapid. Unfortunately, I have not yet made it to the top 3. I think it is a bit unpleasant tonight," Duan Xiaonan replied casually. "Brother has reached the 5th level of Yuanxi, and it will be the next 2 years to make it to the Earth list." Hong Fan joined in the fun. Duan Xiaonan nodded when he heard it, but did not reply immediately. After a while, he realized that the atmosphere was forced, so he added, "Tonight's moon is narrow and bright, as if it is made of silver, very much like the Wenxi village of my childhood." The wine in the gourd swayed and made a crisp sound. The big man smiled at the crescent moon, but Hong Fan felt sad. He has practiced martial arts for many years and has experienced life and death. How could he not know when a free and easy person will miss his hometown? "Brother Duan, tell me the truth. Are you sure you can beat Feng Mu Bei?" Hong Fan lowered his eyes and stared at the white wind column in the southeast sky, and asked suddenly. "Not really." Duan Xiaonan tried to pull his eyes away from the crescent moon and replied with a blink. At this time, he was alone with Hong Fan and no longer needed to convince anyone, so his words were not as bold and confident as in the previous meeting, as if his passion was frozen by the frosty moonlight. "Feng Mu Bei has dragon blood, a strong physique, and has practiced at 10 classics. He can beat 2 second-grade martial artists of the same realm. I was chased by him when I was at the 4th level of Yuanxi before, and I was not his opponent at all, but he is 133 years old after all, and his strength is 1 point less every year. Now I have trained my iron arms and golden body, so at least I can fight." Duan Xiaonan muttered a few words and drank a sip of wine. When Hong Fan heard this, he no longer suppressed the worry in his eyes. The future of Huaiyang State is naturally important, but Duan Xiaonan must not be lost in his heart. "Isn't the decision tonight too hasty?" Hong Fan said bluntly. "Maybe you can wait a little longer? You don't have to be brave alone, you can wait for Brother Gu, or you can wait for me." When he said this, he seemed to see his true face. "Ask yourself, life, relatives, friends, and acquaintances seem to be more important than the vague Huaiyang people." But Duan Xiaonan shook his head without hesitation. "Brother can't wait." When he uttered this word, it was particularly long, as if he squeezed out all the air in his lungs. "I was born a reckless person. When I see a crooked ridge, I want to correct it. When I see a villager who died in vain, I want to avenge him. If Feng Jiang succeeds, the past 20 years, the history of Huaiyang State, and the people who died will become lonely ghosts, without graves, plaques, or temples. I'm afraid they will not be remembered by a generation." Duan Xiaonan unconsciously wrapped the red silk around his waist in his palm. His eyes reflected the brazier under the city tower, as if 2 pieces of hot carbon were embedded in his eye sockets. But what if it can't be done? Hong Fan felt empty in his heart and said the depressing words that he couldn't say at all on weekdays. "Then it won't work." Duan Xiaonan laughed and replied. "Since I started practicing martial arts, I want to do too much, and I can't finish it in my lifetime. But brother, I have a saying, if anything in this world has to be done to make it meaningful, then it's not worth doing at all." He stared at Hong Fan's young face and spoke a little faster, as if he was afraid that he couldn't make it clear. "You and I both have extraordinary talents in martial arts, and after seeing your method of blasting steel, I know that your talent in other areas is 10 times or even 100 times greater than mine. Brother Hong, I have to admit that people like us often have lofty egos, choose to travel far, do not know how to do things, and think we are responsible for the world, but when the road is far away, people often forget it. It turns out that walking and reaching are never the same thing. It turns out that a person must accomplish something no matter what, and then he has lost his original intention." Duan Xiaonan finished his words in one breath, raised the gourd and filled it up, and handed it to Hong Fan. The two of them shared the wine, and both of them wet their fronts. "Look, I am here, Feng Jiang is there, and we have chosen our own paths." Duan Xiaonan pointed his hand and looked at Feng Wulin Mountain. "But we are different." This sentence was full of contempt. "Because I am never afraid of not being able to reach the end of the road." The clouds and mist flashed at this time, illuminating Duan Xiaonan's domineering smile. Hong Fan witnessed this scene, stared at this person, and heard this sentence again, and he almost couldn't breathe. The next day, the 8th day of the 6th lunar month. The Beisheng army held a meeting of officers above the middle level in Duanli City and decided to move south immediately. Since then, the entire army has been operating like a machine with gears meshing and rumbling. Another day, the 9th day of the 6th lunar month. Dozens of messengers were sent out, radiating to the 3 counties and 8 directions. On the 15th day of the 6th lunar month, the top leaders of more than 10 righteous armies gathered at the front camp of the Beisheng army, among which the Huaiyang State Righteous Army had 6 and 8s, except the Beisheng army, and 4 of them. King Gaiyu Swordlings Hiayan, innate 5 and 8, uses stabbing swords and specializes in single-point killing. Xia Mansion Lan Hai, innate 4 and 8, uses red tassel spears. His family inherited spear skills are mainly clever, and the spear flowers are full of red clouds. Blood Butcher Han Zhaozheng, innate 3 and 8, uses brass knuckles, uses secret methods to strengthen joints, can be dislocated and twisted at will, and is fierce in close combat. The Shadow in the Clouds Luo Shengming, the innate 2 and 1, uses an iron fan, practices water walking skills, can rely on the clouds to change direction, and is both hard and soft. On this day, Hong Fan also saw a 2-meter tall barbarian who shouted "Chish, a great hero" as soon as he met him and wanted to come up and kowtow to him. It turned out to be the 8th leader of Nipatao Mountain. Behind Nilaoba, queuing the crowd was Gan Dexiao. This time, the inscription "rather break than bend" on his broadsword has been polished to a bright shine. On June 17th, the main force of the rebels pushed south. On June 20th, the troops arrived at the city of Yunlin. P.S. After that is the final battle of the 3rd volume. The 4 rebels are the extras that book friends want. It is actually quite difficult for me to come up with names and nicknames. Now I have opened an extra building in the comment area. If you want extras, you can give your name, nickname, weapon, simple background, such as a poor family, such as a young master of a noble family, and I will choose the right time to use it. But the fate of the extras is uncertain, they may live or die quickly. Chapter 386 The whole army marches forward. The 30th year of Zheng, June 20th. Yunlin Royal City, afternoon. The scorching sun, unique to summer, pierced the streets like a rake. The guards pushed open the palace gate with all their might, and the red and blue sedan chair carried by 64 people came out like a colorful snake coming out of a cave, escorted by 2 teams of Baifang guards in front and behind to tour the south. On the top of the 2nd floor sedan chair, Feng Chenggai, wearing a pearl crown, stood like a clay puppet. The long street was empty. Dust drifted on the blue bricks, and occasionally someone would run into the team and avoid it as if to ward off evil spirits. Behind the window lattices and door cracks, more sights pierced left and right, each from a pair of eyes mixed with fear and hatred. Feng Chenggai, who had left the palace to entertain the troops, endured it numbly. Today, Feng Mubei no longer pretended to be polite. When he saw him, he even skipped the etiquette and directly ordered him. The sedan chair shook slightly, not as stable as the big carriage. Feng Chenggai endured the scorching heat and looked at the lifeless Yunlin city all the way. He couldn't help but recall her prosperity and gentleness when he first remembered things. At that time, this city was his cradle, but now it may be a coffin. The sedan chair stopped at the foot of the city, in the shadow of the 6-foot-high wall. This is not a good sign, but no one cares. After all, the hardest thing to find in Yunlin City right now is a good sign. Feng Chenggai got off the sedan chair with his hands behind his back, and the sweat on his neck was sticky and uncomfortable. He heard some sparse cheers, but every time he looked up, the cheers would quickly subside wherever he saw them. This silence is a provocation. The king of a country narrowed his eyes in anger, and this expression was enough to scare any eunuch in the palace, but the faces of the soldiers looking down the city were backlit, and their facial features were blurred and could not be seen, as if they were dark holes growing between the parapets. Do you dare to do this to Feng Mubei? Feng Chenggai thought angrily, lowered his head and dared not wipe the sweat, and walked quickly on a stone staircase. Yunlin is the most majestic city in the 3 counties. Its iron gray city walls are magnificent, with a double-story corner tower every 15 meters. The city walls that stretched like a line are now full of defenders. Feng Chenggai pressed the city bricks to shake his spirit and stared intently. A city away in the south, Fengbaolan Mountain connects the sky and the earth, like a cloud-white giant tree. 2 miles to the north, the camp of the Beisheng army darkened into a patch in the sun, like an ochre ant nest, which could swarm out endless vicious insects at any time. Between the two are the soldiers of the Xianfeng army who are looking back at him. The surface of their eyeballs is bulging and bloodshot, like red-hot iron fibers. Feng Chang'ai used a bead curtain to cover his expression, lowered his eyes and dared not look again. Ever since he saw through the end of the future with his natural intelligence and keenness, he has been fanatically looking forward to his own death, imagining its grandeur and solemnity. But at this moment, when Feng Chang'ai actually saw the dilapidated city walls and the shriveled defenders, and realized that death was approaching on tiptoe, he only felt an indescribable fear in his heart. According to Feng Mubei's request, he should have spoken to boost morale, said some beautiful words of living and dying together, and made a glorious decision to go out of the palace and supervise the battle in public. However, in the dizzy sunlight, he only saw the swollen faces of the princess and his father-in-law. Feng Chang'ai's lips trembled, and he retched in public, unable to utter a word. There were bursts of laughter on the city wall. Most of the soldiers just curled their lips silently, as if it was a formality. Feng Chang'ai fled back to the palace. This time, he was unable to share his inner pain with the eunuchs by whipping them. On the same day, the beginning of the Wei hour, north of Yunlin City. It was the hottest time of the day. There was not a single cloud on the north side of the sky, only a hole like incandescent fire was burning silently. The Beisheng army camp was in a mess. The officers shouted to the soldiers to step out of the camp gate, put on their armor and line up neatly outside. At their feet, clusters of white flowers swayed on the green grass, like broken bones. 1,000 meters away, Xianfeng Army General Chen Zhenghong was looking out from the corner tower. The enemy's camp has just been established, and the formation is not stable yet, and Su Yuntao is pretending here. He sneered, laughed for a moment, and turned to look at Kai and Mianfeng's deputy commander Qiao Song. When will the remaining 3 Xianchen arrive? The recalled messenger said out yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, the fastest of the 3 will arrive in 3 days, Qiao Song replied. Why didn't you send the messenger earlier? The enemy army will advance south on June 17th, and our army will retreat to the city. I told you early, Chen Zhenghong complained. General Chen, the situation in Yunlin is not critical after all, but the transportation of human sacrifices outside the city will take less than a day. Qiao Song smiled bitterly and lowered his voice. Now the city needs to eat 300 or 400 people every day. If we only take it from inside the city, the situation will probably be worse. Chen Zhenghong couldn't refute it, and snorted after a moment. 3 days later is not too late. The enemy needs at least 5 days to transport wood and build large siege equipment, he said confidently, watching the light and heavy infantry of the Beisheng army line up in square formations according to the legion 2 miles away. Then, many ladders and 2 or 3 feet long spliced wooden boards were transported out of the camp gate. What does Su Yuntao mean by this? Qiao Song asked. Chen Zhenghong didn't answer, frowning. There was no expected reading of the manifesto, and the 2 armies cursed at each other. The flag was silently flipped, and a large number of heavily armored soldiers emerged from the Beisheng army, meticulously forming a small formation of 4 people, using large shields to cover heavy axes to clear the chevaux de frise. Although they had reached the shooting distance, the soldiers on the city were watching in a trance, as if they were out of the situation and not on duty to defend the city. Only after the officers shouted and intervened did scattered arrows start to be fired, most of which were weak. Seeing that Chen Zhenghong was neither anxious nor angry, Qiao Song called out General Chen. The latter glanced at him. In recent years, there have been rumors in the city. And they are all very serious. There are even people saying that the royal court will sooner or later fill the lives of all the people in the city with fengayending. Commander Qiao knows this better than I do. Last year and the year before, human sacrifices were taken from the villages and the mountains, and everyone laughed at these words, but since the Gong family was wiped out overnight in May, many people in the Xianfeng army have believed it without a doubt. Qiao Song was speechless. Chen Zhenghong was also stunned for a moment, and when he saw the enemy army put up a large flag with the word Su on the platform, his eyes focused again. The enemy army saw that I was tired, and they might have thought of luck and wanted to go up to the city to try. Has the king invited me out? He asked suddenly, pinching his knuckles. He has already sat on the throne in front of this Hongzheng gate, Qiao Song replied, motioning behind him. Chen Zhenghong turned his head and looked around from the height of the corner tower. He saw a golden throne at the end of the straight road through the city. On it was a figure with a head and limbs. It was unclear whether it was a person or a dog. Of course, at this time, As long as there was a person wearing a pearl crown sitting there, it didn't matter whether it was a person or a dog. The sun was blazing. The throne had no canopy, which represented that it shared the joys and sorrows with its soldiers. Chen Zhenghong heard that Feng Chang'ai was not willing to come out. It was Feng Yubei who personally persuaded him and said that he had to slap him in the face before he had to come out. This was also not a big deal. With Teoti's poor reputation, Feng Yubei didn't expect to boost morale much. He just wanted to let the people below know that the king was not running away. It was Shen Shizhen, 4 p.m. The enemy army had roughly cleared the caltrips in front of the north gate and laid 2 wooden planks on the horse trap ditch. The moat was still intact. From the outside of the city, the river reflected the green of the bricks, and from the top of the city, it reflected the blue of the sky. The sky was naturally at the highest point, like a pure blue linen that had been lightly dyed. Below the sky was the stormy Arashiyama, slowly rotating, pulling away every cloud. The sun had not yet set, but the moon had already risen. The 2 celestial bodies faced Arashiyama from north to south, as if closing the only gap in the world. Chen Zhenghong sat high on the tower, staring at the former general of the Xianfeng army across a mile. See you again on the battlefield, each serving his own master, no need to say more. Su Yanteo suddenly stood up and raised his hammer to beat the drum. Less than an hour before dusk, the 100 Victory Army was marching in full force. Chapter 387 Gang. The platform was moved forward, 200 feet away from the top of the city. The Key Realm warriors sat in silence, watching the best warriors that the rebel army had gathered over the years risk their lives to fight. The attackers had a slight 30% more people, and the quality of the soldiers was similar. The defending side had a great advantage in terrain. But the morale of the Xianfeng army was low, and they were tired of fighting from top to bottom, and even watched the enemy climb the city with ladders. With only the ladders, the rebel army still had the upper hand for a while. Then Zuo Chen, wearing a golden armor, jumped down the corner tower and cut off the head of a sergeant. The arterial blood rushed up like an arrow, and the blood vessels on the broken neck bounced and tightened, and after emptying, they squeezed out a lavender foam. The body fell down and was wrapped in dust. Silence was tense on the top of the city. The Baiyafeng guards killed and supervised the battle, and finally the defenders squeezed out a blood-spurting roar from their throats, and greeted the enemy who came to the city as if they were welcoming the end. The flames burned, first dancing orange spots, and gradually connected the upper and lower walls into one. The wind was no longer pure, carrying the crackling sound of organic matter deteriorating. The strong convection caused by the temperature difference roared dully. The cost of storming the city was huge. But no one on the rebels' platform said anything, and even their eyes were unbearable. Because they were about to become part of the price. At 5 p.m., the battlefield was jagged and chaotic. Duan Xiaonan stood up from the wooden stool with his hands on his knees, loosened his red silk belt and tightened it again, and put on a short weapon wrapped in white cloth. "It's time," he said to the 7 and 8 fighters around him, scratched his beard, and was as relaxed as if he was going to the toilet. Hong Fan and the other 6 stood up together and saw that the silver moon was an inch higher than the red sun. Duan Xiaonan started running, accelerating to 100 meters per second in 10 steps, and was 70 feet away from the city when he jumped. The women's wall seemed to be hit by a cannon. The smoke cage exploded in a cone, covering half of the city. In the blink of an eye, Duan Xiaonan changed speed and passed through, leaving a line of yellow dust. Beyond the city walls, the world was neat and clear. A straight road led to the palace, followed by Fenginding, a peak that stood out from the sky, connecting to the storm mountain that was hanging upside down. Duan Xiaonan accelerated with all his strength, and saw 2 figures flying down to intercept him. They were Feng's binary magnet. The direction, speed, reaction, and even the flying skirt and expression on the face of the person coming, everything was so familiar, just like he had rehearsed it thousands of times before. The acupuncture points all over the body opened, and the true essence poured out. The world was in chaos. The innate spiritual energy within a mile radius was boiling violently. Feng Mannion felt the earth and the city being thrown up by weightlessness, and the world seemed to be refracted into a crystal ball, collapsing with the white dot of the sun as the center, wrapping her consciousness. Huan Bianshu. She suddenly realized that she had lost the power to fly, and reset her attention to her vision. The perception was refreshed, and the picture was focused. Duan Xiaonan's iron fist was already in front of her. Feng Mannion blocked with his arms, and flew backwards for more than 10 feet, smashing the stone lion at the end of the alley into pieces. Duan Xiaonan went straight south, regardless of anything, and Feng Mubei chased after him alone. At this time, the 7 innates of the righteous army had just jumped onto the city wall, and 4 of them from the outside army met Feng Sifei, Zuo Qiheng and the other 4, blocking a passage. Once the martial arts masters fought, the war of mortals became slow motion. On the corner tower, the naked strongman smashed the wooden hammer and hit the bed crossbow. In the side alley, Feng Manian crushed the top of another stone lion with 1 foot, jumped 10 feet high like a fountain, and locked his eyes to the south. The crossbow rebounded and the bowstring pushed. The roof ridge and the crossbow arm were also straight, and Feng Manian accelerated like an arrow. The gun and arrow left the string. Feng Manian kicked the limestone beast on the eaves. The sound of breaking wind was exciting. The crossbow nailed the heavy armor of the 100 Victory Army and penetrated 1 foot into the ground. The beast smashed into Duan Xiaonan's shoulder and shattered into powder. Feng Manian started to chase, but there was a gust of wind behind her. She dodged and let Gu Yixin's spear pass. Just as she was about to fight back, her hair stood on end again. This time it was a fine steel bullet, fired by Hong Fan. Feng Manian cut off the bullet with her bare hands, detonating the black gunpowder inside, and slightly injured the edge of her palm. This was the first time she was injured by the interaction between heaven and man after breaking through to the key realm. Feng Manian fought back angrily, and her move was one of the 4 unique skills of the Xiangyang Divine Wind Sutra, which was second only to the Divine Wind. Gang, the atmosphere condensed, and the world seemed to be broken into 2, and then overlapped and burst in a very thin scale, filtering the sunlight that passed through. 50 meters away, Hong Fan was strengthening his sand armor. This wind gang was fast and wide. Although he was holding a divine weapon with a huge increase in lethality, his physical body was still at the peak of the power realm and he had no ability to dodge. At the last moment, Jiu Yuanke blocked the attack with his body, and his pure yang qi turned into a shield, taking the blow head-on. Behind the 2 men, 3 houses collapsed. Chu Yuanke's forearm skin and flesh stopped bleeding and regenerated with the help of his true energy, covering the deep wound. Rat, Feng Manian scolded with contempt. The Huntian technique deprived her of the ability to change direction and accelerate at will, and most of the changes in the battle were missing, otherwise she would not have been intercepted by these 3 people. 200 meters to the south, Feng Mubei was diving at a high speed. Duan Xiaonan stepped on the stone bridge and turned around to punch. When the fist and palm were about to meet, the atmosphere condensed like a net to hold Feng Mubei, causing him to stop and slow down. The rhythm missed a beat, and Duan Xiaonan's fist missed, and was hit by the opponent's second force. The shock wave spread in a circle. The world pulsated, like a revived heartbeat. Duan Xiaonan shot backwards along the river, hitting a dozen water rafts like stones, and then bounced up again. The river channel of more than 10 feet was splashed with water, and each drop of water reflected a similar but different Yunlin. Feng Mubei flew across the water, and the 2 figures approached each other on thousands of liquid arcs. Then, he saw Duan Xiaonan's raised mouth. The latter was not hit as hard as expected. Go down, Duan Xiaonan made a silent mouth shape, clasped his fists and smashed, punching Feng Mubei straight into the river. The water surface sank, the riverbed was exposed, and the silt was compressed and deformed. The vacuum created by the fist drew back the atmosphere, and there was a sound like thunder. After a moment, the water column rushed up to the sky, and a thin rainbow hung in the air. The pursuit paused for a breath. Duan Xiaonan gathered all his strength to pull away, but he was caught up by Feng Gang before he reached the maximum speed. He turned around to protect the short spear on his back and blocked it with one arm. Feng Gang was cut off by the iron arm, split into 2 parts and flew forward, piercing the planks, beams, and stone archways of the shops on the street, leaving a mark on the blue brick road. Duan Xiaonan took 2 steps back, and the upper half of the stone archway behind him slid down neatly, falling to the ground like a dead man and breaking into pieces. The wound on his forearm was shallow and slightly stained with blood. This time Feng Mubei saw clearly that when his opponent was hit, a golden light rippled on his body like water waves, dissipating most of the force by an unknown principle. It must be the rumored killing method of iron arms and golden body that has been difficult to practice for a long time. In addition, there was the unknown weapon wrapped in white cloth. Feng Mubei coughed up a mouthful of blood embedded with gold threads. For a Yuanzi warrior, The consumption of the true energy of the Hundian is like opening a floodgate and cannot be replenished. If it were any other situation, his best choice would be to wander around and entangle, and he would automatically win after a while. But this time Duan Xiaonan was obviously rushing towards Feng Guinding, so Feng Yubei could only attack by force. Chapter 388 Blood of the Common People. Half a quarter of an hour later. The battle was still going on. Duan Xiaonan walked carefully through the alleys and houses, hiding his body with the eaves of the houses, and still had 1/3 of his true energy left. Yuanzi warriors had long been accustomed to their new senses and limbs. They were like birds forced to run on the ground within the range of the Hundian, with an instinctive aversion. But even so, Feng Mannian still chased the range of the Hundian, like a moth flying into the fire. She was not the only one in hot pursuit. Hundreds of meters away, Duan Xiaonan could hear the high-speed footsteps, the sound of gun blades breaking through the wind, and the roar of fire like thunder. He could even hear the coordination of the three people's moves and their respective injuries. Guyi's new coat was already tattered, with occasional sounds of tearing cloth, and it fell apart during the high-speed movement. Jiu Yuanqi's muscles broke and grew, and his heartbeat was like a drum, more than 500 times per minute. Hong Fan's sand armor was broken, and his bones were squeezed and cracked. Only Feng Yubei, who was knocked away by him a few breaths ago, was in an unknown position, and he was in the dark with him. Duan Xiaonan felt that the situation was developing in a favorable direction. He wanted to throw his spear to the top of Feng Guinding, which was hundreds of feet high. Considering the altitude difference, the horizontal distance had to be shortened to 2,000 meters to be sure. It was almost the position of the main gate of the palace. As long as Feng Yubei hesitated again, he would open up a distance of 200 to 300 meters, and there would be a chance to make a concerted effort. The true essence formed a blade and cut a bolt. Duan Xiaonan pushed the door silently, jumped into the stable in the side yard like a swift, past the three horses huddled together and shivered, and flew along the courtyard wall. Sound was the information he was most concerned about at the moment. The squeezing of horse hooves on the rammed earth, the friction of the couple's teeth in the house, and the shuttling of air currents through the gaps in the roof tiles. Compared with the movement of the Yuanzi warriors sneaking, they all sounded like thunder. Breathing was vague, heartbeats were once a breath, and blood was as slow as lead and mercury. Duan Xiaonan himself could not sense his own existence just by hearing, so Feng Yubei must be the same. His mind was clearer and calmer than ever before. There were three purposes for this trip. One was to destroy Feng Jiang's promotion, the second was to save the lives of his teammates, and the third was to save his own life. There were three facts at this time. One was that his combat power was slightly inferior to Feng Yubei in normal one-on-one combat. The second was that the speed of the Xiangang Shenfeng Sutra was far better than the Iron Palm Sutra, and the third was that if Feng Mannian recovered his leak-free posture, no one except him could control him. Combining the two, only two of the three purposes could be achieved anyway. So Duan Xiaonan had long figured out that there was only one best outcome, throwing a short spear before the true essence was exhausted, cutting off the rear alone, and accepting the revenge of Feng Jia Yuanzi. In this way, everything is perfect, and just imagining it is enough to make people laugh out loud. After passing through the three courtyards, Duan Xiaonan is still 500 meters away from the palace gate. Time passes by every second, and at the same time, everyone is hostile. Feng Yubei can't wait any longer. True energy gushed out, and the airflow rushed in a certain direction, 30 meters horizontally and more than 200 meters vertically, forming a super typhoon in a limited area. The second of the four styles, spurt. The wind sucked up the lois and leaves, and then stripped the tiles from the roof, leaving only the wooden skeleton. A small piece of skin was cut off from Yunlin City, and everything underneath was peeled off and exposed naked. Cats and dogs flew off the ground, opening their mouths and baring their teeth but making no sound. The people huddled in the rice jars and hid under the beds, but were eventually pulled up. There were also the three horses tied to the wooden pillars. The light ones were flying, and the heavy ones were prominent. Feng Yubei located the opponent in the hurricane and suddenly put his hands together. The third of the four styles, vortex. The typhoon shrank from a band to a wind group with a radius of 50 meters, then swirled, accelerated, and tore into pieces, chewing everything in the abdominal cavity until it lost its shape and mixed into paste. Nearly 100 people died at once. Duan Xiaonan maintained his golden body and rushed out of the wind group, not wasting energy to save people. Feng Mubei's expectations were dashed, and he stepped on the wind to chase. The fourth of the four styles, instant. The air in front of him actively separated and slid around him like an oil film. Feng Mubei moved silently and unhindered at high speed and caught up with Duan Xiaonan. The two of them faced each other palm to palm, and the tiles over 10 meters around them rolled and shattered like waves, and the wooden beams disintegrated into finger-length debris. The distance was 400 meters. Feng Mubei was hit and thrown away, and then entangled again, and the blood spots from his mouth and nose wet his long beard. The Xiangyang Divine Wind Sutra specializes in medium and long distances, and fighting Duan Xiaonan in close combat is tantamount to using the weak to defeat the strong. After 3 more rounds of fighting, the distance was shortened to 300 meters. The wind and clouds were like the sea, hanging high on the mountain. Duan Xiaonan's hair and beard were all stretched out, and his true energy flowed out from every acupuncture point on his body, like invisible rivers pouring into the void. After maintaining the Hundianju for nearly a quarter of an hour, he only had 20% of his strength left, and his attacks were becoming increasingly difficult. Even if life and death didn't matter, he had to at least save the true energy to sense, aim, and complete the final blow. Feng Mubei came again. He rammed into Duan Xiaonan's side like a mad dog, causing both of them to fly and plow through several houses. Brick walls collapsed and gray smoke rose. Duan Xiaonan lay on his back in the ruins, and in his blackened vision, the sun slanted through the dust, light gold and thin, like a shawl. His body was dull, but his thinking was as fast as an electric shock. There were still 200 meters left. If he continued to tangle with his opponent, he would miss the window to attack. He had to save some more true energy. He could exchange anything for this. Duan Xiaonan crushed a broken stone on his fingertips and ran south. Feng Mubei caught up again. His clothes were open, his ribs were lying like copper bars, and there was a fist-sized bald spot on his forehead, dripping with gold and red. Another wind force shot out, galloping at low altitude, and the negative pressure lifted the roof all the way. This time Duan Xiaonan no longer maintained his golden body, and used his left arm to resist. The blade entered the flesh and stopped at the bones. The blood boiled in the light and evaporated in an instant. The distance was 150 meters. Duan Xiaonan took off the spear in his hand, shattered the white cloth, and pretended to throw. Feng Mubei lost his composure. He used all his strength to overtake in an instant, using his body as a shield while shaping the storm into a sword blade and stabbing towards Duan Xiaonan's heart. The heart and brain are the absolute vital points of a Yuanzi warrior. At the last moment, Duan Xiaonan changed his moves, but he did not dodge. He let the wind pass through his heart and hit Feng Mubei's face with his elbow. This attack did not use the true energy, but relied entirely on physical strength. Feng Mubei's nose was shattered and his consciousness was blurred, as if his brain was taken out of the skull and shaken half evenly. He crashed into the middle of the blue brick road, and a spider web crack with a radius of several meters appeared on the back of his head. His vision was filled with blood and red. He could not hear any sound near or far, only a continuous sharp whistle. The spine of the thousand faces Feng Zhongchang had supported the Huaiyang royal court for 20 years, but at this moment it could no longer support himself. There were only 100 meters left to the palace gate. Duan Xiaonan vomited blood after falling to the ground, clenched his teeth and moved forward. Feng Mubei was disabled. Feng Manayan was intercepted. He now had plenty of space and enough strength. But his life was not enough. After rushing for more than 10 steps, Duan Xiaonan's whole body was cooling down, and his vision was blurred, as if he was about to wake up from a long dream. Everything was moving away. The future after each moment was more ethereal than the moment before. He could not wait any longer and had to take action. Duan Xiaonan followed his intuition and infused his true energy into the short spear. Closing his eyes, he saw the creatures in the city light up in his mind like emerald green stars, on top of the wind and clouds. A vitality was high but declining, shining like stars. It must be Feng Jiang. Duan Xiaonan thought, running like a giant elephant, releasing all his strength for the final acceleration. He stepped on the ground and threw his spear. The long street shook violently, and a sonic boom roared. A fiery red meteor rose up from Yunlin City, slanting 700 feet, passing through the gap between day and night, and piercing into the storm. Feng Manayan, Hong Fan and the other four stopped at the same time. Feng Mubei turned his head forcibly, regardless of the blood choking into his trachea. Duan Xiaonan staggered to a stop, leaning on his knees. Everyone stretched out their eyes like iron hooks, and saw that the red marks in the atmosphere faded and the impact dissipated. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Lanshan rotated leisurely. The wind and clouds were pale, and the tiles were stiff and black. The world was immersed in ink painting. Except for a stroke of vermilion in the middle of the road where people passed. Duan Xiaonan moved forward with his eyes wide open. His steps were fragmented, but he was in a daze. The red silk around his waist absorbed the blood flowing from the penetrating wound on his left chest, hanging down, extending infinitely on the ground. The palace gate stood like a boundary. Feng Changai huddled on the throne and watched the big man approach. His irises were soaked in blood, so thick that it seemed like it was burning. Every step he took left a trail of blood, as if an iron mountain was melting into a boiling river. The cold fishy smell spread in the wind. Feng Changai began to tremble. He had never known that people could bleed so much, that blood could be so fishy, that one person could seem like millions of people. The belt had absorbed enough blood and had turned black. Feng Changai stared at it in a daze, and when he thought of the same fishy liquid flowing through his body, he felt an innate and inescapable fear. He rolled off the throne in fear, holding his head and shrinking behind the back of the chair. But Duan Xiaonan was too lazy to even look at him. The big man stubbornly moved forward to the top of Feng Guyan, until the roots of his hair collapsed, until his muscles lost their redness and his veins lost their blueness. The road did not reach the end, as expected. Duan Xiaonan smiled sadly, pressed his hand on the wound, and sprinkled a few drops of blood into the wind. Wind guessed, "This is the blood of the common people." His eyes lost focus, and he frowned as he asked in the embrace of the long wind. "Does it smell fishy?" No one answered, only the dead body stood in the wind, like iron. In the distance, the top of the wind and clouds. The gods were hidden in the strong wind, unmoved. Chapter 389, Clouds and Sunset. A shooting star entered the clouds. The red light illuminated the faces of the soldiers on the top of the city. They didn't understand what happened at first, but then they heard Feng Manion's announcement mixed with joy from afar. Duan Xiaonan is dead. The fighting slowed down instantly. The rebels thought this was a means to disrupt the morale of the army, and they were on edge, waiting carefully for the iconic laughter. But the laughter was slow to come. On the general platform under the city, the cheeks of the soldiers jumped and their Adam's apples rolled. "General," he shouted in a low voice, seemingly reminding, but actually asking. Su Yanteo's eyes followed the place where the red star entered the clouds. He paused for a moment, tightly grasped the handle of the knife, and the veins on the back of his hand twisted. "We once swore to live and die together, and today we will fulfill it. Does anyone regret it?" He suddenly glanced around and asked proudly. No one answered. After hearing this question, more than 100 soldiers steadied their breathing and straightened their spines. "Okay," Su Yanteo nodded heavily, drew his knife and killed the soldier who was moving back 10 feet away. "Follow me and charge." The guards were stunned. Su Yanteo's cultivation was not low, but he was not a general and almost never went into battle himself. "General, how should we command?" "No need to command." Su Yanteo pulled up the big banner standing beside the general's platform with one hand and strode forward. As the saying goes, death is like returning home. I have been through hundreds of battles, and now I see my home. He smiled as he spoke. The shouts and screams outside Yunlin City rose and fell in the distance, and were still in full swing. In front of the palace, Gu Yixin didn't notice these. He just stared at the frozen back in front of the palace gate. The battle stopped. The endless true energy that stirred the void stopped. So the Huntianshu also stopped. Gu Yixin regained his perception of the peak of the innate, but he couldn't sense the familiar vitality. Duan, he wanted to call, but he couldn't breathe. He just felt that his whole body was frozen from the outside to the inside. Then, Feng Manion's laughter poked a gap in the deadest corner of this frozen layer. A rustling sound came from the gap. Duan Xiaonan is dead. The voice said. Gu Yixin was stunned and denied it, and forced a curl of his lips to laugh at the absurdity of this statement. He believed in Duan Xiaonan more than he believed in himself and in martial arts. Over the years, he had witnessed his elder brother risking his life countless times in coming up with wild ideas. There were so many barriers and obstacles, and he got through them every time with a stomp of his feet and a clench of his fists. So it should be the same this time. Gu Yixin thought with certainty, and he caught a glimpse of Feng Manion rising from the broken wall and shouting triumphantly. Duan Xiaonan is dead. Hearing these 5 words, his scalp exploded as if pierced by needles. The first thing that came to his mind was his support for the strong attack strategy at the meeting 13 days ago. At this moment, all the regrets he had owed for half a lifetime of indifference caught up with him. "Brother Duan," he murmured unconsciously. Seeing that the shotgun in his right hand, which had cut rice and poked the prairie fire and the bleak wind, was shaking non-stop, he held the gun blade with his left hand and clenched it tightly. Gu Yixin has always been indifferent. From the fields of Shangzhou to the top of the 3 lists, he has nothing to pick up, and nothing to put down. With this nature, he practiced a Buzzy Vajra Sutra, so he made rapid progress without any obstacles. Until he was in front of the Yuanxi gate, Gu Yixin wandered for several years and could not enter the door for the time being. But he was not in a hurry. Gu Yixin was not a martial arts fanatic. For him, practicing martial arts was no different from being a long-term worker in the landlord's house and planting rice in the fields. He had never asked for anything in martial arts. Until this moment. He saw Duan Xiaonan die of exhaustion, and finally understood what love and separation meant, what it meant to be unable to ask for, and what it meant to be the burning of the 5 yin. Let go. Gu Yixin's eyes were full of blood on his palms, and the reflected light was like a dagger piercing his eyes. For the first time, from his heart to his soul, he called out to the martial arts with everything. In this way, the martial arts responded to him. In his mind, the text of the Buzzy Vajra Sutra flowed naturally. Because of wisdom, the divine power of Vajra is born. Seeing thoughts, throw away thoughts. Seeing troubles, throw away troubles. Seeing external demons, throw away external demons. Nothing moves, nothing moves. Vajra is me. I am Vajra, indestructible, invincible. Pick it up and throw it. The Buzzy Vajra Sutra is magnificent, but it is just these 2 words. True essence flows wildly, and the innate spiritual energy swirls. Gu Yixin is in the eye of the storm, and the flesh and blood heart in his chest is completely forged into gold and copper. On June 20th of the 30th year of Zheng, the Spearmaster broke through the first level and entered the Yuanxi realm. "What are you laughing at?" He stepped into the void and shouted wildly. This shot was fired out of hatred and was unreasonably swift. Feng Manayan was pierced through the right wrist and nailed to the right shoulder in a trance. After instinctively retreating 100 meters with a 4th style instant, he was still in shock. Gu Yixin ignored her. He tapped the ground with his toes, and in a flash he jumped to Feng Yubei's side, piercing his neck with a gun. The shot avoided the vital parts, and the blade was stuck between the trachea and the cervical vertebrae. Feng Manayan felt like sitting on pins and needles, and dared not move. "Feng Jiang, come down," Gu Yixin glared at Feng Guinding and threatened. "If you don't come down, he will die," he shouted again. No one responded. Gu Yixin felt bitter at the root of his tongue, gritted his teeth, twisted the gun head horizontally, and cut off Feng Yubei's head. Golden blood spread all over the ground. Feng Manayan saw this scene, and his head buzzed, and the pain of the sharp blade piercing his heart was worse than his right shoulder. On the Hongfen Lingte, a dragon soul fruit grew and matured rapidly. Only on the top of Lanshan, Feng Guian remained the same. Feng Chang'ai hid behind the throne, and heard the snapping sound of Feng Yubei's bones and flesh being separated, which broke his heartstrings. He ran back with his head in his hands, but just as he entered the palace gate, he was caught by Gu Yixin, who was chasing him, and flew to the top of the Qinshan Palace. Feng Chang'ai wanted to promise, but Gu Yixin crushed his arm halfway through his words. The Prince of Huaiyang was crying, wetting his crotch. "Kneel down and beg him to save you," Gu Yixin ordered, pointing the tip of his gun at the top of Feng Guian. Feng Chang'ai immediately knelt down in front of the person he hated most in his life, in a way he could not even think of. "Grandfather, save me," he kowtowed and begged. "This is the Prince of Huaiyang, come down and save him," Gu Yixin roared. There was no response. "Do you think I dare not kill him?" Still no response. Feng Chang'ai was desperate. Even more desperate was Gu Yixin. He tore off Feng Chang'ai's arm and let him wail, but the mountain was still calm. Heaven and man are ruthless. Feng Jiang didn't care about these ordinary people at all. He only cared about his own path to becoming a martial saint. "Brother Duan," Gu Yixin let go of Feng Chang'ai, feeling cold all over and dizzy. Feng Chang'ai saw that he was about to fall, so he found a gap and rolled off the eaves and fled south. As the king of Huaiyang, although he had only reached the peak of martial arts, he had consumed countless natural treasures, and a broken arm was far from fatal. Outside the palace gate, the wind was even stronger. After the fierce battle, One Yuan-Si died on each side. The furious Feng Manian was looking for the sad and lonely Gu Yixin to fight, colliding and entangled in midair. Hong Fan stood silently by the road. He only had 20% of his true energy left, 3 fractures in his upper body, and the wound on his leg was rolled up, bleeding ochre red, like a leech lying on the ground. It's come to this, we shouldn't stay for long. Jiu Yuanka stepped forward and grabbed him, whispering. The plan had failed, and retreat was a natural choice, and it was also a plan that Hong Fan had thought of long ago. But he couldn't move. Jiu Yuanka then tried to persuade him again. We have done what we should and can do. Hearing this, Hong Fan suddenly pulled his hand away. Mr. Beishin, go first, he said resolutely, stuffed the Mingshin to Jiu Yuanka, strode forward with his eyes straight, past Feng Mubei's decapitated body, and stopped with the gritted teeth at the source of the blood-red street. Hong Fan turned his head to look at the man who died but did not fall. Memories rained down in his heart. The ripples of Yishan Lake. The sunset of Kunwu Mountain. The dark red eyes like charcoal fire on the Duanli City Tower. The stars and frost changed, as if in an instant. Brother Duan, you said you don't care if you can't reach the end of the road, Hong Fan laughed, looking up and staring, locking his tears. Then why are you still open your eyes now? There is no fire between heaven and earth. But this sentence burned in his heart. Burned until his hatred and anger flowed. Burned until his brain boiled. A time traveler who has lived for the second time has 1,000 reasons to cherish his life and 10,000 reasons to take a long-term view. But this time, Hong Fan completely despised death, and threw himself out of it with a contemptuous attitude. You die, I must do this for you today. Hong Fan squeezed out these words from his bones, picked up the red silk that sank in the pool of blood, tied it around his waist, and ran to Feng Jianding. The dragon soul fruit obtained from Su Pi Feng fell on the spiritual platform. Hong Fan limped through the palace gate, and when he stepped onto the white jade steps, he had transformed into an 8-foot-tall golden sand giant. Infinite true energy, flesh and blood revived. He passed through the wall and the hall, and passed under the battlefield of the 2 Yuan-Si warriors, with an amazing momentum. Feng Chang'ai heard the movement and thought that the person coming was chasing him, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He had forgotten how much he hated Feng Jiang, and only thought about surviving. While shouting "Ancestor, save me," he rolled and crawled to Feng Jianding. Hong Fan, wearing full armor and helmet, followed him silently. The two chased each other up to the middle of the mountain. There was no dust under their feet, only smooth bare rocks that were almost jade-like. The storm roared like thunder, and there were sparse divine winds. Within 100 meters, Feng Chang'ai's scalp and left ear were cut off by an invisible sharp blade, and Hong Fan's shoulders were half broken and his spleen was pierced. If it weren't for the effect of the dragon soul fruit, he would have died once. After climbing another 300 meters, Hong Fan accelerated to catch up and lifted Feng Chang'ai to his side. They were not far from the core of the wind group. The divine wind flowed silently around the mountain, carrying the absolute will of the martial saint as a body. Death was close at hand, and the breath was cold. Feng Chang'ai's leg was bleeding and he was trembling and incontinent. Hong Fan did not stop, and he caught his broken little finger and pressed it back on the wound, just climbing up. Higher and closer. Deep into the forbidden zone of life under the contempt of the gods. Finally, the dragon soul tree sensed true vitality. Life and death, the living are huge and hard to measure, while the dead are just like a little firefly, all of whom are individuals with extremely high concentrations of dragon blood. Hong Fan was extremely nervous. He left Feng Chang'ai behind and made a final advance with a flash of movement. As he wished, he saw the dragon soul tree swaying its branches and leaves and operating mysteriously. Almost instantly, the remaining blood of the martial saint's body was absorbed and turned into dragon soul fruit. Feng Jiang suddenly opened his eyes. He had already entered the quasi-martial saint stage in the long death gate. Now he lost the object of enlightenment and was forced to wake up from his leisurely and elegant state, as if he had fallen from the clouds. Power, status, lifespan. Everything that was within reach turned into a dream and disappeared in an instant. His realm regressed, and the 5 decays of the heavenly man arrived in an instant. The stench of decay surged from the top of the mountain, containing sadness and despair, which was more disgusting than all the feces and urine in the mortal world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth shrank and trembled. Hong Fan fell to his knees, his armor shattered, and he saw an old man in a green robe flying down from the peak and floating in the sky. This man was wearing old clothes and looked like a madman, with a fresh wound on his left cheek. Who blocked my way? He looked up at the sky. Who destroyed my path? He looked down at the surroundings. His words rolled like thunder, and the wind swept away the clouds. All the bells and drums in the 20-mile city were ringing, and all the grass and trees were withering. Above the wind and clouds, the divine wind of Xiangang that had been lingering for years was actually dissipating. On the top of the city, Su Yanteo couldn't believe it, and Jiu Yuanka was happy and afraid. Does the heaven really have eyes? Gan Desha murmured in a trembling voice. His eyes were red, and his tears were streaming. The battle stopped, but the 5 decays of heaven and man did not stop for a moment. Feng Jiang's body was rotting, abscesses appeared on the back of his hands, and his scalp fell off with patches of silver hair. Feng Chang'ai sat in his own feces and urine and saw this scene, and tears rolled down his eyes silently, like howling, but also like laughing wildly. Feng Jiang turned around. The stench was getting stronger, forcing half the people in the city to vomit. He looked at Hong Fan first. The latter looked back fearlessly, smiling provocatively. Feng Jiang looked away. He glanced at the Feng family members kneeling in despair in the imperial city, glanced at Duan Xiaonan who stood firm and looked through the wind and clouds, glanced at Feng Yubei who worked hard and had his head and body separated, glanced at Yunlin, who was surrounded by smoke everywhere, glanced at the broken mountains and rivers of Huaiyang State. In the east of the city, the Yao River flowed endlessly, carrying the future into the past. Feng Jiang was indifferent. The 5 decays of heaven and man came to an end. His face was covered with wrinkles like black water ditches, his whole body was sweating like pulp, and hyperplastic tumors were piled up under his clothes, and pus soaked through the brocade. Sun and moon, you and I have only shone together for 180 years, too little, too little. The storm and sigh dissipated at the same time. Hong Fan looked up. He saw a setting sun falling into Feng Jiang's empty and desperate eyes. Chapter 390 New Life. Feng Jiang was dead. It was absolutely true. All the accomplished warriors within a radius of dozens of miles could see that a huge amount of highly condensed true energy was spilling out from his suspended body, like a mountain falling into the sea, splashing up waves as high as the sky. The momentum was so great that it seemed that it was not a person who died, but a part of the world. The silent, invisible, and formless but clearly existing waves washed over Hong Fan, causing him to have a splitting headache, and his vision was filled with hallucinations from nowhere. It was the most chaotic and incomprehensible black, gurgling like magma. From its gloom, countless colorful bubbles rose up. Their edges were dark and sticky, dense and endless, and if you look closely, they look like the overlapping roots of plants and the naked muscles of animals. Nausea rushed up his throat, like sticky oil being squeezed out of the stratum. Hong Fan couldn't help vomiting with his hands on the ground, struggling to maintain balance. During these few seconds, there was not a breath of wind. It was as if the world was still confirming someone's death, so it dared not breathe. The illusion had not yet faded. Hong Fan's esophagus was burning, his mouth was bitter, and he was unwilling to wait any longer. He forced himself to stand up and punch the ground, picked up a rock stained with human blood, and threw it at Feng Jiang with all his might. This throw was obviously tilted from a distance of hundreds of feet, but the airflow it carried finally moved the body. Feng Jiang was shattered. With clothes, skin, flesh and bones, his body turned into powder, and it fell into a rain of ashes, covering half of the royal city. This is not the death of one person. This is a wound in Kyushu. This is the slow death of hundreds of thousands and millions of people in the 3 counties of Huaiyang, until today, until this person. The world was dull in silence. Hong Fan looked at the ashes, finally suppressed the dizziness in his head, stood up suddenly on the cliff, and made the first shout. Feng is dead. The voice was hoarse, like a knife piercing into brocade. He took a breath and shouted again. Feng is dead. The sound was like tearing silk, like holding a knife and cutting it rudely. Then, Hong Fan finally heard the echo of the tsunami from the 5 internal organs, bones, lips and teeth of countless people. Feng is dead. It was as if the world was overturned, as if a stone broke the sky. The morale of the Xianfeng army collapsed completely. For them, Feng Jiang runs through the past, present and future of their lives. Under the wings of this name, they were born, their fathers grew up, and their grandfathers were buried. The city wall was breached in an instant, and countless defenders surrendered on the spot. Hong Fan went down the mountain, and Feng Chang'ai was no longer there. He followed the blood and wet traces and finally followed him to the front of the Qinzhang Hall, The hall was empty, and a quick breath was hidden behind the throne. Hong Fan stepped in and heard Feng Changai crying randomly. "Don't come over here, please don't come over here, I will give you whatever you want, and I will forgive you for all your past deeds." Hong Fan turned a deaf ear to him, and broke Feng Changai's limbs, and then pierced his dantian with his bare hands to carbonize the wound and stop the bleeding. He threw the king of Huaiang onto the throne, and casually fired a few fire cloud bombs to ignite the wooden pillars of the curtains. Walking out of the hall, Hong Fan stood between the ancient pines and the golden bricks, and turned around to watch this 200-year-old hall and its contemporary owner go to the end together. The fire burned Feng Changai. It seemed to burn in Hong Fan's chest as well. At this moment, he felt that he had turned into flames, using burning to cleanse the world and prove his existence. Feng Changai stopped breathing. The pavilion was engulfed in fire. The shouts of the righteous army sweeping the whole city came from the air. Hong Fan's whole body was numb, and he was in a daze for the first time in a long time. He stared at the fire, as if he had never really seen fire before. The wooden pillars turned black in the burning, and flames flowed out of the cracks. The bronze cranes were wrapped in flames, and their color changed from green to red. The long carpet also caught fire, and the flames were high and straight, like a road or a step. Hong Fan had killed many people in the past 3 years, but he had never seen concrete destruction and the rebirth brought by destruction. The fire was still burning. It burned the palace and the king, and also forged Hong Fan's true energy into true essence. When the whole hall collapsed in the fire, he completely merged with the innate fire spirit and entered the innate state. End of this volume. Chapter 391, Questioning. June 22nd, the 30th year of Zheng. Feng Jiang was annihilated in the sunset, and Yunlin City was burning in the fire. It was already dark when the righteous army broke into the city, and more than 3,000 people were injured. During this period, the soldiers were exhausted and it became more and more difficult to advance. Feng Mannian and Gu Yixin fought until they were covered with the wounds and their true energy was exhausted. They each used their last strength to snatch back the bodies of Feng Yubei and Duan Xianan. At 8 p.m., Su Yantao ordered all armies to station and reorganize with Bicheng as the core. Soon, Hong Fan, who had stabilized his realm, returned to the camp and retrieved Mingshan. He learned that in today's battle, the enemy Wang Yuzhen was seriously injured, Zuo Qiang had a broken arm, and his own innate Yunzhang Yingluo Shangming died on the spot. That night, Feng Mannian gathered the power of the Feng family and part of the Xianfeng army, and gathered in the Feng family mansion in Dongcheng and the Huaiang palace, and arranged defenses overnight. Before dawn, neither side made any move. June 23rd. At 6 a.m., the morning glow was lifted up in the early morning, like a gathering of flamingos. Feng Guinding, lost in the storm for 40 years, was once again clear between heaven and earth. With Yunlin North City as the base, the rebels launched a fierce offensive, sweeping the remnants of Xianfeng army on 3 sides, and occupied the lower half of the city in one day. June 24th. The Beisheng army attacked the Huaiang palace from the west and north, wiped out the palace guards and a small number of stubborn Baifeng guards who stayed behind, and captured the armory. At night, the rebels controlled 70% of the area in the city. June 25th. From midnight to dawn, the 3 innates of the Feng family entered the city one after another. The morale of the remnants of the Feng family rebounded. At 8 a.m., the rebels made a tentative attack on the east city. At noon, Gu Yixin came out of retreat after 3 days of meditation. His Yuanxi realm was stable and his injuries were nearly half recovered. He invited Feng Mannian to fight. In the afternoon, the rebels launched a full-scale attack. The battle unfolded in every street and alley in the East City. The Feng family was in great trouble but was not afraid. They were determined to fight like trapped beasts. The rebels fought until dusk but failed to win, so they withdrew their troops to reorganize. Su Yantao did not sleep all night. June 26th. It was not past the hour of Wei, and the scorching heat was raging. On the top of Yunlin City, a white-hot hole hung silently, and the earth seemed to be soaked in melted wax. The first 3 streets of East City had been reduced to ruins. Gu Yixin and Feng Mannian fought outside the city, and the sound of hollow air bursts came back from afar. Hong Fan held the knife with both hands, and used the Mingshan to cut out a 3-foot red fire, crashing into the incoming strong wind. The flaming tornado was twisted up, releasing thunder and thunder. The battle lasted for nearly 3 hours, and the Beisheng army had already exerted all its strength. Hong Fan thought that his side was better than the other side in terms of combat power and morale, but no matter how hard he and his partner Chiu Yuanke tried, they still could not push back the Feng family's line. A quarter of an hour later, the rebels retreated to rest. The temperature reached the hottest time of the day. The heavy armored soldiers shed their armor like shedding their shells, revealing the lining soaked with sweat, and their skin seemed to be dripping with oil under the scorching sun. Hong Fan didn't care about this mere heat. He held a knife and walked through the streets scattered with corpses in the sun. He glimpsed the blood clots on both sides, which were in dots, strips, or spurted out, sticking to the stone bricks and wooden walls. The red was purple, and the purple was black. Hong Fan couldn't help but speed up his pace. The stench of the 5 decays of the gods and men had dissipated a few days ago, but now the streets were soaked with the smell of decay of mortal corpses. Stepping on broken bricks and dust, Hong Fan stepped into the temporary command post. He first scooped water from the water tank in the shade, held his breath and drank it, and then waited for the cold to roll down from his throat to his stomach like drinking alcohol to relax. Hong Fan held a water scoop and spoke to Su Yunteo. Today's battle situation is not as good as yesterday. The opponent is weirdly tenacious, half complained, half asked. As he spoke, he scooped another bucket of cold water and poured it all over his head. There's a problem with our left wing, Su Yunteo replied in a low voice. The skin on his cheeks seemed to be hardened. It should be around noon, when they slowed down their offensive, and they have been just coping with it since then. Hong Fan was shocked. What do you mean? He threw the bucket back into the jar. The left wing is mainly composed of Xiaman Bianlan Hai and Zhu Tu Shou Zhaozheng. The former lost 200 people in the morning, and the latter 300, maybe it was too hot, or maybe the Feng family's position was too hard. Anyway, they don't want to fight anymore, Su Yunteo replied. Hong Fan nodded silently, untied the Mingxian from his waist and pressed it on the table. This was what he had been worried about a few days ago. Yunlin City had accumulated too much wealth after plundering for 200 years. Now that Feng Jiang was dead and Duan Xianan was no longer there, many people inevitably lost their confidence and had new ideas, unwilling to fight with the Feng family who were fighting like a trapped beast, and even had other ideas. Not long after Chiu Yuanke returned, someone outside the hall came to report urgently. There was a group looting in the West City, and our people were unable to stop them when they went over, and they almost resorted to fighting. Outside Xiandong City, the sound of Gu Yixin and Feng Manayan fighting could still be heard from afar. Hong Fan's face was as gloomy as water, and he clenched his sword tightly. On the same day, at 8 p.m., the Gong family mansion in front of Yunlin South City, where the rebel army's tent was located. The courtyard was lit up brightly. All the high-ranking members of the rebel army were present. The military's prestige lies in the execution of orders. Chiu Yuanke stood in the hall, his voice heavy. Before the march, we said that the coalition forces would be under the unified command and abide by our military discipline. However, in today's battle, the Hongsha army on the left and the Chaozi camp were afraid to act, delaying the opportunity to fight. Do you two have anything to say? He looked to the left, where the famous Huaiyang spearman Xia Mansion was sitting. Beishengguang Mingjian, there may be delays, but there is absolutely no slacking, Lan Hai responded immediately. My men have fought for their lives against Japan and are already exhausted. How can they be charged with such a crime when they are running out of energy? He was so confident and not confused at all. Chiu Yuanke, on the other hand, did not expect the other party to dare to argue so in such a way, and his momentum was slightly stifled. The battle was fierce, and the various units of the rebel army were independently organized. He did not interrogate anyone from the left army to verify the evidence, not to mention that this was never necessary when Duan Xianan was there. The courtyard was silent for a moment. Hong Fan glanced at the 3 and 8 rebels who were sitting in order. Qing Yujian Ling Ziyan had a gloomy face, Xiaman Bianlan Hai seemed excited, and Zhu Tu Shou Zhaozheng leaned back in an armchair with a look of disapproval. He recalled the scene when he first met them in early June. The sun and the moon have risen and set for only a dozen times, and the people are still the same people, but their appearance is very different. What about the rebellion in Zichen? Chiu Yuanke suppressed his anger and asked again. Master Zhao, your men robbed 7 families, raped 2 women, and killed 1 person, and they were caught red-handed. How do you explain this? According to the military law of the Beisheng army, it was naturally my brothers who made the mistake, Zhao Zhang replied, cupping his hands. Since Lord Beisheng has mentioned it personally, I will punish them severely when I go back. He said it very seriously, But his eyes were relaxed. The so-called severe punishment was probably a few military sticks and a fine. As everyone knows, Zhu Yuanke is powerful, but he has a gentle and generous personality and has never been able to lose face. In troubled times, the war is fierce and it is inevitable that some poor people will be hurt, Zhao Zhang thought leisurely. Zhu Yuanke kept his mouth shut, but he couldn't stop thinking. As the nominal leader of the three-county righteous army, he is actually one of the many. He tries to take care of everyone and everything and doesn't want to ruin his loyalty. And the fact that things have been handled to this point in the past can also be regarded as a wake-up call for all the Green Forest tycoons and military leaders present. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Military Law. The time seemed to have come. But Zhu Yuanke, who had always been a peacemaker, couldn't do it anymore. He felt that he was standing alone in the hall today, and he was the first to bear the brunt of the situation. If he tried to smooth things over, he would betray something in his heart. Just thinking about it made him feel nervous. Sima Chen, he looked at the marching Sima Chen Yan. What is the crime of those who violated the ban in Zhao's camp today according to military law? Replying to Lord Beishin, there were 39 people who violated the ban today, including 1 military Marcus, 3 team leaders, and 7 main offenders. A total of 11 people should be beheaded, and the rest should be flogged. Chen Yan bowed and replied without thinking. Zhao Zhang glared at him when he heard it. Zhu Yuanke put his hands behind his back, and after a moment, he said, "It must be done according to military law." Zhao Zhang stood up suddenly after hearing this. "I don't accept it." His voice was loud and spread outside the courtyard. "Lord Beishin, Mengzi has been with me for 5 years, upholding justice and fighting against tyranny, and he has never frowned in blood and fire, and only then has he become a military Marcus. Even if he made a mistake today, how can it be offset by his merits in 100 battles? This question stumped Zhu Yuanke. The Beisheng army's attack on Yunlin was sudden, and the several innate heroes and their new forces were the main responders to the call. They undoubtedly made contributions. Zhu Yuanke was obviously hesitant. "Lord Beishin, it's not a big deal anyway. The remnants of the Feng family have not been eliminated, so why make a fuss?" Lan Hai saw his hesitation and advised. Zhao Zhang had long been certain that Zhu Yuanke would not take action, and then glanced at Gu Yixin, and saw that the spear leader with a new wound was sitting silently in a corner, holding his spear like a statue, listening but not saying anything, and his shoulders suddenly felt lighter. Years of friendship, reputation of righteousness, connections, qualifications, overall situation. Lord Beisheng has been trapped by many shackles, and Su Yongtao, as a rebel general of the Xianfeng army, has no weight to suppress the various righteous armies. But there are some people from other places who don't buy it. Xian Heximantian really doesn't live up to the name of a hero. Hong Fan sat upright in the armchair, leaning on the handle of the Mingxian sword with both hands, and suddenly spoke sarcastically. "But I don't understand one thing. In your eyes, how many women can the military Marcus rape for his hundreds of battles today, and how many heads of civilians can he be worth? If we talk about merits, don't the ancestors of the Feng family have more than you here?" Lan Hai's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't say anything for a while. "Shisha, are you going to ask about the brothers of a certain family?" Zhao Zhang sneered. "No, I want to ask about your business." Hong Fan stared at him. "Letting his men plunder, being cowardly and ruining the war, and not obeying General Su's orders. Why don't you count your own merits, Master Zhao?" Zhao Zhang was stared at by Hong Fan, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Shisha said it easily, but couldn't the men take a break when they couldn't fight anymore? He argued. "Don't mess around and ruin the good situation of the righteous army." Hearing this, Hong Fan laughed in anger. Everyone knows that the Iron Palm Mountain opener can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. If Brother Duan was still here, I guess you wouldn't have the courage to say what you just said. "Don't pull the banner of the Iron Palm," Zhao Zhang replied instinctively, but suddenly he thought of Duan Xianan's coffin still in the back hall, and his mouth became dry, and he couldn't say the second half of his words. The scene was cold for a moment. Master Zhao must give an explanation for what happened today. Hong Fan was impatient and threatened. "Little boy from Liangzhou, are you threatening me?" Zhao Zhang frowned. Did I get the name of Bloody Butcher out of fear? I came here tonight to respect Lord Beisheng's righteousness. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll make a promise. In the future, at the Righteous Army meeting, Yu Hongfan will be there, but Zhao Zhang will not be there." He turned around and was about to leave. "Zhao Zhang," Hongfan stood up and ordered. "Today you disobeyed the military order and disrespected him in person. If you dare to leave this hall before the matter is settled, you will be guilty and run away. Don't say I didn't warn you." Zhao Zhang paused slightly and turned his head back to look at Hongfan. He saw that the latter's eyes were surrounded by pure whites, reflecting the firelight as if burning carbon, emitting substantial pressure. He called Hongfan his little boy, but he knew in his heart that this man was brave enough to fight against a strong wind and kill the tyrant with his own hands. Whether in terms of courage or ability, he is undoubtedly one of the young generation in Jiaxiao. He took the initiative to avoid further intensification of the conflict. But Zhao Zhang didn't expect Hongfan to press on step by step and not give in at all. The situation suddenly became tense, like a sword blade half an inch out of its sheath. Blood Butcher was a famous hero of Huaiyang State, who was equipped with the innate 3-in-1 martial arts. He could not be cowardly in front of everyone. "Hongfan, Sanjin is not Zijing," he gritted his teeth and shouted, and walked out of the courtyard. Hongfan did not move. Gu Yixin, who had been holding a gun in the corridor and listening to the quarrel for an hour, suddenly put down the butt of the gun. There was a dull sound of thump. Zhao Zhang had just stepped out of the door, and felt a chill on the back of his neck. He hurriedly stopped and looked back, just in time to see Gu Yixin looking up and looking at him with a dry and fierce gaze. At this moment, the air in the courtyard seemed to be electrified. "Gun leader," Zhao Zhang opened his mouth to speak, but before he finished speaking, a meteor-like iron light had already approached his face. Half an hour later, Blood Butcher's body had been carried down, and several soldiers were carrying buckets to wash the blood-stained floor tiles outside the courtyard. The heroes of the Righteous Army were either shocked or frightened, and they said nothing about what happened today, and gradually dispersed. At this time, the moonlight was fading, and most of the candles had burned out, but the courtyard in midsummer was a little more quiet. "Thank you two brothers for what happened today, but I was embarrassed at that time," Jiu Yuanka whispered. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but add a sentence. "But if I kill the Bloody Butcher on the spot, I'm afraid it will hurt the harmony with other righteous armies." Hongfan shook his head when he heard it. "Mr. Chu is worrying too much. Since Feng Jiang is dead, the fate of Huaiyang is like a candle in the wind, and no matter what the fate of the remnants of the Feng family is, the 3 counties in the future will not be able to accommodate any righteous army. Mr. Chu and General Su might as well think more about what will happen next." After he finished speaking, he bowed slightly and left with Gu Yixin. The courtyard became more and more empty. Su Yanteo sighed silently. Chu Yuanka looked at the bare branches of the tall trees in the courtyard that had withered during the 5 declines of heaven and man, but he was a little confused. June 27th. Yunlin was as desolate as yesterday, and it began to drizzle at dawn. At 6 a.m., the rebels cooked in the rain, and marched out of the camp half an hour later. The soldiers were dressed neatly and crossed the wet avenue of the North City, and saw a new wooden platform at the intersection. On the platform, the 11 criminals from the Zhao camp were kneeling in a row with their hands tied behind their backs. Their heads were all removed and neatly placed in front of them. These people were probably tortured at sunrise, and the skin and flesh at the broken necks shrank and turned white, and all the blood had been drained. Su Yanteo wore a bamboo hat and watched the coalition forces split at the fork. The Beisheng army went to the middle, King Gaiyujian went to the right, and the left wing was still the Hongsha army and the Zhao camp. Last night, Lan Hai was restless after the meeting, and went back to the camp in the middle of the night to express his feelings, but he was not looking for Jiu Yuanka but Gu Yixin and Hongfan. The army pressed into the east city, and the footsteps were mixed with the sound of rain. Compared to yesterday, the rain has eliminated 3 points of the heat, but has added 7 points of dampness and stuffiness. The army is about to meet. Hongfan stopped with his sword in hand, looking through the blue brick walls and tiles covered with a layer of water film to the enemy's defense line dozens of feet away. Wooden chevaux de frise was set up in the middle of the street. A dense formation of heavily armored spearmen was behind them. On both sides, the sharp corners of the hats and the sharp eyes of the crossbowmen were revealed behind the roof ridges. Chapter 393, Disarmament. Hongfan shook off his scabbard. Gu Yixin walked side by side with him. A row of heavy shieldmen followed the two of them, and behind them was a mixed formation of spearmen and swordmen. The rain was getting heavier. Hong Fan urged his true essence, and the spirit suddenly rushed up a 10-foot-long fire blade, which evaporated the water vapor and made a hissing sound. After reaching the innate state, his awareness became more and more profound. At this time, he could see the light and shadow perspective of each drop of rain falling at high speed, and could hear the heavy breathing from the iron helmets behind him. All troops, wait for orders. Jiu Yuanka's order came from the next street. A crossbow arrow on the enemy building accidentally flew through the rain curtain and fell in front of Hong Fan. Feng Manian, dressed in a tight suit, landed on the eaves of a 3-story building in the distance. Gu Yixin took off his linen holster and flew to the roof. War roars were heard, and the army formations collided, like a hammer hitting an anvil. 1 second is a knife, 1 breath is a life. Time is covered in red and flowing. Hong Fan, wearing sand armor and wielding a fire sword, fully activated the hot wind hell, holding 2 Fen clan innates by himself. Chu Yuanka stood in the middle of the street and led the team forward, blasting away Zuo Qian, who only had 1 arm left. His blood suddenly surged as he chased. He was not the only one who felt something was wrong. Hong Fan looked up blankly, the flesh on the side of his head throbbing, and his heartbeat accelerated. He hadn't seen it yet, but he could feel it. The sky was pressing down. A towering mountain rose from the end of the earth, crashing into him silently. The warrior stopped fighting as if in shock. Hong Fan held his chest and jumped onto the highest roof beside him. He looked to the northeast by intuition and saw a celestial phenomenon he had never seen in his life. The rain and fog rolled and thickened, covering the sun, emitting a grayish-white light. Instead, a purple sun rose from the sky and passed over the back of the clouds at high speed. The light shines everywhere, and I heard, purple light flickers on the scales of the Yao River, and the crystal-like water body swims over a 1,000-foot dragon, purple meaning shimmer in the air, and the city bricks and tiles are gloomy with 7 rainbow colors. Purple light shines through the falling leaves, and the dry leaf veins are prominent like jagged bones. The whole city is silent in the rain. Hong Fan stared at the purple sun coming from the horizon. It was obviously far away, but it disappeared in just 5 or 6 breaths. The clouds and mountains collapsed, and 4 people were suspended in the air, as far away as the abyss. The leftmost one looked old, with a short haircut and a long beard. There were 3 wrinkles on his forehead as deep as a rift valley, and he wore a plain white cotton robe. The second left one seemed to be about 50 years old, with a full forehead and an upright figure. He was dressed in purple and gorgeous clothes, and a golden dragon was embroidered on his chest. The third left one was very old, with triple pupils in his eyes and pure white irises. The one on the far right was old and vigorous, with tiger eyes and lion mouth, and his blue brocade robe was embroidered with ice-cracking thunder patterns. Hong Fan realized the identities of the 4 people almost instantly. The one wearing the dragon costume must be the Xiao family's mountain king, Xiao Ding, who controls the mountains and rivers. The 3 on the left have double pupils, which is the vision of the 3 realms illuminating sutras Hikyu, who illuminates the void. The one on the right is wearing thunder patterns, Yi Zhen, who punishes the gods. The only old man on the left looks ordinary, but since he can be ranked with the other 3, there is only one possibility. The head of the Martial Arts Academy, Guan Qimei, the Wheel of Life. Hong Fan had thought long ago that when the overall situation of Huaiyang State is settled, someone will come to clean up the mess. But he didn't expect that it would be the 4 martial saints of the time. Silence is like a plague, spreading on the front line. The shouting and killing sound died down. The 4 martial saints looked down at the city from a high position, and saw that the palace was in ruins and the army of Dongcheng was in a state of confusion, and they frowned. Then the Mountain King raised his hands behind his back and spoke. Stop the fighting, be solemn, you all wait for the order, and do not move without authorization. The voice was like thunder, rolling over the city. However, some people with great hatred turned a deaf ear to it, took the opportunity to stab the enemy's chest with a knife, and laughed wantonly. Xiao Ding's face sank. Yi Zhen moved faster than him, his eyes followed the sound instantly, and dozens of thunders rose from the sky, instantly killing all those who disobeyed the order. Return the sword to the sheath, Jiu Yuanqi ordered urgently when he saw this. The battle stopped abruptly. Only the rain continued, lingering the earth. The army returned to their camps. Hong Fan stood on the street and watched the martial saints fall into the Huaiyang palace from afar. The arrival of the 4 saints was indeed surprising, But it also showed one thing: they had not reached a consensus on the future of the three counties. Not long after, envoys really visited the various forces in Yunlin City one by one, and summoned people to the palace by name. They were probably informants that the parties had planted long ago. At the exact time of Chen, Jiu Yuanqi, Su Yuntao, Zai Haoling and others were also invited to leave. Hong Fan and others were fully equipped and sat in the courtyard of Gong Mansion waiting. The sun rose to the middle of the sky in the rain, and the three leaders of the Beijing army finally came back. Chu Yuanqi walked in front, his clothes were soaked, and his hair and water stuck to the sides of his face. He stood on the stone steps of the courtyard and wiped his face. In front of him were the people who gathered around. Mr. Beishen, what's the matter? Pan Rui squeezed in front and asked his master. The Feng family is tyrannical, lost people and lost a country, and will be deprived of the throne, Jiu Yuanqi replied. We fought bravely, followed the will of heaven and people, and we are innocent and meritorious. There was a joyful sigh of relief in the courtyard. But the slight noise soon dissipated, and everyone looked at Chu Yuanqi's serious expression and knew that he had not finished speaking. The remaining members of the Feng family will move to Tite City in Hezhou within 7 days, and the land and property left behind will be used to disband the Xianfeng army. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Just relocate the clan, you can take your property with you, but isn't that worse than exile? Several questions immediately arose in the crowd. If they move north within 7 days, the Feng family's large amount of land and fixed assets will certainly not be converted into cash, but they can take away money and grain. With their status as a first-class family, they can still be a local emperor even if they go to the border. Chu Yuanqi looked at the rising resentment and anger and had to explain. In recent years, the borders of Kyushu have been generally peaceful, but the giant spirits in the north have been restless year after year. Relocating the Feng family there can strengthen the border defense, which is also a good thing, he reluctantly said, unable to withstand the hot gazes of the crowd, and let out another sentence. This is the intention of the two feudal martial saints, and the head of the mountain and the king of the mountain have also agreed. As expected, everyone choked. Zai Haoling, who was standing in the hall, coughed and reminded Jiu Yuanqi to be careful with his words. Hong Fan could roughly sort out the game here. The two saints of Heijin and Langai are old, and they certainly don't want to see the Feng family perish. Since ancient times, no family has been able to have a martial saint in the world. The Feng family's present symbolizes their future. As for the court, it probably wants to make use of waste. Xianbui is a military political integration, and it is the area with the weakest control under the rule of Dahua. Moving the Feng family in the past not only shared the pressure of the giant spirit, but also wedged a steel nail that could not fit into the iron plate of the northern border. But most people don't think as much as Hong Fan. They just think that the Feng family is hateful and damnable. Now they are about to die, but they have been told that they can't move anymore. Things are changing too fast. Inside and outside the courtyard, the officers are wearing steel armor, and the soldiers have arrows on their shields. Before sunset today, they were thinking about fighting again. Restlessness and resentment seep out of hatred, wanting to transform into a concrete impulse. This brewing is silent. Eyes now replace tongues. The overlapping gazes quickly abandoned the three people who had returned from the palace. Most of them looked at Gu Yixin, and a few glanced at Hong Fan. But the latter two did not react. So the anger burned in the air for a while, shattered like bubbles, and turned into a weak self-persuasion. The martial saint could not resist, and Feng Jiang and Feng Chang'ai were dead after all. Outside the court, Feng Qing stood on the rein and suffocated, and suddenly pulled the straps. The armor slipped off and hit the ground with a bang. For a moment, many people seemed to realize this useless burden, and the sound of armor being removed became one. Chapter 394 Kingshan. The Feng family has moved away, so what about Huaiang? After a moment of silence, someone asked. There is no Huaiang anymore, Jiu Yuanqi replied. The three counties will be returned to the court, and a governor will be temporarily appointed to govern them. 3 years later, they will be divided into Ruling and Sheng. He saw that the courtyard was unknowingly crowded with people, and he tried to pull open the corners of his mouth to make a relaxed smile, but he couldn't do it. What about us? A voice in the voice change period asked. Hong Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young officer who looked familiar but didn't know his name, about 16 or 17 years old, half of his face squeezed in from outside the courtyard. Those who want to continue to serve in the army can be transferred to the court officers and demoted to the second level. The one who answered was Sha Howling. If you don't want to serve in the army, go home and live your own life. Do what you did before. Everyone was confused at first, and many of them were slow to think and still couldn't come to their senses after a while. Seeing that they were dumb, Jiu Yuanqi finally couldn't help but speak again. We are gone. Like the Xianfeng army, the Beisheng army will also be disbanded. He shook his body, his eyes scattered for a moment before they gathered again. The ground inside and outside the courtyard seemed to collapse, and everyone's heart was empty, and their souls fell into the void of the future. The so-called before was an extremely distant thing in Huaiyang State. Although the Beisheng army had only been in power for 4 or 5 years, the chaos had lasted for more than 10 years. Hong Fan stood under the eaves and looked at the soldiers in the rain. Every drop of rain was like a miniature waterfall, washing over faces that were either confused, tired, or helpless. They were of different ages. The young were still growing, and the old had half white hair and beard, but their faces were the same, all darkened by the scorching sun and strong wind. Over the years, these people have been carrying more and more, so much that they can't recognize themselves, but now they have to take it all off in one day, first the spears, then the armor, and finally the name of the Beisheng army. Between heaven and earth, time shoots forward, but only retreats on these people. Their eyes gradually became vague. Each black pupil seemed like a deep passage, with wild childlike thoughts running in it. The hunting forest, the cultivated land, the long-lost villagers, the fishing lights breaking through the snow on the river at night, the cold water fish in the shallow stream. It was like a person who had lost his memory and remembered the past, or a person who had lost his soul and found his soul. So his eyebrows were feminine, and some warmth grew in his indifference. Hong Fan could see clearly that there were no generals, no military marquises, no leaders of tens or hundreds of men in the courtyard, but cooks, fishermen, farmers, miners, boatmen, tailors. After a year of fighting in the 3 counties, he suddenly realized that no one was born to fight. The meeting would continue. Su Yantao took over the host and talked about more trivial issues. These things had little to do with outsiders. Hong Fan listened for a while and then left alone. Outside the courtyard, the poplar tree with the gray and cracked bark had just withered 5 days ago, and now fingernail-sized buds had grown on its branches. The rain gradually stopped. Feng Jiang's ashes were washed into the ditch. Hong Fan left the Gong mansion. He saw that the broken houses on the street were brand new and even had some vitality. June 29th, night. The back hall of the Gong mansion. The moon was high in the sky, and the wind blew through the courtyard. The dry grass was swaying like yellow smoke. Today is the last 7 days after Duan Xianan's death, and the ceremony is particularly heavy. White paper lanterns were hung outside the courtyard, incense was burned in front of the coffin, candles were lit on the side of the coffin, and the altar was filled with fine wine and delicacies. Most of the mourners had already left. Gu Yixin sat cross-legged on the futon to keep vigil. Hong Fan was preparing the motorcade for the next day outside the courtyard. Tomorrow, the coffin will set off all the way back to Wenxi village, Hejian State, 7,000 miles away. Lu Yao was fine. What Hong Fan was thinking about was the way to bury him. The remains of a Yuanzi warrior were valuable, so it was inevitable that someone would covet them. At this moment, he heard footsteps approaching, but he didn't know when they entered the yard. Gu Yixin sensed Hong Fan's nervousness and reached out to grab the pistol from the corner. "What's wrong?" he asked, but saw Hong Fan relax and lead someone into the yard. The man had gray hair and beard, an old face, and a short but straight figure. It was Guan Kime. "I'm here to see him off," the martial saint announced his purpose. Everyone saluted hurriedly, and Gu Yixin also stood up quickly. Guan Kime waved his hand, bowed slightly to the coffin, went to the low table in the corridor to get the incense oil, and added the last oil to the ever-burning lamp on the altar. "Tomorrow is the 7th day of mourning. What will we do after that?" He put the incense oil back and asked Gu and Hong without any strangeness, as if he had known them for a long time. "To the headmaster, we plan to send Brother Duan back to his hometown, where he will return to his roots," Hong Fan replied respectfully. "I saw a car being prepared outside the door. It turns out that we are going to Hejian." Guan Kime nodded. "I know a little about his affairs. His father passed away many years ago, and his elder brother and younger brother have a bad relationship with him because of money-making. Besides, Hejian still belongs to the Hao family. I don't think it's necessary to make a fuss. He raised his palm in the air, as if stroking the wooden coffin in the air. Cheyenne wants to be on the top 3, but unfortunately he's one step short. Why not let him live next to Feng Yi? The Green Mountain is the coffin, and the heaven and earth are the outer coffin. How about it? Guan Qimei asked. Since he is next to Feng Yi, the Green Mountain mentioned is obviously Feng Gaiyanding. But Feng Gaiyanding is bald and ugly. How can it be considered green? Everyone hesitated, but they did not dare to refute the martial saint. And Gu Yixin had no idea about this kind of thing as usual. Hong Fan thought that once a person is buried in the earth, he will always be 3 feet shorter than the nearest flowers and plants. It would be good to be buried on the top of a mountain and look down on the world. I think it's good, he agreed. You two are the closest people to him when he was alive. Since you have no objection, then do as I say. Guan Qimei made a decision and took action immediately. He waved away the altar, walked to the coffin, and held the coffin on his shoulder with one hand. The crowd made way. At this time, Hong Fan used the paper and pen in the hall to write a dozen numbers temporarily, and presented them to Guan Qimei with both hands. This is a couplet I read in a book, he whispered. Guan Qimei glanced at it, nodded, strode out, and ascended in the courtyard. The moonlight was like a flame, flowing silently at this time. Hong Fan jumped onto the courtyard wall, his vision swept across the countless roofs that stood like the dorsal fins of black fish, and looked at the solitary peak in the south of the city. Feng Gaiyanding was protected and polished by wind and thunder, and had not been exposed to water for many years. In the past 2 days, it was soaked by the new rain, and the surface was red, like a whole piece of chicken bloodstone. Guan Qimei climbed higher and higher, hundreds of meters in a few breaths, and his thin figure soon half hidden in the night. Only the huge painted coffin reflected the moonlight in the sky. Hong Fan did not dare to blink. He saw the peaks of the people were level and the stars were like waterfalls. Guan Qimei just stretched out his hand and pointed, and the top of the cliff where Feng Yi was buried cracked. A thunder was released from the mountain and fled to the sky in an instant. The coffin was put in, and the mountain closed again. Guan Qimei turned around, facing the burning starry sky with his back, and opened his arms towards Yanlan City. In silence, a layer of gauze floated from the ground and surrounded Feng Gaiyanding. Hong Fan looked closely and found that it was the seeds of plants and trees that had fallen all over the city 7 days ago. The Yimu Kingling Sutra is one of the 10 sutras, and it once eroded mountains and rivers to create the Golden Sea Desert. Now the magic power is reversed, releasing a huge amount of vitality. Under the top of the wind and clouds, buds sprouted from the cracks of the rocks, and the buds became grass, and the grass became branches, until the green forests built by infinite branches surged like waves, breaking the shell of Bald Mountain bit by bit and spreading to the top of the single peak. Hong Fan looked up, his whole body numb. After being buried in a coffin, Bald Mountain changed its soul and returned to its youthful heyday decades ago. When the long wind passed, the forest on the mountain was surging, as if a big river was flowing in the sky. On the cliff hundreds of feet high, only Feng Yi's words remained the same, one thought of Xiangang's intention, thousands of miles away from the wind. Guan Qi couldn't move the remains of the predecessor, but used his finger as a pen to write at a higher place. Sand and stones fell, outlining a new couplet. Why bury the bones in the hometown? There are green mountains everywhere in life. Hong Fan silently read the couplet, and was in a daze for a long time before he came back to his senses. He touched his cheeks and found that they were all wet marks caused by the cold wind. He looked at Gu Yixin and others beside him, and each of them was crying in silence. After half a minute of silence, Guan Qimei returned from the sky, hanging 10 feet high, and asked Hong Fan. Shisha, since you have entered the Xianshan realm, are you willing to be promoted to the purple ribbon and right under the sky? Hong Fan wiped his tears and nodded. Okay. You go back to Zijing and settle the matter here with Su Guinian, and you can come to Shenjing to find me when you are done. After Guan Qimei finished speaking, he ascended into the night and headed northeast. The sky and the fields were silent. The moonlight washed the deserted city. P.S. The child is determined to leave his hometown, and he will not return until he becomes famous. Why bury my bones in my hometown? There are green mountains everywhere in life. 7-character quatrain, revived poem for my father Mao Zedong. Chapter 395. Open your eyes. The next day, June 30th. At night. The war was over, and Duan Xiaonan was buried. Hong Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling peaceful for the first time in more than 10 days. He had entered the Xianshan realm many days ago. But he was exhausted by the fierce battles every day, and only now did he have time to examine his progress in detail. The true essence circulated, shuttling through the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians at high speed, and then penetrated into the separate parts of Li, Ru, Chu, and He. Possessing true essence is a sign of the Xiantian realm. After that, every time a meridian is opened, it is a step up. When the meridians of the whole body are unobstructed, it is the peak of Liu. Generally speaking, there is no distinction within the realm of heaven and man. But in fact, the longer a warrior is stuck, the more innate spiritual energy he can drive. Once he breaks through, these accumulations will be realized in a short time. For example, Shi Yuan Wu was stuck in the key realm for 7 or 8 years, and once he broke through the realm, he rushed to the first level within a few days. In contrast, Hong Fan stayed in the heaven and man for only 1 year, so it should be said that he did not have much accumulation. But from the Duanli battle to Yunlin's attack, the roots of the Dragon Soul tree had already been filled with vitality, and they were expanding from the popliteal fossa to the kidneys and bladder every day. So far, 60% of the Taiyang and Shaoyin meridians have been opened. Considering that he was still fighting with the Feng family 5 days after breaking through the realm, and replenishing under the Dragon Soul tree, Hong Fan estimated that the current vitality was enough for him to achieve the Xiantian Yi. Killing is indeed a hotbed for the growth of the Star Lord, he sighed. The true essence circulated for 49 weeks. Hong Fan's distracting thoughts gradually stopped, and he entered a state of concentration and inner vision. After the Xiantian realm, the warrior's inner vision ability is further enhanced. Meridians, blood vessels, organs, bones, all the parts that make up the body are formed at will, whether it is zoomed in or out or real. It only takes a thought. In the past, Hong Fan's inner vision ability could only monitor the abstract spiritual platform, but now it can further examine the real image inside the skull. Eyeballs, optic nerves, sulci. No wonder the organ supervisor's anatomy is not inferior to his previous life, Hong Fan thought. His eyes passed through the pineal gland in the brain. He saw the arterioles of the left and right posterior choroidal arteries penetrate the pineal gland membrane, run between the connective tissues, and form a blue capillary network. The blood flow here is second only to the kidneys. Hong Fan was about to shift his eyes along the pineal gland's azygous vein, when he suddenly felt the swaying of the Dragon Soul tree's branches and leaves, and it was as if a cool breeze passed over the spiritual platform, blowing away a veil. When he came to his senses, he saw the tissues in the pineal gland flipping, revealing a complete eye with closed eyelids. Hong Fan's breath was choked. This eye was tiny and delicate, with purple-black organic tissue attached to the surrounding area, and a clear boundary with the flesh and blood outside. When Hong Fan looked at it, it also opened a little. Looking at each other, time seemed to be evaporating. Through this pupil, Hong Fan saw the barren sand, the soil, and the shaking continent made of rocks. This continent was actually floating on the Red Sea of blood. The waves rose from the cracks in the ground and swept Hong Fan down. Consciousness was sinking, falling into the pale blue sky at high speed, falling out of the abyss on the other side, crashing into the boundless nothingness without light and shadow. What is quietly passing away? It is me. It seems like a moment, like a lifetime. Until the Dragon Soul tree flaunts its branches and leaves again. Hong Fan suddenly jumped out of his inner vision, his heart pounding, and his whole body sweating. Whose eyes are these? He murmured. These are not my eyes. Hong Fan was anxious, his true energy was out of control and collided, hurting his internal organs, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. The plain white bedsheet was stained red, with the golden spots in between. It was exactly the same as the blood of Zio 12 and Zio 13, July 1st. In the afternoon, it was hot. The egret stood on the branch, like an idle cloud hidden in the green leaves. Feng Qing led the two through the rain corridor and walked into the green-tiled courtyard buried deep in the cicadas. In the study, 4 people sat down as guests and hosts. Hong Fan poured a cup of cold tea for each of them. "What do you want to see me for?" he asked with a smile. After receiving the tea, several people didn't know where to start. After a moment of silence, Feng Qing spoke. "Sir, the entire Feng family left today. The ox-horse caravan stretched for several miles." He held the cup. "In the past few days, we have heard news of the disbanding of the rebel armies in various places. After the great event, everyone is inevitably a little empty." Hearing this, Hong Fan roughly guessed their intentions, but still listened patiently. Feng Qing moistened his lips with herbal tea and continued. These days, Lord Beisheng is busy contacting people from the court, and General Su is counting the wealth of the army and distributing the silver for severance. Everyone is looking for a way out. Those who come from a wealthy family will definitely not leave the 3 counties, and most of them want to change their official positions in the court. Those who have a family and a skill plan to join the Leng family and the Tang family, without 2 enemies. Everyone can imagine the prosperity of these 2 families in the future, but there are always some who are unwilling or unable to do so. He looked at Hong Fan and pointed at himself. For example, I finally overthrew the Wang court, but had to let the Feng family go. I don't want to live under the roof of the Shi family anymore. At this point, he drank the tea in a rage. Young, rootless, stubborn, many people don't want to stay in Huaiyang state, but they have no way out. After thinking about it, I can only ask you, sir. Hong Fan nodded. Dahua Jiazhao has always had population mobility control. For warriors, such restrictions are basically formalities, but it is not so easy for ordinary people to obtain a pass. What's more, people are despised when they leave their hometown, and there are xenophobic situations everywhere. I have something to ask here first. Hong Fan thought for a moment and said. Do you want to go to Liangzhou or follow me? If it's the former, I will do my best to help you with our friendship of life and death. If it's the latter, we will be master and servant in the future and cannot abandon each other, and the relationship is different. Seeing that the words had been said, the 3 of them looked at each other. For ordinary people, the warriors of the Beisheng army who have experienced hundreds of battles and witnessed the destruction of the Yuanxi are really looked down upon. But the person in front of him is different. In terms of reputation, ability, martial arts, and knowledge, Hong Fan is the best choice at the moment. Although the resources behind him were not as good as those of the aristocratic families, thinking of the scene when Duan Xianan was buried, it is clear that he has entered the eyes of the head of this Hangwu Academy. What's more rare is that he has all kinds of extraordinary qualities, but he is humble and loyal, and he is also brave enough to perish together with his enemies. If you really want to choose someone to follow in the current Yanlan city, I'm afraid there is no better choice. So Feng Qing and the other 2 almost immediately stood up and bowed. If you can follow the young master, it would be a great honor. Hong Fan returned the greeting first, and then asked the 3 to sit down. So how many people want to go to Liangzhou? He asked. We haven't asked them in detail one by one, but there are at least dozens of people. Niu Zhengshen, who was sitting on the west side, said. Most of them are from our central army, many of whom have fought with you on the battlefield, and there are also the group of people who smelted iron last winter, but with a word from you, I won't frown if I fight Yanlan again. Hong Fan understood the situation thoroughly, and quickly thought about it. Among the 3 people in front of him, Feng Qing is a complete lineage, and the other 2 are high level. They are skilled in archery and horse riding, and outstanding in martial arts, and they can't do without wealth wherever they go. But many of the big soldiers below are not on this situation. And the army is the most group-holding place. The soldiers who want to go out and make a living hold the group of officers, and the officers come to hold the group of stronger ones. 3 years have passed, and Hong Fan's influence is no longer what it used to be. It involves the Weaponry Bureau, the Martial Arts Academy, the 2 major business houses and many celebrities in Zhejiang, and has long covered outside the Hong family. If the group of people from Huaiyang state followed him to Liangzhou, they would definitely become a new mountain. But this is a good thing for Hong Fan. Now he wants to do more and more things, and it is not enough and healthy to rely entirely on the talents in the clan. Anyway, the scale of dozens of people is enough to support them, even if they cannot be digested temporarily. So, Hong Fan agreed. Since you trust me, I will not shirk this responsibility. Zhejiang is one of the largest cities in Kyushu. Although I have not been here for long, I have accumulated a lot of connections. I can talk to the Martial Academy, the Weaponry Bureau, the Criminal Investigation Department, and even the Liangzhou camp. As for the aristocratic families, whether second-rate or third-rate, I have met the ancestors of the Shen family once, and I have also attended a banquet in Wazhang Garden. I have a deep friendship with the daughter of the Shen family. I left the banquet early, and Miss Shen cried. Everyone laughed when they heard this. The blood splattered in Wazhang Garden has long been known to the world. This incident can also prove Hong Fan's power in Zhejiang. As for Jinhei City where my clan is located, it is not an exaggeration to say that it covers the sky with one hand. In short, you can ask in detail after you go back. Those who are willing to follow me to the north will be treated the same as those of our family. If you want to make a living in the future, I will never stop you." The three of them were overjoyed to hear this. After they hurried away, they received a written report that night, which listed 87 names. Among them, in addition to Feng Qing, the deputy commander of the Liangshan camp of the Central Army, there was actually a second-line military Marcus Zuchi, and more than 20 Guantong. Chapter 396 Return. 2 days later, July 3rd. Yunlin City, Guang Mansion. In the evening, the sun had already set. The sky was sinking from the iron blue at the top to the purple-black in the east, and only a smear of white light remained behind the western wall. A banquet was set up in the hall, and Hong Fan and the other 6 people sat around the round table, drinking in the rare breeze and leisure in the past few days. "I have been too busy recently, with so many things to do. I wish I could split 2 more people." Jiu Yuanka put down his cup and stroked his knees while speaking. The court plans to set up a governor in the 3 counties first to take charge of military and political affairs, and then split them up after the situation stabilizes. Now the news is almost certain. This position will be taken by Chu Chushi, the second-ranked chief censor. Everyone present had heard of Chu Chushi's name. It seems that he is an important official of the Second Prince's faction and has a close relationship with the Martial Arts Academy. "It seems that the headmaster has the upper hand," Hong Fan said. "Since Feng Jiang is dead, it is natural that the court has the upper hand," Xiao Haoling added. "The governor is sent by the central government, and the temporary garrison is dispatched from Shengzhou nearby. It should be the Shengaiyu army under the command of the princess. Compared with Biki Uchushi, the princess of Dahua, Xiao Chu, is very famous. She joined the army at the age of 16, and was promoted to Xianshan at the age of 25. She is now 28 years old. She first fought against the Sea tribe in the southern part of Zhanzhou. She named the army after the legendary beast Shengaiyu who commanded water and ate fish. She and Shen Tixin are both considered one of the most beautiful women in the world." The princess opened a government and held the imperial seal. The Shengaiyu army is stationed in 3 borders, including more than 10,000 people at the border of Shengzhou. Half of them will be transferred this time. Xia Haoling's expression was slightly different when he said this. Hong Fan knew that he was born in a poor family and had great ambitions, and Xiao Chu was always famous for getting people, so perhaps he had hopes. After eating for a while, the few of them ate wine and food, but Gu Yixin started the conversation again. "General Su, how is the dismissal here calculated?" He hesitated for a long time before asking this question. "It's rare to see you care about these things," Su Yanteo smiled. "Some people came to me to find a way out the other day, but I don't know anything except farming and martial arts. How can I promise them anything? So I wanted to ask," Gu Yixin said embarrassedly. "The policy has been almost finalized in the past 2 days," Su Yanteo put down his chopsticks and replied seriously. "The gold, silver, silk, rice, grain, and other goods in the army that are easy to circulate are worth more than 1.6 million taels. The minimum amount for dismissing silver auxiliary soldiers and civilians is 10 taels, and the combat soldiers are 20 taels. Officers are doubled according to their ranks, and military merits are calculated separately. The rest of the antiques and jades cannot be sold for the time being. The land and houses must be handed over according to the court's intention and will be distributed after the new policy is established." After he finished speaking in detail, he looked at Hong Fan again. "There is one more thing. Before, you donated 15,000 taels of silver to the treasury to exchange for the Ming God. It was deposited in the treasury in early June. Now that the war is over, the money must be returned to you." Su Yantao took out a thick paper package from his arms, and when he unfolded it, it was 150 brand new 100 tael silver notes. 15,000 taels of silver is an incredible amount of money. Hong Fan looked at the banknotes, but his heart was filled with bitterness. In the past year, there were disappointments, losses and frustrations. But the 3 counties of Huaiyan gave him much more than they took away. "Use this money as compensation for the soldiers who died in the Battle of Yunlin." Hong Fan pushed the banknotes back. Xia Haoling and Chen Yan were moved by this and each drank the wine in their glasses. War is a vortex of interests. Those who did good and bad things at that time may not have had good and bad hearts. But now that the dust has settled, the donated compensation must be sincere. Chu Yuanka sat there for a while, then suddenly stood up, went back to the house to get a locust wood box, and presented it to Hong Fan. The box contained a pair of organs left by Gong Xiangping. The banquet was about to end. Everyone asked each other about their future plans. Suyunteo wanted to arrange his comrades one by one, and perhaps he would stay in the 3 counties for 1 or 2 years. Gu Yixin was going back to his hometown in Shengzhou, hoping to catch the end of this year's autumn harvest. Chu Yuanke planned to go to the capital, and asked to see Guan Kimair Xiaoding for his contributions to the righteous army, and improve the inherited skills of his master. The cups and plates were in a mess. Xia Haoling hit the bowl with chopsticks, and sang a song of cherishing time under the influence of alcohol. Life has no roots, floating like dust on the road, scattered and turned by the wind. This is no longer a permanent body. In the last round of wine, even Gu Yixin raised his glass. The stars and the moon are like a dream. Chu Yuanke asked Hong Fan about his return date. Hong Fan smiled and waved his hand, saying that he didn't ask too much, so as to save a separation. 3 days later, it was the 6th day of July. Hong Fan did his morning lessons and went to Gu Yixin's courtyard to have breakfast with him as usual. Unexpectedly, he had left at dawn and only left a short message on the table. Originally, Hong Fan planned to be the first to leave without saying goodbye, but Gu Yixin, who followed suit, got there first, so he had to smile bitterly and go back. After an hour and a half, Feng Qing and Zhu Qi came to visit on time, accompanied by Gan Dexiao. The former leader of the Neo-Taotian Righteous Army has been staying in Yunlin City for some time. Yesterday, he brought Ni Liaoba to seek refuge and wanted to follow him. Seeing their sincerity, Hong Fan accepted it. They met again today to make a final explanation, including when the letter was sent, the time and place of the pickup in Liangzhou, the address of the manor outside the city after arriving in Zijing, etc. After everything was clear, Hong Fan took out 1,500 silver notes and distributed them to the 3 people. Apart from the expenses on the road, most of this money will be used to buy riding animals and vehicles. The Feng family moved north and collected most of the cattle and horses in the city, resulting in high livestock prices. Seeing the 3 people put away the silver notes, Hong Fan was silent for a while, and added a reminder. You don't have to save money on this trip, and don't rush to travel. The 3 counties are still not peaceful. Be careful. After saying this, not only others, but even Hong Fan himself laughed. The 3 are all experienced, nearly 30, and the rest are all veterans who have seen blood. This formation is enough to suppress several waves of mountain bandits, so what is there to worry about? Feng Qing and the others left. After closing the courtyard door, Hong Fan ate lunch alone. After lunch, the cicadas chirped even louder. He couldn't help but think of his people in Jinhe and his friends in Zijing. He just felt itchy. He quickly ground the ink and wrote the 8 words farewell to life, see you again in the world on the table. He carried the Mingxuan on his back and the Yuanzi relic in his arms. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, he gathered his sand wings and rose lightly. The sun was shining brightly. No one noticed a dark shadow passing through the streets of Yunlin. Looking down from above, Hong Fan saw the long queue outside the Gong mansion to receive the severance silver, the people repairing their houses, and many young people searching in the empty Feng mansion. Facing the wind, rising, he walked 3 circles around the handsome Feng Guinding, brushed past the treetops on the top of the cliff, said goodbye silently, and turned to the northwest. The world suddenly opened up, as if the traveler himself did not move, but the earth rolled under him. 20 miles, just out of the city. 400 miles, passing Duanli. To the north, Liangshankao and Longqiu town. To the west, Pangxin and Niutao mountain. Along the way, the mountains and rivers are changing. The rocks are the separated mountains, and the lakes are the Yangtzes. The sun is blazing. He raised his eyes and saw Liangzhou, which he had been away from for a long time. It was still the same as before. P.S. Life has no roots, floating like dust on the road, scattered and turning with the wind. This is no longer a permanent body. Excerpt from Tao Yuanming's miscellaneous poems. Chapter 397. That man. The 7th day of the 7th month is the Cacao Festival. At dusk, another flower appreciation event, but the venue has changed to Kiksha residence. Compared with Mingayu Tower, this one is surrounded on all sides and covered with heavy beams. Although it lacks the wide view of the river, it has 7 more beautiful carvings and paintings. The sun is half set, and the heat is still oppressive. Fortunately, there are many ice cubes in the interlayer of the wall, which emit a slight cool air. The stringed instruments are graceful. The flower singers have not yet appeared, and more than a dozen graceful singing girls are dancing on tiptoe on the stage. In the middle compartment on the 2nd floor, Lin Yongcheng is in a wild mood, leaning on the arms of the maid, talking about this year's 3 candidates. The name of the flower singer in Mingyu Tower is Qingyan, who is good at poetry. She has been writing lyrics for the public since she was 13 years old, and has many excellent poems. The name of the flower singer in Tongfang Tower is Yualian, who is good at archery and can hit the falling peacock tail feathers from 50 steps away. The name of the flower singer in Kixiju is Kizi, who is good at freehand painting, with excellent layout and fine brushwork, and is especially good at painting tigers and cranes. He just turned 17 this year, and it was the first time that his family allowed him to participate in the flower appreciation meeting. He brought enough silver to show his skills. I have met Miss Qingyan once, Hikishin, the eldest son of the He family on the left, said. She is the sworn sister of last year's courtesan Feng Su. Speaking of Feng Su, she married a wealthy businessman in Tongzhou as a concubine 3 months ago, and the ending was not beautiful. When this name was mentioned, Bai Taiping on the opposite side felt a little embarrassed. He secretly laughed at the He family for being ignorant. If it weren't for the recent rise in the business of Zisudan, Hikishin would not have been qualified to sit here. But touching the brocade hat on his head, thinking of the hair that had not grown back to its old shape in more than a year, Bai Taiping still endured it. 3 Huaians, who are you going to support this year, Brother Zhang? He changed the subject. However, Zhang Wenbo was not interested. You all heard that Feng Jiang died, he mentioned it faintly. Hearing this news, only Hikishin looked confused. Obviously his family's channels were worse than the others. I just found out yesterday, Bai Taiping nodded. At dinner, the old man said that the result of Huaiyang state has been determined, so that man is coming back, Zhang Wenbo said, frowning. Who? Lin Yongcheng was puzzled. Who else could it be? Chisha Hongfen, Bai Taiping sighed and replied. Hearing this name, Lin Yongcheng's body stiffened slightly, half straightened his back, and left the maid's chest. At this time, everyone at the banquet recalled that in early April last year, Hong Fan broke out of Wishang Garden and fought and killed the red-faced god. Intimidated by his might, the playboys in Zijin kept their tails between their legs when they went out for 2 or 3 months, and were no longer as rampant as before. I don't know what's wrong with him, someone complained. What can a good Xianjiao do? He has to be a tiki in Zijing. It makes us brothers have to be worried when we do something to bully men and women. Amid the voices of agreement, only young Master He silently accompanied the wine. A few feet away, Shen Tixin sat at a table with the two. The girl on her left was 16 or 17 years old, with almond eyes and peach cheeks. She was Lu Yinbo, the daughter of the Shenjing Lu family. The man on her right had brown skin and big ears. He was Zulashan, the second son of the Hongai Izu family. In order to facilitate the viewing of singing and dancing, each private room was open on one side. Although there were wooden partitions and the sound of stringed instruments, people could still hear the voices of people next door when it was quiet. I didn't expect that the children of the noble families in Zijing are so afraid of Chisha, Lu Yinbo asked curiously. I went to see the list of the Shenjing Xianjiao last month. It said that Hong Fan defeated Feng Xianking in Lingbo City and ranked 77th, the first in the strength realm on the list. Cousin, I heard that he was one of the 3 righteous men of Huaiyang at that time, and I just thought he was a rising star from an ordinary poor family. I didn't expect that since I came to Zijing. Even though he was not here, I could hear his name everywhere. The cousin she was talking about was Shen Tixin, but Shen Tixin frowned and ignored her. Finally, Zula Shan took over the conversation. That's not all. There will be more to talk about in a few days. Sister Lu came from Shenjing and doesn't know the latest changes in Huaiyang country. I got the exact news when I came out of Hongai City. Hong Fan broke through to the Xianshan realm in a battle with Yunlin, and even rushed back to Fengyinding with his life. He drank a glass of rice wine and added another sentence. It is said that the king of Huaiyang was captured by Hong Fan from Fengyinding, locked up in the hall and burned alive. Hearing this cruel picture, Lu Yinbo bit her lip, and Shen Tixin trembled her right hand. From between her chopsticks, a crystal shrimp fell into the red soup bowl, splashing a blood stain on the white silk skirt. Is my sister angry? Zula Shan saw Shen Tixin's pale face and sweat on his forehead, and asked hurriedly. I heard that since the incident in April last year, my sister has not held a 3-day banquet in the past year. Do you want me to do it for you and vent your anger? Shen Tixin did not answer immediately. She stared at the crimson soup seeping through her outer shirt, losing its luster under the light and revealing the texture of the fabric again, and then asked back, From what you said just now, you don't think much of him. This he obviously refers to Hong Fan. The Xianjiao who came from a poor family must have outstanding abilities and is qualified to make friends and drink with me. Zula Shan shook his sleeves and smiled. But if it can please my sister, I think it won't be a problem if I offend him a little. Shen Tixin glanced at him after hearing this. Although she felt that Zula Shan was too arrogant, she knew that he was not bragging. The Hongaizu family had a celestial being in the world, and was the only big family in Liangzhou that could compete with the Shen family. Moreover, the Tongaian villa run almost monopolized the metal smelting and forging industry in Liangzhou, and their business was bigger than that of the Shen family. In addition, Hongai City was not like the provincial council and political center of Zhejiang, and only the Zhu family was outstanding, so the Zhu family's style of doing things became more and more self-centered. However, ability and willingness are two different things after all. Zula Shan is the second son of the Zhu family, and he is also outstanding in martial arts. In the past few years, he has gradually taken power and is competing with his elder brother. He took the initiative to stand up for himself at this time, and his intentions were obvious. However, Shen Tixin was always arrogant, and since he had no feelings for him, he was unwilling to accept his help. After all, it's my personal matter, so don't bother me, brother, she said perfunctorily. Zula Shan was not upset when he was rejected. He always knew that Shen Tixin had no intention of him, but with the status and family background of people like them, love and marriage are two different things, and each other is just one of many choices. Not long after, Hua Yin took the stage one by one. Compared with last year, each performance was more ingenious, and it was hard to say who was better. But for some reason, Shen Tixin felt irritated. The singing and dancing are boring, and there is no special color. It's better to go home early. When the third person Kingayan took the stage, she suddenly asked to leave. Hearing this, Zula Shan took some effort to withdraw from Kingayan's delicate face and stood up to see her off. Sister, what I said before was not a courtesy. If you are willing, I will go to Chisha to find bad luck at any time, he vowed. Shen Tixin nodded and left the compartment, followed by Lu Yinbo. The grill wooden door was pushed back, and the sound of dance music dimmed in an instant. There was no one in the corridor. Shen Tixin walked with her hands clasped together. The news of Hong Fan's murder of the king of Huaiang came to her mind. The light that seemed to pierce her when Hong Fan drew his sword appeared in front of her again. It took her a long while to slow down her heartbeat. When she thought of Zula Shan's confident and relaxed smile just now, she felt confused. Outside Kixiaju, the half-moon was hanging high in the sky, and the Shen family's carriage was waiting in advance. The two black horses pulling the carriage stood in the dark night, and the fine and dense fur like satin reflected the wet silver light. Shen Tixin and Lu Yinbo got on the carriage one after another. The curtain was lowered, and the carriage quickly left the crowded Wangjiang lane. Cousin, this time I came here, my aunt asked me to take good care of you, Lu Yinbo suddenly said. The atmosphere was slightly cold. Mother has been in seclusion all day, how could she remember? You made your own decision, right? Shen Tixin smiled. Lu Yinbo did not say anything back. The summer heat was scorching, and the temperature in the carriage was high. Shen Tixin gradually felt suffocated, and when he saw his cousin who had mastered the art of cultivation but was calm and composed, his disgust for martial arts resurfaced. Chapter 398 Legend. Yunlin City is in the southeast of Huaiang State, and Jinhei City is in the northwest of Liangzhou. The straight line distance between the two is about 4,000 miles. On the afternoon of July 6, Hong Fan set off alone. After flying for 8 hours, he randomly found a wild ridge to land, hunting and eating. Then he sat cross-legged on the high branches of a pine tree on the top of the cliff, meditating in the mountain breeze. The night sky was flat, like a whole piece of tilted black marble. 4 hours later, it was split by the golden sword of dawn. On July 7, Hong Fan cruised for 10 hours, and at nightfall he could see the city of Jinhei with his naked eyes. He thought for a while and did not enter the city overnight, but slept in the wild light yesterday. July 8, early in the morning. Hongfu Martial Arts Field. Since Hongfu and his party proved the actual combat capability of flintlock rifles last winter, this new weapon was quickly promoted in Jinhei City. As soon as the last snow melted, a new shooting range was built in the Hong Mansion. In May and June, in addition to the red-robed cavalry and family soldiers who were forced to practice shooting, the men with a little wealth would also be equipped with shotguns for hunting and self-defense. In this way, thunder continued in the mansion every day. Today was no exception. Hong Fu gave an order, and more than a dozen boys opened fire at the same time, and the gunpowder formed a yellow cloud close to the ground. The smoke dispersed, and everyone looked at the target and reported the target. As an instructor, Hong Fu corrected the details of the movements one by one, and kicked a few particularly unruly boys on the buttocks. If you can't bear the recoil, reduce the amount of gunpowder yourself. You are young, there is no need to hold on. While he was giving a lecture, he looked at the small black dot coming from the southeast in the sky. It was probably a bird of prey from Taishan. Hong Fu thought so, and when the black dot grew bigger and bigger, it passed half of the city and dropped to a height of more than 100 meters before he realized something was wrong. In just a few breaths, the flying object had fallen into the shooting range like a peregrine falcon. "Brother Fan," Hong Fu exclaimed in surprise. The sudden reunion after a long absence made his voice crack. "I flew all the way here, and I thought it wasn't you when I saw your figure." Hong Fan laughed and punched Hong Fu's chest. "I haven't seen you for more than a year. You must have lost dozens of pounds." At this time, the instructor Hong Fu, who usually pretended to be deep, had lost his response. He just held his brother's arm and laughed unconsciously. Around the shooting range, the others also dropped their guns and gathered around, but they were afraid of the returnee's reputation and did not dare to get too close. Most of these teenagers were less than 15 years old, and they had not even started martial arts training. They were not familiar with Hong Fan. What's more than a year had passed, and the situation was different from the past. 2 years ago, the second young master of the Hong family was the number one of the younger generation in Jinhe. A year ago, he was on the Xianjiao list and was a celebrity in Zhejiang. Now he is respected as one of the 3 righteous men of Huaiyang, winning battles one after another, and his reputation spread all over the world. Just a few days ago, a pigeon sent back the news of the newly issued 3 lists in Zhejiang. The whole city knew that the second son of the Hong family defeated Feng Xianqing and rose to the first place under the Xianjiao list, the 77th place in total. The distant legend was alive in front of them, but it was more frightening than a tiger for these young men. Hong Fan chatted with Hong Fu for a few words and walked out of the shooting range. But the news was faster than them. It was like a stone thrown into a lake. In the quiet Hong mansion, the mouth looked for the ears, and the ears moved the mouth again, and the whole place was jubilant. Half an hour later, Hong Fan bathed and changed clothes in Chori courtyard, had some exquisite snacks, and then went to the main hall. In the courtyard, all the senior members of the Hong family were there, and many of them rushed back from the government office immediately. Seeing Hong Fan coming, Hong Wu, Hong Sheng, Hong Li, Hong Chang, Hong Ming, Hong Shi, Hong Lai, Hong Bo and others came forward to greet him, overjoyed, and even Hong Chen personally made tea and served water. When everyone surrounded Hong Fan and took his seat, the first question asked by the patriarch Hong Wu was as expected. "Why did you come back suddenly?" "Because the matter of Huaiyang state is settled," Hong Fan sighed and replied. Everyone was puzzled. For more than a year, because of Hong Fan, the Hong family has been collecting all the current affairs information about Huaiyang state, and Jiu Yuanqi and Su Yanteo have become celebrities in Jinhe, not to mention Duan Xianan and Gu Yixin, who are already at the forefront of the storm. However, due to the limitations of power, ability and the spatial distance of 3,000 or 4,000 miles, the news from the 3 counties is not detailed and timely after all. Today is the 8th day of July, and it has only been half a month since the attack on Yunlin. How can the situation in the war zone be transmitted to the corner of Liangzhou? Therefore, in the concept of Hong Wu and others, the situation of the righteous army is still in June, and it is confronting the Xianfeng army to the south of Duanli. You probably don't know yet, Feng Jiang died on June 22, Hong Fan explained, lowering his eyes. After that, the righteous army took over Yunlin city. Hearing this result, the Hong family was both happy and confused. "Why is it so sudden?" Hong Sheng asked curiously. Seeing this, Hong Fan gave a brief account of the detailed battle situation over the past month, saying only that the impermanence realm happened to be exhausted during the siege, without mentioning his role in it. Everyone was amazed to hear such a bizarre thing, but their hearts finally settled. Getting involved in the civil strife in Huaiyang was not only dangerous but also politically risky. Hong Wu and others did not support it at the beginning, but they also knew that Hong Fan needed military merit in exchange for better skills, so they had to do it. At this moment, Hearing that this troublesome matter was finally settled, the atmosphere in the hall was completely relaxed. "Brother Fan, is the knife in your hand the Ming Shen of Liao? Hong Ming couldn't help but ask the question that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Hong Fan grinned. "Is it a magic weapon? How do you know if you don't try it?" He directly handed over the knife. "This is a weapon worth 30,000 taels of silver, which the entire Hong family couldn't afford 3 or 4 years ago." The dignified Huaximing Wang was actually at a loss for a moment, scratching his beard before taking it with both hands. Hong Ming first carefully looked at the appearance, then held the handle of the knife and carefully probed into the true key. Then his eyes widened immediately, and he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Now the others were also eager to feel it, and passed the knife around to feel it one by one. The pure realm originally could not feel the innate spiritual energy, but the Mingshan could easily help the weapon master cross this chasm, allowing the warriors who had been in the pure realm for 10 or even dozens of years to get a glimpse of the innate realm, which made them dumbfounded and shaken. After a round, only Hong Wu and Hong Shen, who were in the heaven and man interaction realm, could still hold their faces. After testing the magic weapon, Hong Fan took out a scroll he wrote by hand and handed it to Hong Li. "My clan's Yanliu Gong is good at killing, but it lacks in visualization, so it is difficult to break through the realm. Here is the visualization method that Brother Duan taught me. I want to pass it on to my clan as a reference for Yanliu Gong," he said carefully. The atmosphere suddenly exploded. Martial arts have always been rare, let alone the martial arts of the Iron Palm opening the mountain. Such a favor is as heavy as a mountain. Hong Li held the scroll carefully, and his eyes jumped with excitement. "I don't know how to repay," he began to worry as he spoke. Duan Xiaonan was a martial arts master whose combat power was close to the earth ranking, and the Hong family seemed unable to give him anything that would be pleasing to him. Then Hong Li heard Hong Fan's reply. "No need to return the gift. Brother Duan died in Yunlin City in exchange for Feng Yubei's life." As he spoke, his expression cooled. At this time, everyone's faces were different. Hong Ming slammed the table, indignant because good people did not get good rewards. Hong Sheng sighed, regretting the death of a martial arts master. Hong Li lowered his eyes, feeling sad for hearing the bad news before repaying the favor. Hong Wu's emotions were more complicated. Not only was there regret for Duan Xiaonan personally, but also the grief of losing important family connections. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Vision. At this time, a red-robed rider came in to report that many carriages and horses had arrived outside the mansion, blocking the entrance. Then he reported the identities and names of the visitors. The city keeper Zhang Zhun brought his daughter Zhang Fuqiu, the head of the Qi family brought his son Qi Xinqi, as well as the Kui family, the Gao family, the head of the Whirlpool section and his disciples, etc. After all, Jinhei City was too small and the news spread too fast. This is not in accordance with etiquette. Hong Li was obviously displeased. Brother Fan just came back, and he was exhausted. They rushed here all at once. At least they should give the host some time first. I guess they are afraid that the second brother will come back in a hurry and leave in a hurry, Hong Sheng advised. Come in a hurry now, it shows the deep affection. Since the guests have come, they can't be forced to go back. Not long after, a large group of familiar faces came into the yard. Hong Fan stood up to greet them and looked at them one by one. Qi Xinqi didn't change much, but he was a little restrained because his father was beside him. Gao Zhengsha's skin was rough and his body was thicker. Kui Yuding has grown a beard, and it is said that he just had his first son. He has traded his calmness for smoothness. Zhang Fuqi was wearing a green dress, and her fists and palms were covered with thick calluses. When she looked at the visitor, she still had a warm look in her eyes. At the same time, everyone looked back at Hong Fan. After more than a year of separation, he was an inch taller, his skin was a little darker, and his features were more handsome. Next to him, a one-handed straight knife that had not been sheathed was casually placed, revealing the 4-character inscription Shen Feng Wuxian. The servants quickly brought many chairs, and after everyone sat down, the wide main hall was already crowded. After a few pleasantries, Hong Fan briefly told the story of Huaiyang State. Because everyone was curious, he also detailed the Duanli siege, Yunlin's assault, and the scene of Feng Jiang's destruction. The blood surging, the moving, the bizarre scenes made everyone wish they could witness them in person. With this accumulation of insights, the second young master's promotion to Xianshan is just around the corner, Zhang Sun complimented. Then he saw Hong Fan's face was strange, as if he couldn't help laughing. "Thank you, uncle, but this doesn't have to be just around the corner," the latter laughed. "On June 22nd, I executed Feng Chang'ai and broke through. Now I am already in the Xianshan realm." With a loud bang, everyone in the room was shocked. It turned out that Huang Li accidentally broke the teacup. "Good nephew, is it true?" Hong Wu stood up and asked. Hong Fan didn't answer, but raised his hand and shot a flaming knife outside the hall. It roared for 7 or 8 feet and then dissipated in the courtyard. There was no doubt that it was the flame roar that could only be used when the Yanlu Gong was practiced to the Xianshan level. Since Hong Jian's death, this unique skill has been away from Jinhe for 2 years. Hong Li stared at the fire knife, and when the flames dissipated, the whole person bounced up from his seat, forgetting his leg injury and old age for a moment. "Good, good. My Hong family has another Xianshan," he said in a trembling voice, his eyes hot. "Brother Fan, you are an 8? Wouldn't your ranking on the list skyrocket?" Hong Fu, who was sitting in the corner, shouted passionately. "You will be 20 in 2 months. This progress is not much behind Chuloi and Yishi. In 4 years, won't it be?" Just when everyone was excited, it was Hong Sheng who first noticed the ignored half of the sentence. "Second brother, you said you killed the king of Huayang," he asked carefully. The air became quiet. "Yes, I killed him with my own hands," Hong Fan replied without hesitation. The whole yard was suddenly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Brother Duan died in front of the palace gate with Feng Mubei, but Feng Chang'ai was still fleeing. At that time, I couldn't bear it, so I rushed to Feng Gainding to capture him and burned him to death in the palace hall. He spoke briefly, but everyone could hear the heroic life and death in it, and they breathed quickly after just a little imagination. But heroism is one thing, and killing the king is another. The thrones of the 3 great lords were promised by the Xiao family. Even if the people of the world supported the 3 counties' volunteer army, they knew that they were rebelling. "Brother Fan, does anyone else know that you are back?" Hong Wu exhaled deeply and asked in a deep voice. "You said Feng Mubei died and the volunteer army took Yunlin City. Is there anyone left in the Feng family?" His face was solemn, as if he had returned to the time when he was wearing a bandage to resist the snake people. "Uncle Wu, don't worry, Hong Fan would not keep such a big thing a secret. After taking down the city on June 22nd, Feng Manian still led his subordinates to resist stubbornly. I was in a stalemate with them for several days, and then the 4 martial saints arrived together. After that, the matter was settled, the Feng family was dethroned and the whole family moved to the northern border. The volunteer army followed the will of heaven and people, and was innocent and meritorious." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere became cheerful. "Since it is the decision of the 4 martial saints, there will be no reversals," Kui Yudang smiled. After so many bloody storms this year, the second young master finally returned home, so he should stay for a few more days. Qi Xinchi, Go Jingsha and others nodded. "I'm afraid I can't," Hong Fan said. "I plan to stay for a few days and then go to Zijin." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Hong Li asked in surprise. "There are still many things to deal with," Hong Fan replied. "I still have the responsibility of managing the martial academy, and there are also some miscellaneous matters that must be dealt with." He was referring to exchanging martial arts for martial arts canons, planning to change to martial arts, etc. But because all this was based on a secret agreement with Su Guinian, he couldn't say it directly. "In addition, I have a few new ideas to discuss with the Weaponry Bureau. After these things are done, I will go to Shenjing, and I shouldn't return to Liangzhou for a while." "You want to go to Shenjing?" Hong Wu couldn't help but frown. Shenjing is not like Zijing. It is located in the heart of Jiazhou and is more than 4,000 miles away from Jinhe City. Now that Hong Fan has been promoted to Xianshan, he thinks that if he can stay in Jinhe or Zijing for a few more days, it will greatly prosper the family's prestige. "Guan Kime found me in Yunlin City and asked me to serve as the purple ribbon rider of the world," Hong Fan explained. I accepted. The whole room was shocked. "Second brother, are you talking about Wheel of Life Guan Kime?" Hong Sheng's voice was dazed. Seeing Hong Fan nod, the people in the hall were shocked more than killing Feng Chang'ai. After all, the position of King of Huayang is just a position. If one dies, Someone else can take the position. However, the Martial Academy is one of the most powerful entities in Dahua. Its leader is not only powerful, but also ranks second in the heavenly ranking. The dignified Martial Saint personally invited Hong Fan, which is a far greater honor than being on a heavenly ranking. It should be. Hong Wu almost changed his tone immediately. Everyone in the world knows that the headmaster cares about the country. Since he personally invited me, my nephew should serve the country, and the others also felt a strong sense of unreality. After only a year, Brother Fan has already met the Martial Saint. Isn't it equivalent to me getting close to the Martial Saint circle? Hong Fu couldn't help thinking. Even though he had lost his childishness on the battlefield, he was so excited that his mouth was itching. He just wanted to brag to the world about my brother knows the Martial Saint at the drinking table. 3 years, from the 27th year of Zheng to the 30th year of Zheng. Hong Fan was only 20 years old, but he had already entered the vision of the top leaders of Dahua. Realizing this, Hong Xing, Qi Xinchi, Gao Jingsha, Kui Yudang and other peers felt mixed emotions, while Zhang Zhun, Qi Zhuang and other elders suddenly felt that Hong Fan's face was 3 points unfamiliar, so that they felt a little pressure to look at him. P.S. I wrote a little less this month. On the one hand, I was conceiving the outline of the 4th volume, and on the other hand, I was doing psychological counseling and adjusting my sleep with CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. The latter method is probably to forcibly lock the work and rest time, not allowing sleep at all during the day, and then gradually compress the sleep time to increase fatigue to offset sleeping pills, reduce dependence on drugs, and restore sleep ability. In short, it's quite exhausting. Chapter 400 Aggregation. July 9th, early morning. The sunlight was bluish-white and cold, like a layer of light white paint on the gray wall tiles. After breakfast, Hong Fan, accompanied by everyone, watched a martial arts performance of the Huai cavalry led by Hong Lai and Hong Bo. Over the past year, thanks to the sufficient supply of elixirs, the Hong family has gained 6 more Guantong realm warriors, and the number of Huai cavalry has increased to 70. War horses, black iron heavy armor, long spears and horizontal swords. The equipment of this Huai cavalry is roughly the same as before. The biggest difference is that everyone is equipped with at least 1 musket. The combination of muskets and martial arts has produced many changes beyond Hong Fan's expectations. In addition to the standard flintlock rifles produced by Ming Tang, many firearms off the field have obviously been customized and modified. Especially for the warriors who have penetrated the middle and high levels, they often use shotguns with extremely large calibers and charges, completely abandoning the speed of reloading to maximize the ability to make the final decision, and strive to find opportunities in close combat to fire a shot that the opponent cannot dodge or defend. In terms of style, it is quite similar to the gunfighting technique in the game of Hong Fan's previous life. In the afternoon, Hong Fan talked in detail about the followers of the righteous army that were going north to Liangzhou, about the number of people, martial arts, treatment, etc. Many people in the Hong family were quite dissatisfied with this group of outsiders. First, they thought that outsiders were not as trustworthy as the clan members, and second, they felt that there were not so many pits for these carrots. But Hong Fan had a great prestige. Since he had made a decision, no one dared to express it directly. At night, Qi Xinchi, Zhang Fuqiu and others held a big banquet on the top floor of Tinghai Pavilion. More than a dozen young people from the Jinhai generation surrounded Hong Fan and urged him to drink, and they drained him of his experiences for more than a year. Field battles, sieges, leading troops, and even digging holes in mountains, ambushes in valleys, Yuan-Si battles, etc., made Hong Fan thirsty and drank until late at night. The 10th day of the 7th month. This day was also full of schedules. In the morning, Hong Fan checked the clan accounts, inspected various places, and gave speeches to young children. In the afternoon, he visited important institutions such as the City Guardhouse, the Martial Arts Academy, and the Weaponry Bureau. After the hour of high, 9 o'clock in the evening, he regained the tranquility of solitude in the Chori courtyard and reviewed the gains of the past few days. Compared with the main meridians and strange veins, the collateral meridians are remote and weak, and even if they are dredged with true essence, it is slow. Fortunately, the vitality captured by the life star does not need his own control, and it keeps breaking through the barriers day and night, and it has reached the critical point tonight. Hong Fan locked the courtyard door and meditated under the moon. After hundreds of cycles of meditation, he finally pierced through the last window paper, connected the Foot Sun and the Foot Shaoyan, and broke into the realm of innate unity. Under the Dragon Soul tree, the accumulated vitality was completely digested. While Hong Fan breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but think of the purple eye that grew in his brain and avoided for many days. Obviously, that eye is the life star called the Sand World, which grows in his pineal gland and feeds itself with nutrients obtained by killing. As for the Star King, who is respected among the crowd, he is actually more like a parasitic carrier if there is no external force. Even the abnormality on the pineal gland cannot be discovered. As Hong Fan knew, the rewards of killing other star gods only increased their magical powers and authority, and did not help their martial arts and lifespan. The bodies of star gods must be sent back to Shenjing for burial after death, which is like the harvest after sowing. Fortunately, Hong Fan's situation is different. Because of the Dragon Soul tree, the prey of the life star is intercepted and redistributed, giving him a speed of martial arts progress that ordinary people cannot match, and this is also an important evidence of the difference in status between the two. Thinking of this, Hong Fan's heart relaxed slightly and started to look inside. Inside his head, the purple eye was stagnant, like a colored crystal embedded in flesh and blood. As Hong Fan's martial arts advanced to a higher level, the Dragon Soul tree simultaneously loosened its suppression of the life star. The purple eyes opened slightly, to 5%. At this moment, Hong Fan felt that his ability to control sand had significantly improved in both quality and quantity, and even more than that. Exiting the inner vision, he summoned a handful of wild sand and held it in his hand. Due to his thoughts, these tiny grains of sand actually stuck together and solidified into one. Spreading his 5 fingers, a thumb-sized stone stopped in the palm of his hand. Sand and gravel are the weathering of rocks, and I just reversed this process. Hong Fan thought with surprise. Just like when he was controlling sand, the density, hardness, smoothness, and other properties of the stones cast in the sand world are related to the amount of true energy he invested, which also shows that this ability can continue to evolve like controlling sand. Before his death, Jingsha Gong's cultivation was higher than mine, but he did not have the ability to turn sand into stone, so not all the Star Lords of all generations can obtain all the rights of the life star. Hong Fan thought in his heart and tested the boundaries of his current ability at the same time. The fineness of sandification is about 10 microns. The range of sand control is about 30 meters, which is doubled compared to the strength realm. Physical ability is more difficult to evaluate. The reason is nothing else, but there is no heavy enough equipment in Hong Mansion. In the end, he can only use some small muscle group strength tests to proportionally infer his 3 major data. The absolute strength of squatting is about 12 tons, and the amount of true energy, physical endurance and recovery ability should be more than 20% compared to the innate 1 combination warriors. Hong Fan knew that his physical talent was only in the middle, and the part that exceeded it was obviously due to the increase of dragon blood. During the mechanical testing, Hong Fan had more new ideas in his mind. Expand the area of the sand wing and greatly increase the flight load. Replicate the turboprop engine to enhance the endurance. Replicate the turbojet engine to increase the top speed. It can also improve and measure various aerodynamic shapes to optimize flight performance in different environments such as low speed, high speed, low altitude and high altitude. In addition to the sand wing, there are also firearms that can be used. Before, Hong Fan rarely used shooting to fight the enemy because the sand bullets would shatter if they exceeded the control range, and he could not get bullets at any time. But now the aggregation ability of the sand world has unlocked this heavy shackle, and once the bullet problem is understood, there are many more tricks to play. The more Hong Fan thought about it, the more excited he became, so he lost all sleepiness and took out paper and pen to write and draw at high speed. This deduction lasted all night without him realizing it, until dawn staggered into the city from the east. After working for a day, Hong Fan did not feel tired at all, and his heart was filled with satisfaction and happiness brought by creation. On the stone table, there was a pile of papers filled with writing, stacked neatly. Hong Fan put down the charcoal pencil with only a small piece left, facing the morning sun and the morning breeze to stretch his muscles after sitting for a long time, and saw Mingshan leaning against a table. Since he entered the Xianshan realm, the most valuable innate fire or control of this knife has no meaning to him, and the only function left is extremely solid and flame-shaping. Objectively speaking, Mingshan can still improve his overall combat power by 20% to 30%, but after the new killing method is completed one after another, or even after he switches to the top martial arts, Its role will inevitably be smaller. Since I have to go to Shenjing later, it is better to leave this knife in Jinhei, Hong Fan thought and made a decision silently. July 11th, noon. Jinhei City, Hong Family Ancestral Hall. Cloud peaks are stacked in the sky like a school of fish, and the light blue sky is revealed in between. In the hall, Hong Fan burned incense to the ancestors of all generations, and bowed to Hong Jian's tablet. After the ceremony, gray smoke curled around the beams, thickening the fragrance of sandalwood. He turned around and exchanged glances with Hong Sheng, and then walked out of the ancestral hall together. On the long table at the side of the room, the two people's swords were placed horizontally. Hong Fan picked up the Mingxian, but did not hang it back on his waist. Instead, he suddenly asked, "Brother, what do you think of my sword? It is a magical weapon, and its reputation is well deserved." Hong Sheng was stunned and replied immediately. Hong Fan said nothing, and drew his sword and held it horizontally. In the sunlight, the dark blade seemed like a piece of charcoal that could not be burned out, waiting for flames at any time. Zhenyuan was poured in. The fire knife ignited with a bang. War is the most intense fire I have ever seen. A warrior in the power realm is just a larger piece of firewood in it, Hong Fan said. Only innate warriors have the power to change the situation of the war. I practice both the life-star martial arts and should be the best in the realm of heaven and man, but I could only delay with difficulty when I met any innate. Until I got this Mingxian, my fighting power increased dramatically, and I charged and killed without hindrance. I even suppressed Wang Yuzhen, the leader of the Handy sect and the innate to innate. He looked at Hong Sheng. But now this knife is less and less useful to me, big brother. I meditated last night, and I made breakthroughs in martial arts and authority, and I have entered the innate realm. At the latest this year, I will transfer to Shenjing as planned, and I am afraid it will be difficult to return in the short term, considering the external threat of the snake people and the expansion of the tribes industry day by day. It is really worrying that there is no innate fighting power. After saying these words, Hong Fan put the knife back into the sheath, and there was a sound of iron clanging. Hong Sheng seemed to have guessed something. His Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed his saliva. "Today I asked you to accompany me because I wanted to give you this knife," Hong Fan said, taking out a white bandage from his sleeve and wrapping the Mingxian with the knife and sheath bit by bit, and handed it to Hong Sheng. Hong Sheng took it with both hands, holding the sheath through the linen, feeling the sudden taming of the fire spirit around him, and was slightly intoxicated. After the intoxication, there was an unprecedented responsibility and pressure. Mingxian is the magic weapon that Yuanzi Grandmaster Liao Yuanhe relied on to become famous. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is priceless. But now this knife will belong to him. Thinking of this, he was excited and knelt down on one knee. "I will not disgrace this knife, and I will not disgrace my mission." Hong Fan helped his brother up with both hands. "The knife is a dead object, named after a person, and there is no honor or disgrace, and I have no mission to give you. I only hope that you will be like him, step by step, and have no regrets in your life." This he is naturally referring to Hong Jian. Hong Sheng gritted his teeth and nodded, and after getting up, he held the straight knife tightly and entered the ancestral hall again. He kowtowed 3 times in front of his father's spirit tablet before coming out. "If it is not necessary, try to use this knife as little as possible," Hong Fan instructed again. "First, borrowing external forces will inevitably hinder progress, and second, a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. This knife is worth at least tens of thousands of taels of silver, and it may attract outsiders to covet it." Hong Sheng remembered it in his heart after hearing it. "In addition, I also got Gong Xiangping's treasured internal organs," Hong Fan said again. "After returning to Zhejiang, find a weapon workshop supervisor to borrow some silver, and you should be able to make another quasi-second-grade magic weapon. Although it is definitely worse than the Ming God, it is enough for the clan to rely on. When the weapon is cast, I will let the red-clothed cavalry escort it back, and it can be handed over to Uncle Wu for use. When the 2 weapons are in place, even if I am not there, you can gather almost 2 innate combat forces, and you should have no worries," he muttered as he left the ancestral hall. Hong Sheng followed him and saw the midday sun pouring down, soaking his second brother's shoulders and back. It also submerged the entire Golden Sea. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.